Hello everyone, and welcome back to KevinAudiobook.tv. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together, we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter. Complete Martial Arts Attributes, Chapter 951. Who Dares to Bring Up the Old Case? An extremely loud voice came from outside the Great Qian noble family consultation chamber, Baron Nangong. At the same time, countless martial warriors in the Great Qian City heard this voice. Especially the ancient and noble families. They were astounded by the voice and looked in the direction of the chamber in surprise. Wang Teng's arrival was like a pebble slapping on the calm surface of a pond. It formed conspicuous ripples in the Cavendish family where Di Qi was. At this moment, he was standing beside a handsome, middle-aged man. He smiled as he said, "This suits that young man's style. He always likes to make a huge scene. He isn't afraid at all. You must be talking about Wang Teng." The middle-aged man laughed. "Yes, it's him. He's a bold one. But I didn't expect him to be so direct. He's smart, he has to face those people, so it's good to put things on the table. It's safer this way, and he also gets to take the initiative." The middle-aged man had never seen Wang Teng, but he was full of praises for him. "I'm just afraid that those people might act shamelessly," Di Qi said worriedly. "You want to help him?" the middle-aged man asked. "It's worth helping him. He has the potential." Di Qi nodded hesitantly. "Offering help in times of trouble is better than the icing on a cake. Help him if you want to. The Cavendish family has never been afraid. If you can't win, I can fight." "If I can't win, your grandfather can fight. If your grandfather can't make it, we can bring out our ancestor to breathe some fresh air." The middle-aged man patted Di Qi's shoulder. The corners of Di Qi's mouth twitched when he heard the rebellious words coming out of this middle-aged man's mouth. He peeked at the sky carefully before inching away from the middle-aged man. He found him dangerous. Nangong Yu has disappeared for 1,000,000 years. The final judgment has been made, but now another inheritor has appeared. There's a good show to watch. The middle-aged man didn't notice Di Qi's actions. He was still laughing happily. Many people had the same thought. To these ancient noble families, they wouldn't act over a baron's title. Also, it had nothing to do with them, so they wouldn't interfere in it. However, it was rare for something interesting to happen in Great Qian City. Many of them were happily waiting to watch the show. They just lacked some popcorn. The Nangong Baron residence. The name hadn't changed, but the owner had in a reception room within this residence. A handsome man with brown hair and around 30 years old heard the bell and Wang Teng's voice. With an ugly expression, he threw the item in his hand on the ground. Bang! This was a pair of crystal-clear jade balls. It was easy to tell that they were expensive. However, they were thrown to the ground and smashed into pieces. Who is it? Who dares to bring up the old case? Bastard! Where did this brat come from? How dares he go against my Cao family? The man was infuriated. His gaze turned sharp. Killing intent boiled in them. "I don't care who you are. You must die. The Baron's title can only belong to the Cao family. No one can snatch it. Get my car. I'm going to the chamber." The brown-haired man strode out of the room and boarded a Rune Energy flying car. He raced in the direction of the chamber. Baron Nangong. The expression of the middle-aged man walking out of the chamber changed again. He stopped in his tracks and vanished on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the entrance of the Great Qian noble family consultation chamber, right in front of Wang Teng. He sized up the young man in front of him carefully. Wang Teng had just stopped using his ancient god's body, so the golden pattern on his forehead had disappeared. Only a hint of his intense vitality continued to float in the air. Astonishment flashed past the middle-aged man's eyes. He could tell that Wang Teng was only at the planetary stage. This was the ability Wang Teng put on display to his opponents. But he was amazed by the power of this boy's physical body based on the echo of the bell. He thought that it was a cosmos stage martial warrior punching it. Yet it was just a planetary stage martial warrior. This was shocking. His expression turned serious as he asked, "You are the one who knocked the bell of the chamber." Wang Teng already knew that there was a formidable warrior coming toward him. This person was above the cosmos stage. He might have reached the heaven stage. He glanced at the middle-aged man uncontrollably. The middle-aged man had gray hair and was tall. He wore a white robe, exuding an outstanding aura. Wang Teng remained composed. He nodded and replied, "Yes, it's me. My name is Ming Cheng. I'm a guardian of the Great Qian Noble Family Consultation Chamber. I'm on duty today." The middle-aged man introduced himself. "Guardian Ming Cheng," Wang Teng greeted him. "You said that you came with the Nangong family's token? Are you referring to Baron Nangong?" Ming Cheng squinted. He was the guardian of the Great Qian Noble Family Consultation Chamber, so he recognized all the symbols of the noble families. There was a black beast carved on the square seal. This was the Kunwu beast, the country's divine beast. The Kunwu beast was a holy presence. It was a rare universe behemoth. It was a real creature. It could swallow metal ores to raise its ability. When it became an adult, it would grow to the size of a giant planet. It ruled over the universe and was extremely powerful. When the pioneers of the Great Qian Empire built the empire, they relied greatly on the help of the Kunwu beast. From its style and design, this was the Baron's square seal. Every time the Kunwu beast's ability increased, it would grow a horn. There was only one horn on the Kunwu beast on the Baron's square seal, indicating that it was the lowest level seal. When the rank of the person rose, the number of horns on the Kunwu beast would increase respectively. But to be safe, Ming Cheng still wanted to study it. He asked, "Can I take a closer look?" Wang Teng hesitated, but he still gave him the seal. Ming Cheng held the square seal and executed some skill. The ancient words on the bottom of the seal started to give off a red glow. It was glaring. "This is indeed the Baron's seal," Ming Cheng sighed. He returned the square seal to Wang Teng and stared intently at him, saying earnestly, "You should keep this seal properly." Wang Teng pocketed the seal. "Follow me." Ming Cheng took the lead and walked into the chamber. As he walked, he explained, "It's been a long time since this case happened. Honestly, I don't have the power to deal with this matter. We can only wait for the elders to come and let them decide." They crossed a not-so-long corridor and arrived at an ancient-looking but extravagant lobby. Ming Cheng ordered his men to serve some tea. Then he sat at the side and waited with closed eyes. Chapter 952. So, what do you mean by perfectly justifiable? Wang Teng didn't have to wait long. The noble elders hurried over to the Great Qian Noble Family Consultation Chamber when they received the news. Rune energy flying cars stopped outside the chamber one after another, and powerful figures stepped out of the cars and strode toward the building one by one. Many people who had heard the news gathered around the chamber. Some were watching the show, while others were trying to get information. However, no one dared to go within 100 meters of the building. The Great Qian Noble Family Consultation Chamber was an extremely solemn and sacred place in the Great Qian Empire. Not even nobles dared to enter the chamber easily, not to mention make noise in front of it. This time, a flying car landed from the sky and a brown-haired man who was in his 30s came out. He was the one from the Cao family. "It's Cao Guan. He came. He's the other main character in this matter. How could he not come? I heard his father, Cao Hongtu, was cultivating on another planet and couldn't rush back in time. That's why he is in charge now." The people outside were discussing in low voices and were extremely enthusiastic. For ordinary martial warriors, matters concerning nobles were always the focus of attention. After all, the nobles enjoyed too much preferential treatment. Whether it was jealousy or envy, people would pay attention to them subconsciously. Cao Guan heard what they were discussing and snorted as he strode into the consultation chamber. In the chamber's lobby, Ming Cheng opened his eyes and said, "All the elders are here. Please follow me." Wang Teng was calm after drinking his last sip of tea. He stood up and followed Ming Cheng. This made Ming Cheng even more surprised. What kind of trump card does this fellow have such that he has no fear at all? Or is it because he doesn't understand the significance of the consultation chamber? Wang Teng followed Ming Cheng and arrived at the 9th level of the chamber. He then entered a huge and quaint hall. The first thing that caught his eye was a long table made of an unknown navy blue wood, which looked thick and uncommon. At this instance, everyone was seated around the long table. There were men and women of different ages. They were all dressed in purple robes, looking luxurious and noble with innate self-restraint and elegance on their faces. Most importantly, these people had immense auras which far surpassed that of Cosmos stage martial warriors. Even if they sat there motionless, people would still feel their hearts palpitating. This was the pressure from the strong. When Wang Teng entered the hall, everyone looked at him with different intentions. Overwhelming pressure crept up on him. Whoa, what a huge spectacle. Wang Teng smiled in his heart. His footsteps didn't stop and his expression was extremely calm. It was like he wasn't affected in any way. There was a hint of surprise in everyone's eyes. This young man is interesting. These all are the nobles of the empire, representing the ancient families with respectable statuses and great strength. Be careful, Round Ball reminded him. Wang Teng suddenly felt a hostile gaze falling on his body, which never left him. Following the gaze, he saw that there was a brown-haired man staring at him with cold eyes at the end of the long table. "Who is that?" Wang Teng asked in his mind. "I don't know either." Round Ball sized up the man and was suddenly taken aback. "But he seems familiar. Is he that bastard's descendant? Please take a seat." At this moment, a slightly old voice came from the head of the table. Wang Teng looked up and saw an old man with pale hair sitting in the head seat. He was looking at him calmly. "That's the head of the council," Round Ball said. "Back then, we met once when Master Nangong inherited the title of Baron. I didn't expect him to still be alive after all those years. How can such a strong person die so easily?" Wang Teng ignored Round Ball. He couldn't even gauge how strong the other party was with his spiritual sight. This old man might be a universe stage martial warrior. Wang Teng found that there was an empty seat at the end of the long table, which happened to be directly opposite the brown-haired man. He then walked over and sat down before looking straight at him. Cao Guan was dazed. Does this fellow know who I am? Such fearlessness. Who gave him the courage? Who gave him the guts to be like this? Cao Guan's eyes became even more gloomy, but he had already retracted his gaze. Having a staring challenge was demeaning to his status. Wang Teng sneered in his heart. A staring challenge. "I'm not afraid of you. As long as he wasn't embarrassed, the one who was embarrassed would be him." The others could see Wang Teng's behavior. Many people showed interest, but there were also others who frowned. "Are you here for Baron Nangong's title?" the old man at the head of the table asked. "Yes." Wang Teng nodded. In the presence of someone who was likely a universe stage martial warrior, he was still very honest and didn't reveal the slightest defiance that he had shown to Cao Guan. This was not cowardice, but respect for the strong. "And with what identity have you come here?" the old man probed. "Naturally, as an heir," Wang Teng said lightly. Cao Guan's expression changed, and he glanced towards the head of the table. "Oh, do you have any evidence?" the old man continued with his questions. "Reporting to the head of the council, he has Baron Nangong's square seal," Ming Cheng responded in his place. Wang Teng heard that and immediately took out his square seal again and placed it on the table. Cao Guan's eyes went red when he saw the square seal. The Baron's seal was the symbol of status. They didn't have the Baron's seal and were only Nangong Yue's disciples. They didn't have the right to the title. This had always been a major concern for him and his father, and now the Baron's seal had appeared in front of him in such a grand manner. It was a pity that he couldn't snatch it. There was nothing more painful than this. It was so infuriating. With just one look, the people here would be able to determine that this square seal was undoubtedly the Baron's seal. Regardless of whether Wang Teng was a true heir, the seal was genuine. This was enough to raise his status. "What do you guys think?" the old man asked calmly. There was silence all around, as if no one dared to be the first to speak. Chao Guan's face was gloomy and he hesitated. "Chao Guan, what do you think?" the old man called him and asked directly. "Head of the council, I think that this person's origin is unknown. It is possible that by a stroke of luck he found my master's Baron's seal and claimed to be his heir. I hope the nobles will order a thorough investigation about this matter." Chao Guan glanced at Wang Teng with a hint of mockery. "Sorry, who are you?" Wang Teng interrupted him and asked. Chao Guan felt that Wang Teng was looking down on him. He took a deep breath to suppress the fury in his heart and said, "My father is Nangong Yue's only disciple, Cao Hongtu. Naturally, I'm Nangong Yue's grand disciple." "Oh, a grandson?" Wang Teng replied. Chao Guan had finally managed to extinguish his anger, but it was reignited. He snorted and said to everyone around him, "Sirs, my father is Nangong Yue's only disciple. By right, he's the right inheritor of the title. It's perfectly justifiable. Someone can't become the inheritor just because he has the Baron's seal." Cao Guan is right. If anyone can proclaim that he's the inheritor just because they have the Baron's seal, this Baron of the Great Qian Empire will be a joke. Yes, Cao Hongtu is more suitable. We need to discuss it long term. The people around them started discussing in low voices after hearing Cao Guan's words. Cao Guan glanced at Wang Teng proudly. "Bullshit? This is all bullshit. Master Nangong never said that he wanted to pass the title to Cao Hongtu. He doesn't have the right." Roundball yelled in Wang Teng's mind. If it wasn't held back by its rational side, it would have jumped out and refuted Cao Guan. "Don't be angry. We're just starting." Wang Teng dug his ears and sneered as he calmed Roundball down in his mind. Roundball found its confidence from Wang Teng's composed tone. It gradually controlled himself and scoffed. "Wang Teng, slap him for me. I'm 90% certain that Cao Hongtu is related to Master Nangong's death. This brat is his son. Let's get some interest from him first." Wang Teng waited for Cao Guan to finish speaking. Then he turned and asked the elder on the middle seat, "May I ask a question?" "Yes." The old man nodded. "Is there a rule that the Baron's disciple can inherit the Baron's title if he died without writing a will?" Wang Teng asked with a gentle smile on his face. "There's no such rule," the old man said. "I also want to know if Baron Nangong left a will for your father to inherit his Baron's title." Wang Teng turned to Cao Guan. Cao Guan's expression changed. "Are you not going to reply to my question?" Wang Teng tilted his head and stared at him intently. Cao Guan's face turned black. "Is there?" Wang Teng continued probing calmly. Although Cao Guan felt frustrated, he couldn't answer Wang Teng directly. Since Nangong Yue didn't have any descendants or inheritors, his only disciple, Cao Hongtu, inherited his Baron's title. This could be done without any will. Cao Hongtu also used many of his connections to gain multiple votes in the chamber and received the right to take over the Baron's title temporarily. Once he made enough merits and contributions, he would be able to kick away the temporary and become the real Baron. However, a young man suddenly appeared with the Baron's seal, and the non-existent will became a problem. Baron Nangong didn't leave behind any will. The old man glanced at Cao Guan and replied for him. "I understand. Thank you for your answer." Wang Teng nodded. He turned and looked at Cao Guan, his tone calm. "In that case, what do you mean by perfectly justifiable?" "You." Cao Guan's face turned green with anger. He stared at Wang Teng as if he wanted to eat him up. Chapter 953, The Parker's Family, one of the 8 dukes of different surnames. I don't think your father dares to say that this is perfectly justifiable, right? Wang Teng ignored Cao Guan's death glare and leaned against his chair. He found a comfortable position for himself as he spoke. There were many ways to distinguish the authenticity of a will in the martial warrior's world. Thus, Cao Hong too didn't dare to fake a will. If he did that, he would be belittling the Great Qian noble family consultation chamber and the authority of the empire. He would be punished severely, even if he was a universe-stage martial warrior, much less a heaven-stage martial warrior. Cao Guan's face turned red. Flames of anger almost shot out of his eyes. He realized that he couldn't gain any advantage in front of this young brat. All his words were useless. Moreover, this brat kept placing himself at the same level as his father. It sounded as if he was a generation younger than him. This was frustrating. This interesting scene caused many people to look at Cao Guan. Wang Teng's performance was unexpected. They didn't think that this young man who appeared out of nowhere had such a sharp tongue. He managed to render Cao Guan speechless. Also, Wang Teng was just a planetary stage martial warrior to the people present. A planetary stage martial warrior was nothing. Yet this planetary stage young man was able to remain composed in front of them and refute Cao Guan's questions with a reasonable argument. His performance was outstanding. Many people had a good first impression of Wang Teng in comparison. They had a bad impression of Cao Guan's family. They didn't mind watching him make a fool of himself. Wang Teng, you're good at talking back to people. You didn't disappoint me. You did well. Round Ball laughed happily in Wang Teng's mind. Wang Teng didn't know what to say. Somehow it doesn't sound like a compliment. Don't misunderstand. I'm definitely praising you. Round Ball chuckled as it said resolutely. Everyone, a voice resounded. Everyone got attracted by it and looked over, including Wang Teng. A bald and muscular hunk had his hands crossed on the table, with a blue flame symbol marked on his forehead. Blue flames were shimmering in his eyes like real flames burning. When he scanned the crowd, many people frowned. They seemed afraid of him. Cao Guan was elated when he saw the bald hunk speaking. Wang Teng noticed this change too. He turned serious and asked in his mind, "Round Ball, do you know this person?" "I don't know him, but he's probably from the Parker's family," Round Ball explained quickly in a stern tone. "The Parker's family? Are they famous?" Wang Teng asked. "They're one of the 8 most ancient families in the empire. It is said that their ancestors killed a universe behemoth, the blazing giant dragon. They bathed in the dragon's blood and gained a powerful fire physique. They can absorb all kinds of special flames for their own use, so their battle ability is extremely powerful. Look at the blue flame symbol on his head. This is the symbol of the Parker's family. At the same time, it represents a special flame." Round Ball said, "The blazing giant dragon." Wang Teng exclaimed in surprise. "I didn't know such legendary creatures existed in the universe." "The universe is vast. Nothing is strange here," Round Ball said with contempt. Wang Teng was so ignorant. The Parker's family bathed in the dragon's blood and gained a special fire physique that allows them to absorb special flames into their body. If I can get the blazing giant dragon, how amazing will it be? Wang Teng was excited. He wished he could find a blazing giant dragon immediately and knock attributes out of it. "Round Ball, where can you find a blazing giant dragon?" he asked instantly. "I don't know. Universe behemoths like the blazing giant dragon are a mysterious and rare presence. Ordinary people won't be able to find them. I only know that they live in places full of fire force. It might even be the birthplace of a divine flame." Round Ball smiled. If one can find the blazing giant dragon, he might be able to find a divine flame too. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. A divine fire. He possessed the emerald glazed flame and the holy flame, so he knew how amazing divine fires were. If he could get another divine fire, how great would that be? What are you thinking? Your saliva is almost dripping down. Round Ball suddenly asked Wang Teng, "Stop thinking about the blazing giant dragon. You have no chance of surviving if you meet one. Every blazing giant dragon is extremely powerful. Adult dragons are at the eternal stage or above, Roundball continued. Eternal stage and above, they're more powerful than the divine tempest bird. Wang Teng widened his eyes in surprise. What do you think? Roundball was speechless. All right. Wang Teng shook his head, giving up on the thought of finding the blazing giant dragon temporarily. His gaze then landed on the bald, muscular hunk again. But this fellow seems to have lots of attributes for me. The Parkers family possessed the fire physique. They could merge with fire. Even if it wasn't as powerful as the blazing giant dragon, it wouldn't be weak. His eyes lit up again. To him, the bald, muscular hunk and the family he belonged to became his sheep, the kind with lots of attribute bubbles for him to collect. Be careful. This family is obsessed with fire and they're domineering. They will snatch any fire they see. If they know that you possess a divine flame, they will try all kinds of ways to snatch it from you, Roundball reminded him. Wang Teng went speechless. He was thinking about how to get more attribute bubbles out of the other party, but Roundball told him that the other party might be eyeing his divine flame. He couldn't bear this. Let them come if they want. Let's see who will be the winner. Wang Teng was furious. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you that the Parkers family has a hereditary duke title. They're one of the 8 dukes of different surnames in the empire, Roundball said calmly. Wang Teng cursed in his heart. He thought that it was a fat sheep, but it was actually a frightening giant beast. However, Wang Teng had a merit. He loved to challenge himself. He was someone who dared to challenge the terrifying divine tempest bird to get some attributes out of it. Thus, even though the Parkers family was a huge beast, he wasn't afraid. He would still collect the bubbles he wanted. Of course, he wouldn't be as reckless as he was in the virtual universe. After all, this was the real world. He wouldn't get another chance if he died. Sinclaman, what do you have to say? The old man's voice pulled Wang Teng back into reality. Head of the council, let's put aside Cao Hongtu's inheritance issue. After all, he has made many great contributions to the empire on the battlefield. We mustn't dishearten him. The important thing now is to ascertain this person's identity. If he's speaking the truth, we can talk about the inheritance issue again. If he's lying, the bald Sinclaman raised his chin at the old man in front. There was a sharp glint in his eyes. The Great Qian Empire will never allow this to happen. Chapter 954, Come and kill your grandfather. Many people nodded after hearing Sinclaman's words. The empire had strict regulations regarding the inheritance of a noble title. There mustn't be any mistakes. Cao Hongtu was holding the baron's title temporarily, but even so, he needed to earn enough merits on the battlefield before he could rightfully inherit it. The empire gave preferential treatment to meritorious people. The old man nodded. He acknowledged Sinclaman's words. Cao Guan was overjoyed when he noticed that the situation was advantageous for him. Arrogance returned to his expression as he glanced at Wang Teng once again. Wang Teng? The old man looked at him and asked, Do you have other items to prove your identity? Or has Baron Nangong left a will? Wang Teng frowned. The remains of Nangong Yue's last spiritual mark had dissipated, and he didn't leave behind any will. Everything was passed to him through Roundball. Besides the Baron's seal, there was nothing to prove his identity. This was a little troublesome. Actually, the Baron's seal was enough to prove his identity, but Sinclaman came from a powerful family, so the head of the council had to acknowledge his suggestion. Cao Guan laughed silently in his heart, but his gaze remained cold as he glared at Wang Teng. If he couldn't take out anything to prove his identity, he wouldn't be the rightful inheritor of the Baron's title. At that time, he would find ways to get rid of this young man. He was just a planetary stage martial warrior. Any celestial stage martial warrior would be able to kill him. He must be daydreaming if he wanted to snatch the Baron's title from his father. If you don't have it, your identity can't be confirmed temporarily, the head of the council said. Wang Teng felt helpless. This matter was developing beyond his expectations. The interference of the Parkers family caused things to go out of control. Nangong Yue is making things difficult for me? Wang Teng complained helplessly. Since he wanted Wang Teng to find justice for him, he should be better prepared. He should have left a will or something. It was better than allowing others to take the initiative. If Nangong Yue heard Wang Teng's complaint, he might leap out of the soil. He felt wronged, too. He thought that Wang Teng would head to the Great Qian Empire after he got stronger, but he didn't expect the duo to act rashly and had the guts to come to the Great Qian Empire to snatch the title of a baron when he was only at the planetary stage. He underestimated Wang Teng and Round Ball's bottom line. Master Nangong didn't know that the Parkers family will interfere. Round Ball spoke up for Nangong Yu. It turned serious and asked in a puzzled tone, "Are they the ones behind Cao Hongtu? But with their status, why would they lay their eyes on a baron's position?" "How would I know? Maybe they have some unknown secret?" Wang Teng shook his head. "This is not the time to think about this. Quick, find a solution." I have no solution," Round Ball said with guilt. Seriously, Wang Teng wished he could pull Round Ball out and hammer its head. It kept boasting during normal times, but at the crucial moment, it was useless. Wang Teng could only rely on himself. His mind worked frantically. Suddenly, his eyes shone. "Oh, right, I have the Legacy Palace. How can I forget about that?" "No, if you reveal that you have the Legacy Palace, the entire empire will learn of it once you step out of this place. At that time, many formidable warriors will lay their eyes on you, putting your life in danger." Round Ball stopped him hurriedly. "Why would they lay their eyes on the legacy of a Cosmos Stage martial warrior?" Wang Teng was stunned. "Of course they will. What's more, Master Nangong's legacy isn't just a Cosmos Stage martial warrior's legacy. It's the legacy of a baron from the Great Qian Empire. The Nangong family's foundation isn't just at the Cosmos Stage," Round Ball explained. "However, there's nothing above the Cosmos Stage in the Legacy Palace." Wang Teng frowned. "Your legacy mark can't open the Nangong family's treasure vault," Round Ball said calmly. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Wang Teng felt like strangling Round Ball. It was so infuriating. It should have told him earlier. "You haven't even reached the Cosmos Stage, so it's useless even if I tell you what's more. The treasure vault is in the Nangong residence. Since you have not inherited the baron's title, you can't enter the residence. You can't do anything," Round Ball refuted. Wang Teng took a deep breath. He knew that Round Ball was right, but it was still infuriating. "Head of the council, since he can't prove his identity, this inheritance is just a cock and bull story. I think we should expel him from the country. As for the baron's seal, let's return it to the rightful owner. My father is the baron's disciple. He has the right to possess the baron's seal." Cao Guan's voice was heard at this moment. Wang Teng looked up. What an evil heart. He wanted to snatch the baron's seal and expel him from the country. What a great plan he had. Wang Teng's gaze turned cold. He suddenly had the thought of killing Cao Guan. If he was expelled, they would most likely chase after him and try to kill him. The other party would not allow him to leave this empire alive. Also, without the baron's position, he couldn't save Earth. The guardian of the Milky Way, Clote, would be the first to kill him. "You want the baron's seal?" Wang Teng asked without any expression on his face. "You got it because of luck. You have no right to hold that position. My father is the baron's disciple. Baron Nangong has died, so the baron's seal rightfully belongs to my father." "I'm just getting what's ours back," Cao Guan snorted. He became confident since there was someone supporting him. Cao Guan is right. The baron's seal can't be in the hands of a person with an unknown identity, Sinclaman said calmly. "Ha ha ha!" Wang Teng suddenly burst out laughing. What a great example of the seizure by force. "Is this how the Great Qian Empire works? You've broadened my horizons. How dare you?" Sinclaman frowned. He shouted, and a powerful pressure surged towards Wang Teng. Boom. Wang Teng's face turned pale. The ability of a heaven stage martial warrior wasn't a joke. He might be able to participate in a Cosmos Stage martial warrior's battle, but there was still a huge difference between them and heaven stage martial warriors. Just the aura almost forced him to his knees. Break. Wang Teng glared at his opponent with his eyes wide and roared in his heart. His spiritual power exploded, and the giant dragon in his mind woke up from its hibernation with a loud bellow. Roar! Boom! The terrifying pressure above his head was pushed away in an instant. Wang Teng stood up straight and glared at Sinclaman. How dare you? You've got some balls to seize in front of everyone. Other people might think that you're the leader of the Great Qian Empire, and you can decide who the noble title belongs to. His angry shouts burst out of his mouth and echoed in the great hall. Silence. There was dead silence. Everyone was flabbergasted. No one expected Wang Teng to explode in anger and be so firm and stubborn. He dared to shout at a heaven stage martial warrior. He honestly didn't go by the book. Chao Guan stared at Wang Teng as if he was a ghost. His face turned pale. He got frightened by Wang Teng. Are you looking for death? Round Ball was in disbelief too. It stammered as it spoke. Extremely terrifying. It was too terrifying. Was Wang Teng really not afraid of dying? He dared to shout at a heaven stage martial warrior. Moreover, this man belonged to a family of dukes, one of the 8 dukes in the empire. Damn it, he was dead. Wang Teng was too reckless. He was tempting fate. The Parkers family was a powerful presence. They had no chance of resisting them. Sinclaman was stunned by Wang Teng's actions, too. No one had dared to treat him like this. His expression turned ugly, and his lips turned a little pale. Anger was burning in his heart. Wang Teng's words had touched a taboo, the leader of the Great Qian Empire. If this label was pressed on him, the Parkers family wouldn't be able to save him. This is bullshit. Sinclaman roared angrily. He got up and gritted his teeth. I have never said that I'm the leader of the Great Qian Empire. How dare you make such irresponsible remarks and frame me? Do you think I don't dare to kill you? Since you have the intent, why don't you dare to admit it? Didn't you want to snatch my Baron's seal a moment ago if you don't make the call? Who does? Yet you still want to kill me to shut me up. You must be afraid that someone will discover your ulterior motives. Come, why don't you kill me here directly? Why all the trouble? Don't you find it tiring to talk too much? Come, kill me. If you don't dare, you're a coward. If I furrow my brows slightly, I'll be your grandson. Wang Teng wasn't afraid. He glared at Sinclaman and shouted continuously. The heaven stage martial warriors around him were stunned by Wang Teng. This fellow was a genius. He was extremely skilled at twisting one's words. Sinclaman looked as if he had just choked on his own words. Sinclaman turned green with anger. He was honestly seething with fury. Wisps of white steam rose from his head, signifying that he had reached the peak of his anger. Wang Teng decided to add fuel to the fire when he saw Sinclaman's reaction. He increased his volume and shouted, "Come, kill your grandfather! Damn it, I'll kill you!" Sinclaman couldn't bear it anymore. Killing intent surged in his heart, with flames of anger burning in his eyes. With a swoosh, the temperature around him increased exponentially. A blue flame appeared in front of him and congregated into an arrow. It shot toward Wang Teng directly. Die. Wang Teng didn't move. He was prepared to use his space talent if he needed to, but he didn't move. He stared at the arrow and allowed the wind to lift his hair into the air. He mustn't be frightened now. He believed that these people here wouldn't allow Sinclaman to kill him. If they did, the Great Qian noble family consultation chamber wasn't worth all his effort. He could forget about getting justice here. The distance was short, so the blue arrow arrived in front of Wang Teng's eyes within a split second. However, when it was 3 inches away, it stopped in midair and couldn't move anymore. Enough. A calm voice rose gradually. Chapter 955, Who Says I Don't Have Evidence? The gentle shout was heard, along with the faint sound of something flying through the air. The arrow formed from the blue flame disappeared without a trace. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief secretly, but his expression remained unchanged, still as calm as ever. He even raised his eyebrow at Sinclaman with a sneer at the corner of his lips. Stupid bald man. Do you think I'll be afraid just because you look fiercer? The veins on Sinclamon's forehead bulged like snakes. If he wasn't stopped, he might have rushed forward and beaten Wang Teng to death. Sinclamon, Wang Teng, this is the noble family consultation chamber. It is not a place for you to wreak havoc. The head of the council glanced at them as he spoke calmly. Council head, you can't blame me. That stupid bald heaven stage martial warrior wanted to bully me because I'm weaker. He even wanted to snatch my Baron seal. You must seek justice for me. Wang Teng's expression changed. He started acting pitiful. Stupid bald martial warrior. Cao Guan had just regained his composure when he heard Wang Teng's words. He was dumbstruck. Was this fellow sick of living? How dared he ridicule Mr. Sinclamen? The other people had weird expressions on their faces too. They wanted to laugh, but they tried their best to hold it in. They had all been trained in strict aristocratic etiquette. They would never laugh unless they honestly couldn't bear with it. Ha ha ha! Crack! Sinclamen clenched his fists tightly. Flames of fury almost surged out of his eyes as he raged silently in his heart. The head of the council felt his head throbbing. Wang Teng, please don't curse in the noble family consultation chamber. Yes, I understand. I was wrong. I'll never curse in this chamber again. Wang Teng nodded hurriedly. There seemed nothing wrong with this sentence, but it sounded a little strange. Would he continue cursing once he left this chamber? This young man was indeed a bold fellow. The head of the council felt the corners of his eyes twitching. It was difficult for him to lose his composure, but it only occurred for a split second. He soon regained his calmness. Since you're unable to prove your identity, we'll talk about this inheritance matter again after some investigation. Before that, you're not allowed to leave the city. Cao Guan was elated after he heard the verdict. Although he didn't achieve his goal today, this fellow wouldn't be able to become the inheritor if he couldn't prove his identity. Let's have an investigation. The other members of the council nodded and agreed with the head's decision. Wang Teng's performance showed them that this planetary stage martial warrior wasn't easy to bully. Thus, some members who stood on Cao Hongtu's side didn't open their mouths. This young man dared to talk back to the Parkers family, one of the 8 dukes. If they stood up, they were just asking for a snub. They weren't afraid of Wang Teng. They were just afraid of losing face. In their hearts, they had already labeled him as a dead man. He had no chance of living after offending Sinclamen. They just had to wait for the result. Everyone got up and prepared to leave. They thought that this meeting had ended. Sinclamen snorted and glared at Wang Teng coldly. He seemed to have sentenced Wang Teng to death with his gaze. No one could survive after offending the Parkers family. Cao Guan smirked at Wang Teng. He patted his long gown and turned to leave with a contemptuous gaze. However, at this moment, Wang Teng sat down and said calmly, "Who says I don't have evidence?" Everyone stopped in their tracks in unplanned unison. Besides the head of the council, the others had already stood up. After hearing Wang Teng's words, they turned and looked at him in surprise. "Are you making a fool of us?" Cao Guan trembled and turned abruptly to glare at Wang Teng. This young man was able to prove it. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling. Sinclamon's gaze also turned gloomy. He furrowed his brows slightly. Only the head of the council remained in his seat, giving Wang Teng a meaningful smile. "Wang Teng, you're crazy." Roundball knew what Wang Teng wanted to do. It started screaming in his mind, "No, you can't do it. You'll die. I have already offended the Parkers family. Why would I be afraid of other martial warriors?" Wang Teng's tone remained calm. He said softly, "One more enemy isn't a problem. I won't die." "You?" Roundball didn't know what to say. Wang Teng realized that everyone's attention was on him. He smiled and activated the legacy mark left by Nangong Yue. A rune appeared on his forehead. As this rune lit up, the Baron's seal on the table lit up in response. It seemed to be showing everyone the connection between them. This is legacy. This is the legacy. Nangong Yue passed the Nangong family's legacy to Wang Teng. All the members of the council were flabbergasted. Their expressions were interesting to watch. Cao Guan's face turned ugly. The legacy of the Nangong family. This was definitely the legacy of the Nangong family. Although his father was Nangong Yue's disciple, he didn't receive this legacy. They wanted to enter the treasure vault of the Nangong family all these years to gain the legacy knowledge, but without the legacy mark and the Baron's seal, they could only dream about it. They had the treasures, but they couldn't enjoy them. You could imagine how frustrated and exasperated they were. However, this legacy mark had appeared on Wang Teng. Cao Guan was green with envy. His eyes turned red, and he wished he could snatch the legacy mark from Wang Teng and paste it on his head. Sinclaman remained expressionless. However, his gaze had turned sharper. I wonder if you guys will acknowledge my inheritor's identity with this legacy mark as proof. Wang Teng glanced around him as he spoke. He paused purposely when he saw Cao Guan and Sinclaman slap. This was a slap in their faces. It was a direct and brutal slap. The expression on the other people's faces turned ambiguous. They looked at Cao Guan and started to sympathize with him and Cao Hongtu, who wasn't present. The Baron's title was flying further and further away. It was right within their reach, but it had flown away just like that. Everyone could imagine Cao Hongtu's expression when he would receive this piece of this. If they were in his position, they might vomit blood out of frustration. Since you have the legacy, your inheritor's identity is justified. The head of the council nodded. His words were the verdict. It meant that the Great Qian noble family consultation chamber, in the representation of the Great Qian Empire, had acknowledged Wang Teng's identity. Cao Guan's face turned pale. Sinclaman flicked his sleeve and strode out of the great hall silently. Chapter 956, I didn't. You're spouting nonsense. You're framing me. Following Sinclaman's departure, some council members began gloating and started talking. Turns out that there is a legacy mark. If there's a legacy mark, then there's nothing to question. He should have taken it out sooner. He's just playing with others. Cao Guan and Sinclaman even wanted to take the Baron's seal away from his hands. This brat is really evil. Hearing those words, Cao Guan couldn't stay any longer. His face turned pale, and he glared at Wang Teng. At this moment, he was suffering torment like a cat on hot bricks. However, he didn't have the same status as Sinclaman and didn't dare to leave on his own. Wang Teng, there is no problem with your identity as an inheritor. However, to inherit the title of Baron, you will still need to pass the consultation chamber's assessment. The head of the council opened his mouth again. Assessment? Wang Teng frowned. That's right. Everyone who is inheriting the Baron title must go through an assessment. This is a rule of the Empire. Those who are not virtuous or lack potential would be unable to inherit the title, the head of the council explained. Wang Teng nodded and asked, When will I take the assessment? Don't worry. After discussing the assessment, we'll inform you about the contents of the assessment later. The head of the council continued, Moreover, we will have to wait for Cao Hongtu, the temporary holder of the title, to return. He has made many contributions over the years, and we cannot just erase them. Wang Teng frowned again. He always felt that this matter wasn't that simple. However, judging from the head of the council's tune, it was obvious that this matter wouldn't be resolved by just words. Go back and wait for our news, the head of the council said. The meeting was over, and the council members got up after one another, leaving the hall. Wang Teng had no choice. He had done what he could. Now, this matter would depend on how the assessment would be arranged and what would happen to Cao Hongtu. I didn't expect Cao Hongtu to do so many things over the years. Looks like he really worked hard, Roundball commented. I'm afraid that man would be much more difficult to deal with than his useless son, Wang Teng replied. Back then, I knew he was a scheming man, but Master Nangong didn't believe me. Roundball complained in anger. They're no use talking about it now, Wang Teng said helplessly. Let's go back and wait for the result. Okay, but don't worry, I accompanied Master Nangong when he took the assessment. It shouldn't be a difficult thing for you, Roundball assured him. They had already walked out of the noble family consultation chamber. However, when Wang Teng passed the stone tablet by the entrance, He realized that Cao Guan was waiting for him outside. "I can give you money, leave the city and the empire. Low-class martial warriors like you just want resources. My family can afford it." Cao Guan stopped Wang Teng. He sounded like he was doing charity. Wang Teng turned and looked at him. He then laughed out loud, replying with contempt, "No, you can't afford it." His eyes and smile triggered Cao Guan. "If you could afford it, you wouldn't be eyeing the Baron's title." Wang Teng added fuel to fire. "There are some things that you can't touch. Do you think the consultation chamber is a reasonable place? If you think you can inherit the Baron's title by going through the noble families, you are too naive. Even if you became a Baron, it wouldn't take long for someone to kill a planetary stage warrior like you." Cao Guan gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Are you threatening me?" Wang Teng narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Cao Guan. "Threat? No, it's a piece of advice." Cao Guan thought Wang Teng was afraid and smiled proudly. He then extended his arm to pat his shoulder. However, Wang Teng avoided him and suddenly exclaimed, "What? You're thinking of getting your father Cao Hongtu to kill me and the Parker's family to flout the laws of the empire to secretly offer a reward for my head. How can the Cao family be so vicious? Your father and I are Baron Nangong's inheritors. I didn't expect your father to be such a ruthless man." "Fuck." Cao Guan's face turned pale and he burst out in anger. "I didn't. You're spouting nonsense. You're slandering me." "You did. You did. Can you swear it on your family's lives that you didn't threaten me?" Wang Teng was pushing him to the edge. Cao Guan's face turned dark. He did threaten Wang Teng, but not to that extent. He didn't say that he would get his father to kill Wang Teng. He also didn't say that he was getting the Parker's family to offer a reward for Wang Teng's head. No matter how daring he was, he would never speak of the Parker's family. It was all fabrication. False accusations. There were still many council members who hadn't left. Hearing their voices, they looked over and shook their heads. Cao Hongtu's dumb son was obviously not Wang Teng's match. Assassinations were supposed to be done secretly and silently. He was threatening him in front of the noble family consultation chamber. What an idiot. Now that Wang Teng brought that up, even if the Parkers wanted to do something, they would have to weigh the consequences. Otherwise, when he was assassinated, they would have to take the blame, whether or not it was done by them. If Sinclamen knew about Cao Guan's idiotic behavior, he would probably want to kill him on the spot. Wang Teng ignored Cao Guan and called for a rune energy flying car. He then flew away into the sky, leaving Cao Guan behind. "Bastard!" Cao Guan gritted his teeth. "Back to Fan Taining's home." "Master Wang Teng, you're back." Fan Taining immediately welcomed him. He already knew that Wang Teng had visited the noble family consultation chamber. Things like that could not be kept secret. The news would spread quickly. "Are you all right?" he asked worriedly. He knew that Baron Nangong's matter was fishy, and there were probably many families involved. Otherwise, Cao Hongtu would not be able to take the title of the Baron. After all, Baron Nangong didn't leave a will behind. Given that, he shouldn't be able to inherit the title. It's nothing much. Everything went quite well. Wang Teng responded casually as if nothing dangerous had happened in the meeting. Fan Taining was surprised. Inheriting titles had never gone smooth. However, Wang Teng was so relaxed. Did he have a trump card up his sleeves? "Master Wang Teng, are you really Baron Nangong's inheritor?" He brought Wang Teng into the house and couldn't help asking. "Indeed, the news will spread soon." Wang Teng nodded. "Then you will have to be careful of Cao Hongtu and his family." "I heard that he is a vengeful person." Fan Taining looked around and whispered. Chapter 957, The Cao Family's Reply. Wang Teng was surprised by Master Fan Taining's reminder. He still offered him advice even after knowing that his enemies were Cao Hongtu and the Parker's family. He didn't chase him out of his house either. This showed that Fan Taining sincerely treated him as a friend. Of course, this also meant that the Grand Master-level Rune Master standing behind him had a powerful background. It looks like Grand Master-level Rune Masters are more popular than I thought. Wang Teng touched his chin and wondered to himself. He was eager to head to the Secondary Career Alliance to prove his Grand Master level mastery. Mind you, he was at the Grand Master level for rune mastery and smithery. Given enough time, his connections would definitely grow. His alchemy mastery was almost at the Grand Master level too. He could pick up some alchemist attribute bubbles in the Secondary Career Alliance a few days later, and he would jump to the Grand Master level. How amazing would it be? Master Wang Teng, stay at my place without any worry. I have registered my residence with the Secondary Career Alliance and have gained the protection of the Alliance. Ordinary martial warriors won't dare to create trouble here, Fan Taining said. Thank you. I won't have to worry about insensible people coming over to create trouble for me. Wang Teng laughed. After you finish your registration at the Secondary Career Alliance tomorrow with your potential, the Alliance will definitely be happy to give you protection. Master Fan Taining laughed happily. Wang Teng smiled. He wondered if Master Fan Taining would drop his jaws when he realized that he was a Grand Master level Run Master. He should let others reveal this truth. He was too embarrassed to say it himself. Wang Teng had a conversation with Fan Taining about runes. Then he retired to his room. He sat cross-legged on his bed and focused on his attributes panel. Ocean Whale Flame 100. Wang Teng smiled unconsciously when he saw the new flame on his attributes panel. So what if you're a Heaven Stage martial warrior? So what if you're from the Parker's family? I can still collect your attribute bubbles. When he went to the chamber, there was a moment when Sinclaman wanted to kill him, but the attack got stopped by the head of the council. Sinclaman dropped an attribute bubble at that time, and Wang Teng picked it up silently. When this attribute bubble merged into his body, he noticed a blue flame appearing in his consciousness. It looked the same as Sinclaman's flame. However, it was just a tiny flame that was smaller than an egg. The tiny blue flame hid in a corner and flickered in fear as it faced the holy flame, the dark flame, and the emerald, glazed flame. After receiving the ocean whale flame, Wang Teng immediately knew its background. This was a beast fire. It came from the deep-sea blue whale living deep in the ocean. Only a small number of pure-blooded deep-sea blue whale could breathe the ocean whale flame. The ocean whale flame could not be compared to a divine fire like the emerald glazed flame. However, it was a powerful flame among the star beasts. It was able to burn brightly even in the ocean. The Parker's family could release a lot of its power with the help of their fire physique. Wang Teng was extremely interested in the fire physique of the Parker's family. He had many flames. If he had the fire physique, he would become more powerful. In the evening, after having dinner, Fan Taining held him back to discuss runes again. Fan Taining was astounded by Wang Teng's understanding and gained many insights. Then Wang Teng returned to his room and entered the virtual reality to cultivate. In the Nangong family encampment, Cao Guan finally managed to contact his father, Cao Hongtu. They were conversing in the virtual universe. Besides Cao Guan and Cao Hongtu, there were many other people. They were all Cao Hongtu's sons, daughters, grandsons, granddaughters, great-grandsons, etc. During these million years, Cao Hongtu created a huge family, grooming many descendants. If Nangong family had done the same thing, they wouldn't be in this state. They wouldn't need an outsider to inherit their noble title. Cao Hongtu was a stern-looking, middle-aged man with slightly curled brown hair. His eyes were like an upside-down triangle. They made him look sinister. Someone brought Nangong Yue's Baron's seal to the noble family consultation chamber and even attained his legacy. Cao Hongtu called Nangong Yue by his name without any hint of respect in his tone. He stared at Cao Guan coldly. "Why didn't you inform me immediately?" Cold sweat dripped down Cao Guan's forehead continuously. He was extremely fearful of Cao Hongtu. The other party is just a planetary stage martial warrior, and there are other families speaking up for me in the council. I thought that this young man with no background won't be able to do anything, so I didn't inform you. A planetary stage martial warrior with no background. Cao Hongtu's gaze turned sharper. Since he managed to get acknowledged as the inheritor, it means that you're worse than him, right? Plonk. Cao Guan kneeled down in fright. "Father, please give me another chance. I'll not let him get the baron's title." "Give you another chance?" Cao Hongtu's face turned black. "Do you know what will happen if you fail again? If you fail again, our family will never be able to take over the baron's title, and father's effort all these years will go to waste." A mesmerizing voice was heard. All the other descendants of Cao Hongtu didn't dare to speak, but this lady remained unaffected by his anger. There was even a small smile at the edge of her lips as she looked at Cao Guan with disdain. This lady seemed to be around 28. She was sexy, and her hair was tied up. She exuded the aura of a mature lady. From her looks and aura, one could give her 90 points. Her voluptuous figure could add another 5 points. It was hard to imagine that this lady belonged to the Cao family. After all, Cao Hongtu wasn't exactly handsome. Cao Jiao. Cao Guan raised his head abruptly. He was furious. "Don't look at me like that. I'm your dear little sister." Cao Jiao patted her voluptuous chest delicately. The other members of the Cao family, if they didn't know her character, they would have almost believed her performance. Jiao Ye is right. If you fail again, all my efforts will go down the drain. You won't be able to bear the consequences. Cao Hongtu's expression turned gentler when he saw Cao Jiao turning to Cao Guan. His gaze turned sharp and cold again. "Go back and stay in your room to reflect. I'll ask your younger brother to take over your businesses. Also, I'll head back to the Great Qian planet too. I must attend to this matter personally." Cao Guan was dejected. He was unwilling to give up, but he didn't dare to disobey Cao Hongtu. "Father, I'll not disappoint you." Cao Ling, Cao Guan's younger brother and the fourth child of Cao Hongtu, promised hurriedly. "After you go back, investigate the other party's ability and background. I want to know if there's anyone supporting him. I don't believe that a planetary stage martial warrior dares to go against me," Cao Hongtu ordered. "I understand." Cao Ling nodded. He paused and asked, "What about the Parker's family?" "You don't have to care about them. I will contact Sir Sinclamen personally." Cao Hongtu frowned and replied, "I'm sure Sir Sinclamen will give you some face if you go personally." Cao Ling tried to curry favor with his father. "It's hard to say. I heard that the young brat angered Sinclamen during the meeting. He must be fuming since he got provoked by a planetary stage martial warrior. If I don't offer some gifts, I might not be able to appease his anger," Cao Hongtu said helplessly. There was a flash of exasperation in his eyes. The Parker's family is one of the 8 dukes after all." Cao Jiao smiled and said, "Jiao Yao, you should come back soon. I need your help this time." Cao Hongtu turned to another person and said, "You should come back too." Cao Jiao was one of the only 2 Cosmos stage martial warriors among his descendants. This was why Cao Guan didn't dare to refute her. The other one was his second son, Cao Wu. He was a muscular and stern-looking man. 1,000,000 years could change many things. 2 of Cao Hongtu's descendants had managed to reach the Cosmos stage. Round Ball wished that Cao Hongtu was still at the Cosmos stage. It must be daydreaming. Compared to his younger siblings, Cao Guan only managed to reach the 6th-level celestial stage even after all these years of resources. This was partly because of Cao Hongtu's lack of education in the past and his low talent in martial arts. "All right. Since it's father's request, I'll definitely come back." Cao Jiao nodded obediently. "Okay." Cao Wu's reply was short. Cao Jiao and Cao Wu had reached the Cosmos stage, so they were stationed on battlefields all year round. They were there to accumulate military exploits for the Cao family and also to improve their ability. They rarely stayed in the Great Qian planet. Cao Hongtu was satisfied with their attitude. They were his proudest son and daughter. Naturally, he felt that they were the best. "I'll make some preparations first. I can't leave the No-6 defense planet as and when I want to. I need to complete some handover procedures."
Cao Jiao said.
"Yes, go ahead." Cao Hongtu nodded. He said to everyone else, "You all can leave." The meeting of the Cao family ended at that. Everyone started moving, regardless of where they were. They were all heading back to the Great Qian planet. Wang Teng didn't know that the Cao family was targeting him. However, he did ask Roundball to investigate Cao Hongtu. Know thy enemy and know yourself. In 100 battles, you will never be defeated. Cao Hongtu was at the heaven stage, so if he didn't prepare well, he would be at a disadvantage when he met him. After all, Roundball wasn't reliable. He had suffered many times because of it, so he should rely on himself. Chapter 958. How are they? The next morning, Wang Teng woke up from his cultivation. One night in the real world meant one day in the virtual universe. He could accomplish many things in one day. He could collect numerous attribute bubbles. His ability rose and all of his forces increased. He was getting closer to breaking through to the celestial stage. He walked out of the door and met Master Fan Taining. He had dark eye circles and was yawning continuously. Master Wang Teng, you're awake. Fan Taining greeted him after a pause. Master Fan, what happened to you? Wang Teng was shocked at their level. Staying up one night wasn't a problem. Fan Taining must have exhausted much of his energy to end up in this state. I'm fine. I studied the entire night after receiving your guidance and managed to achieve a breakthrough in my rune mastery. I didn't waste your effort, Master Fan Taining said happily. My effort? Wang Teng was stunned. What did I do? Why didn't I know? He was a little irritated by Fan Taining's pestering yesterday, so he answered a few of his questions subconsciously and threw him a few more questions for him to think. Did he achieve a breakthrough because of that? Master Wang Teng, thank you so much. I have been stuck at this bottleneck for a long time. I'm lucky to have received your help. Fan Taining suddenly grabbed Wang Teng's hand. This old fellow seemed a little excited as he thanked him continuously. Wang Teng felt goosebumps on his skin. He pulled the corners of his lips and hurriedly pulled his hand back. Laughing awkwardly, he said, "Haha, Master Fan, you're too polite. This is the result of the knowledge you have accumulated over the years." I didn't do much. No way, Master Wang Teng. Your help was crucial. Fan Taining thought that Wang Teng was just being humble. Oh, right, after your breakthrough, you must be getting close to the Grand Master level, right? Wang Teng quickly changed the topic. If everything goes smoothly, I'll be able to advance to the Grand Master level within 3 years. If I'm able to have more conversations with you, it might be faster. Fan Taining was glowing when he spoke about the advancement again. Wang Teng felt his heart sinking. Master Fan Taining was honestly irritating. He had never met such an irritating old man. Haha, sure. Wang Teng agreed with him, but in his heart, he reminded himself to stay away from Fan Taining in the future. He mustn't get caught by him. They were friends, but he wasn't a beauty. He wouldn't give him any chance to find him. Thank you. Fan Taining thanked Wang Teng fervently. His eyes were glowing. When are we heading to the Secondary Career Alliance? Wang Teng felt the corners of his eyes twitching. He changed the topic again. We'll have breakfast first and head over immediately afterward. Fan Taining chuckled when he saw how impatient Wang Teng was. Thus, after breakfast, the two of them took a Rune Energy flying car to the Secondary Career Alliance. The Secondary Career Alliance was situated in the most prosperous business district of Great Qian City, the Kunwu district. This street was named after the empire's divine beast. It was said that the first emperor of the Great Qian Empire named this street personally when it was still in the designing phase. It had an extraordinary significance. If one looked at it from a bird's eye view, one would notice that this district was linked to many other locations. Large streams of people strolled through the streets. The main street in this district was directly linked to the outskirts of the Great Qian Palace. However, the Great Qian Palace was separated from the street by a large plaza. No buildings were allowed to be constructed there as a high-tier civilization. Many powerful factions chose to have a building in this city, for instance, the Universe Bank, the Virtual Universe Office, the Thousand Treasure Chamber, and many others. They were all scattered along the sides of the street as one of the giants in the universe. The Secondary Career Alliance had a building in this district too. Wang Teng and Master Fan Taining alighted when they reached the Kunwu district. They strolled along the lively street and turned into a side road. After walking for about 100 meters, they stopped in front of a towering building. How would one describe this building? Wang Teng sized it up carefully. At this moment, he couldn't find any words to explain the sight. In summary, this building was a compilation of all kinds of professional styles, which were portrayed in an extremely artistic manner. However, it didn't seem out of the place. Instead, it looked unique and refreshing. He would probably remember this place even after he left the Empire. What do you think? The style of our Secondary Career Alliance building is nice, right? Master Fan Taining asked proudly. Indeed, it's not bad, Wang Teng nodded. Of course, we invited many Grandmaster-level architects to its construction. It took them many years, and the building would be upgraded from time to time. Fan Taining laughed as he led the way. Come, let's go in. Wang Teng glanced at the exterior of the Secondary Career Alliance and exclaimed in his heart. In the universe, the ancient factions had to use eras to count the time of their existence. Their foundations were extremely strong. They even put so much effort into the exterior of a building. It was amazing. This thought flashed through his mind before he followed Fan Taining hurriedly. They entered the Secondary Career Alliance. There were already many people in the building. People walked to and fro, making the scene lively. Wang Teng scanned the room and saw countless blacksmiths, alchemists, runmasters, etc. They were from various races. Some of them had beast heads. They were definitely from the orc race, a common sight in the universe. It wasn't hard to distinguish their identity. They were wearing the exclusive attire of the Alliance, an elegant and luxurious purple gown with different symbols pasted on their chests. Alchemists would have a furnace symbol, blacksmiths would have a hammer symbol, runmasters would have a rune symbol, so on and so forth. It was simple and direct. This reminded Wang Teng of the runmaster and alchemist assessment he took on the Xingwu continent. Their system was similar, but compared to them, the universe's system was more complete and unified. I wonder how they are? Wang Teng suddenly remembered Master Gorlin, Li Rongshui, and his other friends. The danger on Earth was extremely pressing, so he had to leave his home and come to the universe to find a path to survival. He didn't have the time to visit the Xingwu continent. After settling his identity problem, he could avert Earth's crisis and should be able to find some time to head to the Xingwu continent to solve the dark apparitions issue there. It was still uncertain whether Earth and the Xingwu continent could integrate further. He didn't know either. If they could, it would be a good solution for both parties. Integrating with the Xingwu continent would be a good option for Earth if the people there wanted to enter the universe. Chapter 959. How could he fail when he was a bug? Oh, Master Fan Taining, you came to the Alliance today. Just when Wang Teng was in deep thought, a foreign voice sounded beside him. Oh, it's Master Hobson. Fan Taining turned his head and laughed when he saw a tall, strong man walking over. Wang Teng was a little surprised. The man's muscles seemed to be made of rocks, and he was 5 meters tall. It was fortunate that the Alliance took into account the stature of every race when designing the building, such that the roof and doors were high and wide enough. Otherwise, the building wouldn't be able to accommodate a hunk like him. With each step he took, it felt like the ground was shaking. It was so overwhelming that everyone around couldn't help but give way. Looking at him reminded Wang Teng of the Zhongyan clan that he met in Darkland. Wang Teng had a deep impression of them. After all, they fed him so many attributes. The Zhongyan clan could control rocks to cover their bodies, and they possessed strong physiques and strength. Wang Teng later merged the heart of Zhongyan talent into the more advanced heart of magnetic essence. Now he could not only condense rocks, but metal and sand as well. He was wondering if this man was related to the Zhongyan clan, but there were still some differences between this man and the Zhongyan clan. Although he looked tall and strong, his eyes were yellowish-brown in color and his head was round. He looked simple and honest. However, the burly mixed blood from the Zhongyan clan looked fiercer, and his eyes had a trace of blood red. He wondered if it was because of the dark apparition's bloodline. Come, Master Wang Teng, Let me introduce you to Master Hobson from the Zhongyan clan. Fan Taining introduced them to each other. Master Hobson, this is Run Master Wang Teng. Wang Teng was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this man was really from the Zhongyan clan. Wasn't their clan erased by the dark apparitions? That's not it. The universe is vast. Even if Earth was destroyed, there will still be humans who would have survived. Such a young rune master? Hobson was surprised as he sized up Wang Teng. Wang Teng nodded. I brought Master Wang Teng over to register for the assessment. He will also join our secondary career alliance, Fan Taining explained. Master Fan, you found such a young master? Looks like you will be receiving a lot of rewards, Master Hobson said with envy. Ha ha ha, of course, but I've already agreed with Dr. Leonardo to recommend Master Wang Teng, Fan Taining said. Dr. Leonardo? Master Hobson was surprised. Is Master Wang Teng also a doctor with superb medical skills? You will find out later, Fan Taining said mysteriously. You're making me curious. Hobson shook his head helplessly and asked, Master Wang Teng, can I tag along and observe a thing or two? It just so happens that I have nothing to do today. Sure, no problem. Wang Teng's eyes flashed. He agreed as this master blacksmith might come in handy during his blacksmith assessment later. The group then headed into the interior of the Alliance following Fan Taining's lead, going directly to a room. Dr. Leonardo was already waiting there for a long time. Master Wang Teng, Master Fan Taining, you're finally here. I almost thought that you have forgotten about this. How could we forget such an important thing? Fan Taining laughed. Master Hobson, you're here too? Dr. Leonardo asked in surprise as he turned towards him. Ha! I ran into Master Fan Taining and Master Wang Teng and decided to come and take a look. Hobson rubbed his head with his rough hands. Let's go in. I have already greeted the staff. Dr. Leonardo nodded and urged. The group entered the room. The staff were very polite and completed the registration process quickly. It was great to have connections. With Master Fan Taining and Dr. Leonardo, there was nothing for Wang Teng to fret about. They took the registration form and headed directly for the assessment area. The interior of the Secondary Career Alliance was huge and was divided into various areas according to the different professions. They decided to go for the doctor assessment first. The doctor assessment is mainly about treatment and medical knowledge. It doesn't matter if you don't have medical knowledge. As long as you show your light force treatment, you can be part of the Secondary Career Alliance and you would have a smooth career. Those who are skilled in light force treatment have great advantages, Dr. Leonardo said. Wang Teng nodded to show that he understood. Medical knowledge wasn't that difficult for him. It was just a matter of picking up attributes. Wang Teng used to pick up a lot of medical knowledge attributes on Earth, but it would definitely not be comparable to the medical knowledge in the universe. He was planning to see if he could pick up a few medical knowledge attributes and boost his medical knowledge level. Otherwise, he might look a bit amateur with just his light force treatment. After a while, everyone came to the assessment room. Dr. Leonardo brought Wang Teng in, while Fan Taining and Hobson waited outside. The assessment room was actually an infirmary. There were many figures in white gowns inside who were waiting for their assessment to start. At the same time, there were 3 examiners who were seated and communicating with each other. They were surprised when they saw Leonardo walking in with Wang Teng. Dr. Leonardo, Dr. Zheng Shu, Dr. Celia, Dr. Guo Suyang, so you are the examiners today. Dr. Leonardo greeted the 3 of them and passed them the registration form. I brought Master Wang Teng here to take part in the assessment. Master Wang Teng, the 3 examiners were even more surprised. Looking at the registration form, this young man was not even 20 years old, yet he had already reached the master level. It was unbelievable. Wang Teng also scanned the 3 examiners. Among them, Zheng Shu and Guo Suyang were humans, while Celia was a female fairy with a delicate and beautiful appearance. There were no ugly fairies, and she was naturally not excluded. The assessment is about to begin. I shall not disturb all of you. Leonardo looked at the time and said, Master Wang Teng, I'll wait for you outside. Just come out after your assessment is over. All right. Leonardo then walked out of the assessment room. "Mr. Wang Teng, please take a seat. We'll begin the assessment soon." Even if they were unsure whether he was a master, the three examiners were still polite to the man who was brought here by Leonardo. Wang Teng found a vacant seat and sat down. After some time, Celia, the female doctor, stood up and spoke slowly. "Today's doctor assessment will be split into two parts, a written test and practical treatment. The written test mainly assesses all kinds of medical knowledge, while the treatment tests your actual skills. No matter what method you use, as long as you can heal the patient, you will be able to pass the assessment. Both assessments will take up half an hour each, and the assessment begins. As soon as she finished, a screen appeared in front of every examinee, displaying a series of medical knowledge questions. Wang Teng was a little helpless. He didn't know that he would have to take a written test. He glanced at the questions and didn't rush to attempt them. He didn't know the answer to most of the questions. The others had already started and were also starting to drop attribute bubbles, medical knowledge 100. Medical knowledge 120. Medical knowledge 120. The attribute bubbles were being collected by Wang Teng, and they merged into his mind. Suddenly the questions didn't seem foreign anymore. It was like he was enlightened. However, Wang Teng still didn't start. He found that there were some answers that he didn't know. There was no choice but to continue picking up attribute bubbles. Wang Teng's medical knowledge started increasing and advanced from the small achievement stage to the big achievement stage, heading to the perfected stage. Why hasn't Wang Teng started yet? The three examiners were secretly observing Wang Teng and frowned when he didn't move. Leonardo wouldn't fool us like this. Celia shook her head and smiled bitterly. "Let's wait a while more." "Oh, he's answering the questions." Guo Suyang was taken aback. "He's so fast." Zheng Shu and Celia looked over and were surprised. Not only did Wang Teng start answering the questions, but he was extremely fast as well. He barely paused and filled in the answers as soon as his eyes swept past the questions. After 10 minutes, Wang Teng had finished all the questions and submitted his answers. At this time, the others were still struggling with their questions. Some were frowning in deep thought, while others were scratching their heads. Wang Teng laughed secretly. "I know the answers to the questions that you know, and even the ones that you don't." This was the benefit of collecting attributes. You could combine everyone's intellect into one. How could he fail as a bug? The three examiners received Wang Teng's test and started grading it. Their eyes then widened in surprise. Perfect score. There were no errors. This Wang Teng was really unbelievable. They looked at each other and had the same thought. Looks like Dr. Leonardo wasn't fooling around with them. It was highly likely that Wang Teng was a master. Half an hour soon passed, and the written test was over. The other examinees had to turn in their answers and begin the practical assessment. There was a door in the assessment room, and a group of white coats brought patients and the injured over and randomly assigned them to each examinee. In front of Wang Teng was a seriously wounded man. It was clear that he had just come from the battlefield. People like him were common on the Great Qian planet. They were all transported back here as they couldn't be healed on the battlefield planets. With the attitude of a doctor that was responsible for his patients, Wang Teng used eyes of essence to understand his condition. After making sure that there were no other problems, he then used his light force treatment, bestow of the goddess. Light rain suddenly appeared in the room, and everyone was attracted by the scene. Light force treatment. The three examiners were shocked again and stared at Wang Teng like he was a ghost. They were unwilling to look anywhere else. Chapter 960. I want to take part in the Grand Master level assessment. The light force treatment became the highlight of the assessment the moment it appeared. The other candidates looked over with envy and jealousy. That was a light force treatment skill. They also wanted to possess it. To a doctor, a light force treatment skill was a divine and holy skill. However, this skill had a high talent requirement, and they didn't have it. The three examiners walked over from their seats uncontrollably and came to observe Wang Teng. Dr. Celia even stretched out her hand to feel a few drops of the light rain. She wanted to understand its healing effects. It wouldn't affect Wang Teng's treatment. Dr. Celia, does your greenwood treatment have the same effect? Dr. Guo Suyang whispered. I would rejoice if it has half the effect, Dr. Celia said with a bitter smile. Is the difference that huge? Zheng Shu exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Dr. Celia didn't want to admit it, but she still nodded. I'm afraid that only our fairy's life treatment can surpass this light force treatment. No way, Zheng Shu and Guo Suyang were astounded. The life treatment of the fairy race was a miracle treatment that was said to be able to bring the dead back to life. Was this light force treatment really comparable to it? Very soon, Wang Teng stopped his light force treatment. The injuries of the patient were well under control. This treatment possessed no difficulties at all. No dark force remained in the patient's body. It was easier to treat than the critically injured martial warriors on No 4 Defense Planet. He had done whatever he could. The patient would have to rely on himself to recover gradually. Master Wang Teng, I didn't think that you had grasped the light force treatment. Celia's exclamation was heard at the side. She started addressing him as Master Wang Teng, showing that she had acknowledged his ability. I was lucky. Wang Teng didn't reveal any arrogance as he replied humbly. Master Wang Teng, your assessment has ended. We'll record your situation and report it to the Alliance. You shouldn't have any problem getting the master-level certification, Dr. Guo Suyang said. After witnessing his light force treatment, the 3 examiners became polite. They didn't mind giving him some convenience and leaving a good impression. All right, I'll leave first. I have other assessments to attend. Wang Teng nodded and smiled. Then he left the assessment room. Did he say that he's going for other assessments? Zheng Shu asked as he looked at Wang Teng's back. Is he skilled in other areas too? Guo Suyang was dumbstruck. We'll know after asking Dr. Leonardo. Dr. Celia shook her head. He found a great talent this time. Zheng Shu and Guo Suyang nodded uncontrollably. They were full of envy. Besides getting connections through such recommendations, one could also get rewarded by the Alliance. Hence, they were extremely enthusiastic in recommending potential candidates. The instant Wang Teng walked out of the assessment room, Fan Taining and Leonardo came forward. How is it, Master Wang Teng? How was your assessment? Not bad, Wang Teng replied calmly. That's good, Leonardo felt at ease. Quick, let's go for the Runmaster assessment. Fan Taining was getting impatient. He hurried Wang Teng to the assessment venue. Wang Teng followed behind him helplessly. Master Hobson was shocked. Did Master Wang Teng pass the doctor assessment? Since he says it's not bad, it shouldn't be a problem. After all, he has the light force treatment skill, Leonardo replied. Light force treatment? Hobson widened his eyes in surprise. He didn't know that Wang Teng had this rare skill. He suddenly felt fortunate that he had followed them. If not, he would have missed the chance to befriend Wang Teng. No, he must hug Wang Teng's thigh tightly. Master Wang Teng, I heard that there will be a Grandmaster-level Runmaster in this Runmaster assessment, Fan Taining said as he led the way. A Grandmaster? Wang Teng was slightly stunned. Yes, he's Grandmaster Gonwat. He's quite famous in the Alliance, Fan Taining said. Wang Teng looked at him strangely. He was going to take the Grandmaster-level assessment. Should he tell him? After thinking for a while, he decided to say it. As for that assessment, you don't have to worry. With your ability, you will easily pass the test. Fan Taining thought Wang Teng was worried that the examiner would be stricter since he was a Grandmaster, so he consoled him. Wang Teng felt speechless. He wanted to speak, but Fan Taining continued. Grandmaster Gonwat has a good relationship with my master. If he knows that I recommended you, he will definitely take care of you. Yes, what you say is right. Wang Teng was helpless. He decided to keep quiet. Soon they arrived at the Runemaster assessment venue. There were another bunch of people walking in this direction from the other end of the corridor. The 2 groups met in the middle. Master Fan Taining, what a coincidence. Did you bring someone for the assessment? A tall and skinny elder chuckled. Pittman, why are you here? Master Fan Taining frowned uncontrollably when he saw the person. I brought someone for the assessment too. Pittman pointed at a man who seemed around 30 years old. This is Runemaster Jiang Wensing. He hails from a distant planet and has just turned 32 this year. However, he's already eligible to participate in the master-level assessment. I'm his referrer. There was a hint of arrogance on Jiang Wensing's face. He nodded at Fan Taining. Aren't you going to introduce the person you brought? Pittman sized up the people behind Fan Taining, recognizing Leonardo and Hobson. They were not here for the assessment. His gaze then landed on Wang Teng. This is Master Wang Teng. He hasn't turned 20 yet. I'm his referrer. Fan Taining introduced Wang Teng with a strange expression. Hasn't turned 20 and he's already a run master. Pittman's expression froze. He thought that he was lucky enough to find a 32-year-old run master. Yet Fan Taining found one that hadn't reached 20. Anyone could tell that Fan Taining's candidate had greater potential. To think that he came over to compare his candidate with Fan Taining's. He was slapping his own face. This didn't feel good. Jiang Wenxing's expression changed a little too. He sized up Wang Teng and seemed unconvinced. Wang Teng frowned. He didn't want to waste his time on them. He didn't mind people who wanted to feel superior to others, but if they came to find him, Master Fan, I didn't have the chance to tell you just now. I came to participate in the Grand Master level assessment. Wang Teng replied calmly. I know, it's the Master level. Wait. Fan Taining froze. Grand Master level assessment. Pittman and Jiang Wenxing were thunderstruck. Chapter 961, The Past Makes One Emotional. Grand Master level. Are you kidding me? Pittman shouted after a moment of silence. He could accept a master-level rune master who hadn't turned 20 yet. After all, he had seen many talents. However, such a young Grand Master was impossible. Pittman didn't believe him. Jiang Wenxing didn't believe him either. He quickly regained his composure and smiled. If you said this to stimulate me, you win. I can't be compared to someone who has reached the Grand Master level before hitting his 20s. Although he was admitting defeat, the disdain and contempt in his tone were apparent. Wang Teng frowned. He wanted to disregard Jiang Wenxing at first, but the contemptuous tone irked him. He replied calmly, Do you think you can fight with me if I participate in the master-level assessment? Jiang Wenxing's expression froze. His words made sense. A 20-year-old master was definitely better than a 32-year-old master. The difference in talent and potential between them was vast. Mr. Wang Teng, runes are a broad and profound field. Even Grand Master-level rune masters maintain a humble attitude. I don't think you should be so arrogant, Pittman said. Wang Teng glanced at him and said, When you came over to find your sense of superiority, were you thinking of remaining humble? Pittman's face turned black. Also, I'm not looking down on anyone. You were the one who came to compare with me. You stretched your feet out and waited for me to step on it. Is it my fault? Wang Teng asked calmly. He had never lost when it comes to refuting. Pfft. Jiang Wenxing felt a stab in his heart. Pittman was speechless too. He was right. They were the ones who came to speak to them first. He couldn't find any reason to refute Wang Teng now. Ha, Master Pittman, why don't you bring your Master Jiang Wenxing to the assessment area first? If you're late, you'll have to wait for the next one. Fan Taining laughed when he saw Pittman choking on his own words. Pittman knew that he was in the wrong, so he snorted and entered the assessment room with Jiang Wenxing. Master Wang Teng, thank you. Although I have some grudges with Pittman, I didn't want to pull you in. Sorry to implicate you. However, he found the wrong person to tease this time, Fan Taining said to Wang Teng gratefully. Nothing. It's just a small matter, Wang Teng said. Let's go to the venue, Fan Taining said hurriedly. He thought that what Wang Teng said about taking the Grand Master level assessment was just to help him. I'm not lying. I really want to participate in the Grand Master level exam. Wang Teng was speechless. What? You're serious? Fan Taining widened his eyes in shock as he exclaimed. He knew that Wang Teng's rune mastery was high. That was why he was able to enlighten him just by answering a few of his questions. However, when he thought about how extraordinary Grand Masters were, he started to feel a little uncertain. The Grand Master level assessment was extremely difficult. Many Master level Rune Masters got stuck here and couldn't break through. There was a chasm between a Master and a Grand Master. This wasn't a gap that could be overcome purely through time and effort. It required talent, too. This was the reason why more than 80% of Master-level Rune Masters failed to reach that stage. "I can't take it?" Wang Teng asked. "You can." Fan Taining was a little hesitant. "However, it's a little more troublesome as compared to the Master-level assessment. We need to inform 3 or more Grand Master-level Rune Masters for this assessment." Dr. Leonardo and Master Blacksmith Hobson also came over. They didn't interfere just now, but they were equally astounded. "Master Wang Teng, how confident are you?" Leonardo asked. "At least 70%. Wang Teng was acting humble. If he said 100%, they probably wouldn't believe him. He would have to explain to them again. That's really high. Fan Taining's expression changed. He was elated. If Wang Teng was honestly so confident as his recommender, he would gain great benefits too. This was a Grand Master Rune Master who hadn't reached 20. What did this mean? Even his master might come to snatch the position of the recommender if he learned about this, he said hurriedly. "Master Wang Teng, if you're certain you want to participate in this assessment, I'll have to make an application immediately. However, you need to wait. I'm not sure if there are 3 or more Grand Masters available today." "Is it this troublesome?" Wang Teng was surprised. "It can't be helped. After all, this is a Grand Master level assessment," Fan Taining said with a bitter smile. "In that case," Wang Teng paused for a second. He was in a dilemma. Should he tell them that he wanted to take the Grand Master level assessment for smithery and alchemy too? After all, 3 Grand Master level assessments were a little exaggerated. What if they got frightened? But he recalled his current situation. If he didn't display his ability now, his enemies would come and look for him soon. He cemented his resolve and said, "In that case, help me to apply for the Grand Master level smithery and alchemy assessments too." Own 3 in a row. Master Fan Taining, Dr. Leonardo, Master Blacksmith Hobson. This time they weren't just stunned. They lost their thoughts for a split second. It was as if their minds were switched off. "Are you guys all right?" Wang Teng asked worriedly. He didn't think that they would be so surprised. "Come on, y'all are not young anymore. Why is your mind so weak?" "Cough, Master Wang Teng. You scared me," Fan Taining said with a forced smile. "I think it's all right. I heard that there are many talents in the universe. Isn't it common to find someone with 3 Grand Master titles?" Wang Teng asked. 3 Grand Master titles are common." Fan Taining almost vomited blood. He started cursing in his mind. "Your head? Do you think Grand Master titles can be bought in the market like cabbages? 1 Grand Master title is rare enough, much less 3. You must have some misunderstanding about the Grand Master level." "Really?" Wang Teng tried his best to suppress his smile when he saw their expressions, saying innocently, "I thought that 3 Grand Master titles can be found everywhere. To think that I worked so hard to raise my ability. I stayed up many nights and days cultivating just to reach this stage. The past is making me emotional, the 3 Masters." Wang Teng's achievement was the result of his hard work. Indeed, they were not working hard enough. Even a rare talent like Wang Teng was toiling so hard. What reasons did normal people like them have to slack? The 3 Masters started to look at Wang Teng in a different light. Chapter 962, Unfilial Disciple. "You're creating trouble for me. People who worked hard were worth respecting." Wang Teng's image rose in their hearts. "Master Wang Teng, I'll apply for the Grand Master level Rune Master assessment now." Fan Taining regained his calm. "I'll apply for the smithery assessment for you," Master Blacksmith Hobson said. "Yes, you can, however. We agreed that if we get the reward, we'll split half with Master Wang Teng," Fan Taining said. Wang Teng glanced at Master Fan Taining in surprise. Of course, he was happy to have someone watching his back. "No problem. My main aim is to befriend a rare talent like Master Wang Teng." The reward is a bonus, Master Hobson said righteously. Wang Teng looked at him strangely. He couldn't tell that this humble-looking Master Hobson was quite good at talking. Master Fantaining and Dr. Leonardo looked at Master Hobson as if it was their first time knowing him. They were astonished, too. Cough. What about the alchemy assessment? Master Hobson coughed awkwardly. I'll look for my master and ask him to help find an alchemist as your recommender, Fantaining said after contemplating. He looked at Wang Teng and asked, Master Wang Teng, what do you think?
I'm fine with it,
Wang Teng replied. Of course he was fine with it. There was someone running errands for him. Master Fantaining and the others immediately went to apply for the Grand Master level assessment. These were 3 Grand Master level titles. Just thinking about it made their hearts shudder. Fantaining wondered what kind of monster he had referred to the Secondary Career Alliance. Fantaining and the others were so efficient that it shocked Wang Teng, or rather, he had underestimated the importance of having a person with 3 Grand Master titles in the Secondary Career Alliance. When the Grand Masters in the Secondary Career Alliance heard that there was a candidate who wanted to take 3 Grand Master level assessments today, they were flabbergasted. They put down whatever matters they had and came to meet Wang Teng with Fantaining. Fortunately, there were many Grand Masters in the Secondary Career Alliance today, or they wouldn't be able to gather enough people for the assessments. At this moment, in a lobby, especially for Grand Masters, the Grand Masters of the Secondary Career Alliance were attending to Wang Teng. When they saw his face, they were dumbstruck again. This was a young man. He was too young. As Grand Masters, their spirits were all-powerful. One look, and they could tell that Wang Teng hadn't hit his 20s yet. Fantaining was in a rush, so he forgot to tell the Grand Masters Wang Teng's real age. This was why they were caught unprepared when they saw him for the first time. They felt that Fantaining was fooling around with them after seeing the real person. Could this young man be a Grand Master in 3 fields? Wasn't this a joke? There was a white-haired man with 3 eyes who looked around 30 walking in front of Fantaining. He had a 3rd eye on his forehead. He looked like the fake Baron Wang Teng saw in the past. However, Wang Teng knew that there were many races in the universe with 3 eyes, so he wasn't surprised. The white-haired man turned back and glared at Fantaining. He found him unreliable. This young man is a Grand Master in 3 fields. Who are you trying to fool? Master, I'm not lying. Wang Teng's rune mastery is very high. I managed to achieve a breakthrough after receiving some enlightenment from him, Fantaining said carefully. He was as timid as a child in front of his master. What about his smithery and alchemy? How much do you know? The white-haired man with 3 eyes asked angrily through voice transmission. He wouldn't say it outright. With his status and position, he wouldn't step on anyone's face, especially when that person was a talent introduced by his disciple. Actually, even if Wang Teng wasn't a Grand Master in 3 fields, just being a Master-level Rune Master younger than 20 meant that he had a higher mastery than Fantaining. It was enough to prove his talent, and he was happy to accept this talented junior under his wings. However, the boasting went a little too far. 3 Grand Master titles. Where did they get the guts to say this? Weren't they afraid of slapping their faces? I don't know much about his alchemy and smithery mastery. Fantaining replied in embarrassment after a moment of silence. The white-haired man with 3 eyes glared at him. Unfilial disciple, you're creating trouble for me. However, I believe that he will pass, Fantaining promised with a stern expression. Are you sure? The white-haired man with 3 eyes frowned. Fantaining didn't have great talent, but he respected him greatly. He would never lie to him in serious matters. Could Wang Teng really be a rare talent who managed to achieve 3 Grand Master levels at a young age? Master, Wang Teng probably hails from an underdeveloped planet. He thought that there are many people with 3 Grand Master titles here, so he worked hard in reaching this stage. That's also the reason why he managed to achieve such astonishing results at a young age, Fantaining said confidently. Really, the white-haired man with 3 eyes was speechless. Are you trying to fool me? No way. I'll never lie to you. I'll believe you for now. The white-haired man with 3 eyes glanced at him. Alfred is the young man your disciple referred to really a Grand Master in 3 fields. The other Grand Masters started asking him through voice transmission. Don't ask me. I got pulled by Fantaining here too, Alfred replied. Since we're here, we'll know after testing him. Let's start from my Rune Master assessment first. Since Fantaining was the one who started this matter as his master, Alfred had to bear whatever consequences it might cause. Wang Teng noticed their reactions, but he remained quiet. He knew that some things couldn't be explained with words. Ability was the best proof. After some time, the white-haired man with 3 eyes in front of Fantaining opened his mouth. I'm Fantaining's master, Alfred. We have processed your application. Are you okay with taking the rune assessment first? Grandmaster Alfred, he mustn't be impolite to a Grandmaster. Wang Teng bowed to the other party using their empire's etiquette. I'm fine with this. We can start. Alfred looked at Wang Teng's humble and confident expression and started to believe his disciple a little. He gave him a kind nod. Follow me. Alfred led the way. There were 2 other rune Grandmasters moving along with them. One had green skin and 3 silver patterns on his face. The other was a human who seemed to be in his 50s. They were the 3 Grandmasters who would be assessing Wang Teng this time. The Grandmaster level assessment room was not far away from the lobby. It was just next door. After all, Grandmasters must be treated properly. When Wang Teng walked in, he realized that this assessment room was extravagant. There were all sorts of facilities here, all prepared for him alone. This was incomparable to the Master level assessment. Chapter 963, I'll be mad at anyone who fails you. The contents of the Grandmaster level assessment are very simple. You just need to carve 3 Grandmaster level arrays within 5 hours. Of course, the examiners will come up with the arrays for the assessment. Alfred informed Wang Teng as he was sizing up the room. No problem, please begin. Wang Teng nodded. Then let me come up with the first array. Grandmaster Alfred smiled as he looked at the other 2 Grandmasters. Please, the other 2 Grandmasters nodded and sat aside with a smile as they watched. My array shall be the Crimson Celestial Array. With a wave of Alfred's hand, an array diagram appeared in front of Wang Teng, Crimson Celestial Array. Wang Teng had never seen such an array before, but he knew that it wasn't a simple one when he looked at the diagram. The runes were complex and far exceeded ordinary arrays. Wang Teng glanced at Grandmaster Alfred. This old man was cunning. He had come up with an extremely challenging array. The other 2 Grandmasters exchanged glances and smirked. Grandmaster Alfred was obviously trying to avoid suspicion. Wang Teng wasn't afraid, though, and began after looking at the array carefully. 3 huge metal plates were placed in front of him, and they were all of moderate sizes. The difficulty of the array was also related to its size. The larger the array, the harder it was to carve. If it was too small, it would be challenging as well. On the other hand, a moderate-size array wouldn't be too difficult. Wang Teng glanced at the rune pen that was sitting on the table. With his spiritual power, he brought the pen over and started to carve runes on the metal plates. Spiritual kinesis. Grandmaster Alfred raised his eyebrows in surprise. In the universe, there were relatively more divine spirit masters, but they were still quite rare. Those who wield spiritual kinesis were generally not weak in their spirit talent. However, using spiritual power to carve arrays was much more difficult compared to carving them by hand. It seemed like Wang Teng was very confident. A meaningful smile appeared on Alfred's face. The other 2 Grandmasters had the same expression. They straightened their bodies and started observing seriously. Wang Teng carved the runes on the metal plate with great speed. One after another, runes appeared on the metal plate accompanied by golden light. As soon as one rune appeared, the next one followed without any pause. The Grandmaster's eyes widened gradually. Wang Teng was too fast enough for them to find it a little unbelievable. They even wondered if he had engraved the Crimson Celestial Array before, otherwise he couldn't possibly be so skilled. After half an hour, Wang Teng suddenly stopped his rune pen. A complete array appeared on the metal plate, and a blinding crimson light shone. It was clear that the array was finished. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a reaction. The Grandmasters let out a long sigh at the same time. They were even more nervous watching Wang Teng inscribing the runes than when they were doing it themselves. Unbelievable. The Grandmasters exchanged glances and their gazes changed completely when they looked at Wang Teng again. That was definitely the skill of a Grandmaster. Although Wang Teng had only inscribed one rune array, they already believed that Wang Teng was at the Grandmaster level. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to inscribe the rune array so quickly. Not many Grandmasters would be able to do that. Grandmasters, the second array, please. Wang Teng's voice pulled the three Grandmasters back to reality. Aren't you going to take a break? Grandmaster Alfred asked. There's no need for that. I think I can still do a few more. He sounded calm, as if he was saying that he could eat 2 more bowls of rice. The Grandmasters were speechless. Then I shall come up with the second array. The greenskin Grandmaster smiled and waved his hand. An array diagram appeared in midair. This is the polar meteor array, a third-rank Grandmaster level array. Please begin. After learning about Wang Teng's prowess, he acted polite and gestured kindly. However, the polar meteor array was much more complicated than the crimson celestial array. Grandmaster level rune arrays were categorized into 9 ranks. The higher the rank, the more complicated it was. The previous crimson celestial array was at the 2nd rank, while polar meteor array was a 3rd rank array. It was clear that the Grand Master was a little curious and wanted to figure out Wang Teng's talent after witnessing his skills. There was a hint of surprise in Wang Teng's eyes as he scanned the diagram. This time, he took a longer time to memorize and analyze the array before he started inscribing. Nevertheless, he wasn't slower. Very soon, after half an hour, Wang Teng completed the array again. A silver light lit up, and the polar meteor array was completed. The Grandmasters exchanged glances and were unable to hide their shock. Continue, Wang Teng said. The 3rd array, Aqua Sea Dragon Array. It's a 3rd-rank Grandmaster level array as well. The human Grandmaster chose his array and gestured kindly. The array was not much different from the polar meteor array. It wasn't that the Grandmaster didn't want to make it more difficult for Wang Teng. It was that this was the more difficult array that he had mastered. Wang Teng didn't know about the truth and looked at the diagram. He took a while before starting. Likewise, after half an hour, a blue array appeared. It shone brightly along with the roar of a dragon. A 9-headed blue dragon appeared above the array. One could feel its overwhelming aura. The Aqua Sea Dragon array was completed. Wang Teng stopped his rune pen and placed it back in its original position. His expression remained unchanged as he looked toward the Grandmasters. They were astounded and speechless. He didn't even take 2 hours and had already completed 3 Grandmaster-level rune arrays. Excluding the time to memorize and analyze the diagrams, he only took half an hour each. He managed to complete 3 Grandmaster-level arrays in such a short time without any mistakes. This was no longer something that an ordinary Grandmaster could achieve. Grandmaster Wang Teng was not just a genius, he was a monster. Now, Alfred finally knew why Fan Taining admired Wang Teng so much. If he knew how amazing Wang Teng's skills were, he would have done that too. It was fortunate that they didn't stop Wang Teng from taking part in the Grandmaster assessment. Otherwise, they wouldn't have seen a peerless talent like him. The Grandmasters stared at Wang Teng with fiery hot eyes as if looking at a golden drumstick. They wanted to hug that golden drumstick in their eyes. Wang Teng's skills were exceptional. He completed the 3 arrays without any challenge. They couldn't comprehend the depth of his skill. Grandmasters, have I passed the assessment? Wang Teng asked. Passed? You must pass. I'll be mad at anyone who fails you, Grandmaster Alfred replied hurriedly. Chapter 964, 9 Essence Soul Congealing Pill. That's good. I'll head to my next assessment then. Wang Teng turned around and left. He was a busy man. This assessment was a walkthrough. It possessed no difficulty for him. Grandmaster Wang Teng, are you really going for the other 2 Grandmaster-level assessments? Grandmaster Alfred caught up with him and asked curiously. Yes. Wang Teng nodded. Has he really reached the Grandmaster level for all three fields? Alfred exchanged glances with the other two Grandmasters. They were astounded. They were starting to believe Wang Teng. His rune mastery was already extremely high, so it might be possible that he had reached the Grandmaster level for the other fields. After all, they probably couldn't understand the world of a genius. They exited the assessment room. Fan Taining hurriedly walked over. "How is it, Master Wang Teng? Did you pass?" "Slap." Grandmaster Alfred slapped his head. "Is this what you should be calling him? Greet him as Grandmaster Wang Teng next time?" "Grandmaster?" Fan Taining touched his head and muttered in astonishment. "He's really a Grandmaster." His gaze changed when he looked at Wang Teng again. Wang Teng suddenly became a Grandmaster, just like his master. He was a little unused to it. He knew that Wang Teng would probably pass the assessment, but when he really did, it felt like a dream. Despite being a Grand Master, he was modest and even spent a beautiful night with him. He also answered many of his questions. Master Wang Teng, no, Grandmaster Wang Teng was indeed easily approachable. To hell with spending a beautiful night. If Wang Teng knew what Fan Taining was thinking, he might give him a kick. At this moment, the Grandmasters from the other fields walked over. One of them, who was in the alchemist's robe, exclaimed, "Grandmaster Alfred, has Mr. Wang Teng passed your assessment?" "Yes, Grandmaster Hua Yuan, Grandmaster Wang Teng has passed the assessment with flying colors." "He's definitely a Grandmaster now," Alfred said firmly. Grandmaster Hua Yuan's eyes lit up. "In that case, Grandmaster Wang Teng, do you want to start the alchemy assessment?" "Of course." Wang Teng smiled. "Please follow me," Grandmaster Hua Yuan said hurriedly. The fact that Wang Teng had passed the Rune Grandmaster assessment gave them hope that he was really a triple Grandmaster candidate. They didn't mind trying it out with him. If he was honestly a Grandmaster in 3 different fields, he would be a great asset to the Secondary Career Alliance. They had found a treasure. There was a competition within the Secondary Career Alliance, too. With branches in every high-tier civilization or powerful faction, a friendly competition existed between all these branches. The Great Qian Empire branch hadn't found an outstanding candidate in a long time. If Wang Teng was a Grand Master in 3 fields, they would be able to amaze the other branches. There were 4 alchemist Grandmasters, and all of them were present. They greeted Wang Teng enthusiastically and walked towards the alchemy assessment room at the side. "Grandmaster Wang Teng, do you want to rest?" Grandmaster Hua Yuan asked after they entered the assessment room. "It's all right. We can start directly." "Okay." The 4 Grandmasters were surprised. Wang Teng had just finished the Rune Grandmaster assessment, so he should have exhausted much of his spirit. However, he didn't need to rest. Was his spirit so powerful, but since he said that he didn't need it, they couldn't force him. "Grandmaster Wang Teng, we'll need you to make a first-rank Grandmaster level and above Dan Medicine for this alchemy assessment." Grandmaster Hua Yuan said there were 9 levels of Dan Medicine. 1st to 3rd were low rank, 4th to 6th were middle rank, and 7th to 9th were high rank. The higher the rank of the Dan Medicine, the higher the mastery of the Grand Master. This assessment only required the alchemist to make a first-rank Grand Master level Dan. This was the lowest requirement, of course. Grand Master level Dan medicines weren't easy to refine. Not only were the requirements high, but the Dan-making process was also extremely complicated. One needed to control the fire properly. The difficulty was unimaginable. Every single Grandmaster level Dan needed at least 500 different herbs. The number was astonishing. The changes during the process were hard to predict too. Any carelessness could cause an explosion and a failure. Many master-level alchemists were unable to make Grandmaster-level Dan medicine even after spending their entire life studying it. That was why they could only stay at the master level. Also, the appearance of Grandmaster-level Dans were accompanied by a lightning calamity. It would only become a Grandmaster-level Dan if it overcame it. If not, it was a useless Dan. 1 bolt of lightning meant it was a first-rank Dan. 2 bolts meant that it was a second-rank Dan. The greater the number of bolts, the higher the rank. Grandmaster Wang Teng, what Grandmaster level Dan are you planning to make? I'll ask them to prepare the ingredients. We can provide 3 sets of ingredients for you, Grandmaster Hua Yuan asked. Let me see. Wang Teng took a look at this attributes panel. Suddenly, he remembered that his alchemist level was still at the master level. He hadn't had the time to raise it, but there was no need to panic. Grandmasters, I'd like to visit the washroom first, Wang Teng said suddenly. The 4 Grandmasters were stunned. They thought that Wang Teng was going to say something important, but he just wanted to visit the washroom. This was a little unexpected. Normally, powerful martial warriors could control their urge to visit the washroom, but if he wanted to go, they couldn't stop him. Go ahead, Grandmaster Hua Yuan nodded. The corners of his lips were twitching. The assessment room had everything but a washroom. Thus, Wang Teng had to leave the assessment room and head to the public toilet. Of course, his aim wasn't the washroom. He needed an excuse to go out and pick up some alchemist attribute bubbles. It wasn't hard to find the place where the alchemists were at. You could just ask around. There was a huge bunch of rooms for the alchemists, where alchemists were busy refining pills. Wang Teng released his spiritual power and picked up all the attribute bubbles dropped on the ground. Alchemy 150. Alchemy 300. Imperial Realm Spirit 100. Alchemy 500. Planetary Realm Spirit 200. Alchemy 350. Dan Prescription 1. The quality of the attribute bubbles was unequal. Some had a higher value while others had a higher realm. However, Wang Teng didn't mind. He collected all of them. His alchemy and spirit rose greatly, especially his alchemy level. It finally broke through the master level and reached the Grandmaster level, Alchemist, 2100, 10,000, Grandmaster. There were many master alchemists in the rooms and 1 or 2 Grandmasters. They helped to raise Wang Teng's mastery. He even had 200 and extra points. He also gained a Grandmaster level Dan prescription, the 9 Essence Soul Congealing Pill. This would be his prescription for the assessment. Chapter 965. What a Big Treasure. After Wang Teng collected the attribute bubbles, he paced around a little before returning to prepare for his alchemist assessment. The Secondary Career Alliance is a good place. Wang Teng lamented as he toured the area where he had received the Dan prescription. This was his first Dan prescription dropped as an attribute bubble. He did receive Dan prescriptions in the past when he picked up alchemy attributes, but they all got merged within alchemy attributes. It looked like, to the system, only Grandmaster level Dan prescriptions were worth an individual bubble. The 9 Essence Soul Congealing Pill was an amazing pill. It was extremely rare, and it could help in retaining one's soul. It was a miracle medicine for people whose souls were heavily injured. Even if one's soul wasn't injured, eating 1 or 2 as a healthy supplement had great benefits for the soul, too. This was why this 3rd-rank Grandmaster level Dan was worth more than other pills of a similar rank. Of course, its difficulty was greater than normal 3rd-rank Dan medicines. In the assessment room, Wang Teng pushed the door and entered. Grandmaster Wang Teng, you're finally back. What took you so long? Grandmaster Hua Yuan greeted him and asked curiously. Oh, it was a huge one. Wang Teng came up with an excuse. The 4 Grandmasters. This was a smelly conversation. It should be stopped immediately. Cough, Grandmaster Wang Teng. Have you decided which Dan you wish to refine? Grandmaster Hua Yuan asked. I want to make the 9 Essence Soul Congealing Pill. Wang Teng replied directly. 9 Essence Soul Congealing Pill, the 4 Grandmasters exclaimed in surprise simultaneously. There was astonishment on their faces. The 9 Essence Soul Congealing Pill wasn't easy to make. Grandmaster Wang Teng wanted to refine a 3rd-rank Dan medicine with a higher level of difficulty. Was he so confident? They didn't know the prescription for the 9 Essence Soul Congealing Pill. But Wang Teng did. He even knew how to refine it. This was highly unexpected. Grandmaster Wang Teng, you can choose an easier Grandmaster level Dan medicine. Grandmaster Hua Yuan hesitated before saying. Wang Teng wanted to, but this was the only prescription he knew. However, he couldn't tell them the real reason, so he felt helpless. But he mustn't destroy his image. Since he wanted to portray that he was a rare talent who was a grand master in 3 different fields, he couldn't let others know that he only knew one Dan prescription. Thus he replied calmly, "It's all right. I'll make the 9-essence soul congealing pill, fine. Tell me the ingredients you need, and I'll ask them to prepare immediately." Grandmaster Hua Yuan was even more surprised when Wang Teng stayed firm in his decision. He stopped persuading him. Wang Teng immediately listed the ingredients he needed. You might need to wait. The ingredients required are a little uncommon. We probably need some time. Grandmaster Hua Yuan frowned. Then he turned around and ordered the staff to prepare the ingredients. Grandmaster Wang Teng. "Why do you want to make the 9-essence soul congealing pill?" one of the grandmasters asked. This grandmaster was a female from the rabbit race. Her name was Harold, and she was quite pretty. Besides the protruding front teeth, there were no other issues with her looks. She seemed young, but her real age was probably quite high. "I just randomly chose a simpler one," Wang Teng said. "Randomly chose a simpler one." Grandmaster Harold was stunned. She didn't know how to continue this conversation. If the 9-essence soul congealing pill was an easy pill, what about the other Grandmaster level Dans? Although Grandmaster Harold felt that Wang Teng was putting on an act, she had no evidence. Wang Teng's serious expression made her wonder if she was kicking up a fuss. She might think that it was difficult, but he probably didn't think so. This was the difference between them. Grandmaster Harold almost got depressed. "Grandmaster Wang Teng, do we need to prepare a furnace for you?" Grandmaster Hua Yuan hurriedly changed the topic. "No need, I have my own furnace." Wang Teng was stunned. He suddenly remembered that he had a good furnace stored in his space fragment. He hadn't been using it much. "Black meteorite, I've been neglecting you." Wang Teng felt guilty. Grandmaster level Dans have a higher requirement for furnaces. The quality of the furnace must be good, or it might explode during the process due to high heat. Also, don't forget that you need to overcome a calamity after you finish refining the Dan. The furnace will be within the proximity of the lightning bolt, so if it gets damaged, it might affect the final product. Grandmaster Hua Yuan explained he had learned from Grandmaster Alfred that Wang Teng came from a faraway planet, so he probably didn't have a good furnace. He reminded him in case anything untoward happened during the Dan-making process. "Is it?" Wang Teng frowned. He remembered that his black meteorite was a legendary furnace that had accompanied many grandmasters. "It should be able to withstand the lightning calamity. If the quality of your furnace isn't good enough, we can lend you ours. You don't have to be polite," Grandmaster Hua Yuan said. He wanted to buy a favor and create a good relationship with Wang Teng. As someone who was able to make the 9-essence soul congealing pill, his alchemy mastery must be high. Even if he didn't succeed in the end, it still meant that he had no problems making easier Grandmaster level Dan medicine. Most importantly, Wang Teng was young. Being young meant that he had great potential. He mustn't miss a chance to befriend this genius. "Grandmaster Hua Yuan, can I use this furnace?" Wang Teng didn't know if his black meteorite could be used, so he took it out and asked the Grandmasters to take a look for him. Swoosh. A black shadow flew in the air. A pitch-black ancient furnace with patterns of fire and clouds carved around it appeared in everyone's vision. Under the control of his spiritual kinesis, it landed lightly on the ground. The fire and cloud patterns changed shape continuously. Sometimes they took the form of a dragon, while other times they looked like a phoenix. They kept turning into different mythical beasts, appearing divine and majestic. The 4 Grandmasters couldn't shift their gaze away after seeing the furnace. "This is Grandmaster Hua Yuan," jumped out of his chair and leaned close to get a better look. The other 3 Grandmasters reacted similarly too. They sprung up and gathered around the furnace like children who saw their beloved toy. "This is an exceptional Grandmaster-level furnace," Grandmaster Hua Yuan complimented. His eyes were shining brightly. "That's right. This is an exceptional Grandmaster level furnace. Listen to the sound. It's magical. A Grandmaster knocked on the furnace with his hand and placed his ear on the furnace to listen to its vibration. As Grandmaster alchemists, they were extremely familiar with furnaces. Even from its sound, they could hear what others couldn't. This is a precious treasure. Grandmaster Harrell caressed the patterns of the surface of the furnace and said in fascination, "Cough." Wang Teng almost spurted the tea he was drinking. "Grandmasters, is my furnace okay?" The 4 Grandmasters. "Yes, of course, my furnace pales in comparison to yours. To think I wanted to lend you mine." "I'll be embarrassed if I take it out," Grandmaster Hua Yuan said with a forced smile. "Grandmaster Hua Yuan, you're too polite." Wang Teng's expression turned weird. He felt that it was a great stimulation to this old man. Chapter 966. The Ji Family, 1. Although Grandmaster Hua Yuan told him he needed to wait, the staff soon gathered the ingredients. Grandmaster Hua Yuan took over the space ring and said to Wang Teng, "We don't have the prescription for the 9-essence soul congealing pill, so only a few people know how to refine it. We don't have many ingredients. The Alliance can only find 2 sets. I'll ask people to search for the last set outside." "It's all right. 2 sets are enough." Wang Teng waved his hand and said, "If I can't make it using the first 2 sets, the 3rd set would most likely be wasted too." Grandmaster Hua Yuan was a little hesitant. He wished that Wang Teng could pass the alchemy assessment, so he wanted to get 3 sets of ingredients for him. That way, his success rate would be higher. However, since Wang Teng didn't mind it, he remained quiet. He just asked the staff to prepare the 3rd set of ingredients silently. "Okay, these are the 2 sets of ingredients. You can use them to make the 9-essence soul congealing pill first." Grandmaster Hua Yuan passed Wang Teng the space ring. Wang Teng nodded. Taking the space ring, he walked to the middle of the room. Black meteorite floated up and followed him automatically. There was a fire vent in the middle of the room, connected to the fire below. Black meteorite landed on the vent. Wang Teng took out the ingredients and placed them before him. He closed his eyes, going over the process of refining the Dan in his mind. The Grandmasters sat down a few meters away from him. This distance was just right. They wouldn't disturb him, but they could still observe him. They didn't panic when they noticed that Wang Teng didn't start immediately. Instead, he seemed to be resting. They waited quietly too. After some time, Wang Teng opened his eyes abruptly, and a smart glint flashed past them. He wrapped multiple ingredients, spiritual herbs and spiritual flowers, with his spiritual power and tossed them into the furnace. Swoosh! At the same time, an emerald flame burned on his hand. He threw it to the bottom of black meteorite. Wang Teng didn't use the fire provided by the Alliance, preferring the emerald glazed flame instead. Divine flames were the best support for alchemists. They were much better compared to the normal fire. Also, Wang Teng was the owner of the emerald glazed flame, so he could use it smoothly. He had a better grasp of it compared to the normal fire. The 4 Grandmasters stood up from their seats again when they saw the emerald glazed flame. They stared at the flame intently. Divine flame. They forcefully suppressed the astonishment in their hearts, lest they disturbed Wang Teng. However, they were dumbstruck. "That's definitely a divine flame. Grandmaster Wang Teng possesses a divine flame. He's so lucky. He has an exceptional Grandmaster level furnace and a divine flame. Grandmaster Wang Teng has many good things. I'm so jealous." The 4 Grandmasters started chatting through voice transmissions. Their eyes turned red. Both the furnace and the divine flame were items highly desired by Grandmaster alchemists. However, they were rare and could only be found by luck. Yet Wang Teng had both of them. How could they not be envious? They might be Grandmasters, but they almost lost their senses. Wang Teng didn't know what they were thinking. He was focused on refining the ingredients. The emerald flame seeped through the gaps of the furnace and wrapped around the ingredients. There was a black spiritual flower. No ashes were left after it got burned by the emerald flame. Only a ball of grayish-black liquid floated in the furnace. Wang Teng was multitasking. All the ingredients he threw into the furnace got refined. They either turned into liquid or powder. This required precise control of the fire. A single careless mistake, and the entire spiritual herb or flower might get burned, leaving no essence behind. The four grandmasters felt cold sweat dripping down their foreheads when they saw Wang Teng refining 18 ingredients at once. This operation was a little suffocating. They couldn't do it. The scary thing was, Wang Teng didn't make any mistakes. All the 18 ingredients were refined successfully, and then he threw another 18 ingredients in. The four grandmasters held their breaths. They were staring at him intently. At this rate, he would be able to refine all the ingredients and make the Dan in less than 3 hours. While Wang Teng was making the 9-essence soul congealing pill at the location where he received the prescription, a dusty elder with red hair walked out of a Grand Master class furnace room. Black smoke blew out behind him, accompanied by a burnt smell. The furnace room had an automatic air circulation function. Once an alchemist failed and released some odor, the system would automatically release the odor out of the room. But this time, the red-haired elder had failed miserably. The entire furnace room was filled with black smoke, which couldn't be cleared instantly. Hence, he had to run out. Cough. The red-haired elder coughed violently. He almost choked to death in the thick fumes. This elder was a Grand Master alchemist of the Secondary Career Alliance. He was helping someone to make a Grand Master level Dan today, so he didn't participate in Wang Teng's alchemy assessment. A few people were waiting agitatedly outside his room. There were males and females. When they saw the red-haired elder coming out, they crowded around him and asked anxiously, "Grandmaster Curtin, what happened?" Cough. The furnace exploded. Grandmaster Curtin waved his hand. His expression was a little ugly. Exploded? How did that happen? Grandmaster Curtin, isn't your success rate of making the 9-essence soul congealing pill 60%? Why would your furnace explode? Chapter 967. The G Family 2 Translator Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. What will we do with Grandpa's injury if we don't have the 9-essence soul congealing pill? The expressions of the youngsters changed. However, they could only speak through voice transmission, as this was a Grand Master. Grandmaster Curtin was the one who had dropped the Dan prescription of the 9-essence soul congealing pill. The middle-aged man standing in front got anxious. "Grandmaster Curtin, did you fail for all 5 sets of ingredients?" "Yes." Grandmaster Curtin felt a little awkward. "There's always a failure rate. I've found the feeling, though. Give me a few more sets and I'll definitely succeed." The middle-aged man sighed in his heart. However, he couldn't reprimand him. He hesitated before saying, "You're right. However, you know that the ingredients for this Dan are hard to find. It took a lot of effort to get the 5 sets. Don't worry, there should be a few ingredients left in the Alliance. I think I should be able to use them with my status," Grandmaster Curtin said with an embarrassed smile. "I'll have to trouble you then. I'll repay you later. My family will bear the cost of the ingredients," the middle-aged man promised hurriedly as his eyes lit up. "It's nothing. The main thing is the 9-essence soul congealing pill. I'll fulfill my promise to you." Grandmaster Curtin waved his hand. He contacted the staff in the Alliance, wanting to get the sets of 9-essence soul congealing pill ingredients, but soon his face turned black. "Grandmaster Curtin, what's the matter?" The middle-aged man knew that something was wrong when he saw his expression. "Someone took the ingredients just now," Grandmaster Curtin said helplessly. "Huh? Who is it? Is it too late to get them back?" "The G family is willing to pay any price," the middle-aged man said hurriedly. Grandmaster Hua Yuan took it. "There's a Grandmaster level assessment today, and the candidate knows how to refine the 9-essence soul congealing pill. Let's take a look. We might be able to stop him. One can make other Dans for the Grandmaster level assessment. There's no need to make it complicated," Grandmaster Curtin said as he rushed toward the assessment room. The middle-aged man and the others followed him. Grandmaster Alfred and the other Grandmasters were waiting outside the room. It was quite a magnificent scene to see a whole group of Grand Masters gathered in one place. "Do you think Grandmaster Wang Teng will pass the alchemy assessment?" a Grand Master asked uncontrollably. Despite being in the audience, they felt even more nervous than Wang Teng. "I think so." Alfred pondered before replying. "Grandmaster, Alfred looks very confident in Grandmaster Wang Teng." A Grandmaster smiled and said, "Ha ha ha. If you saw his assessment, you'd think the same way," Grandmaster Alfred said. The other two rune Grandmasters nodded in agreement. The Grandmaster Blacksmiths were surprised by their reaction. They were the only ones who hadn't seen Wang Teng's assessment, so they were filled with curiosity. While they were discussing, Grandmaster Curtain charged over fiercely with a bunch of people. Seeing the situation outside the room, they were stunned. "What's the matter? Why are there so many Grandmasters here?" Grandmaster Curtain was dumbfounded. "Grandmaster Curtain, what are you doing?" Grandmaster Alfred got up and asked. Grandmaster Curtain remembered the purpose of his visit and replied hurriedly, "Grandmaster Alfred, he's Grandmaster Hua Yuan, holding the assessment for the candidate now." "Indeed, you know about this too?" "Of course I know. Did they take the ingredients for the 9-essence soul congealing pill?" Grandmaster Curtain wanted to barge in as he spoke. "Wait! What are you doing?" Grandmaster Alfred's expression changed, stopping him furiously. "Grandmaster Curtain, you can't go in. There's someone taking the Grandmaster assessment inside. You will offend him if you enter now." "That's right. This assessment is very important. You can't go in." The other Grandmasters ran over hurriedly and stood in Grandmaster Curtain's path. "What are you guys doing?" Grandmaster Curtain's expression changed. He didn't expect so many Grandmasters to come and stop him. He wondered who the person inside was. How could he have such power? Grandmaster Curtain recalled the G family. If he could make the 9-essence soul congealing pill, he could gain a favor from them, benefiting him greatly. He decided to take the risk and said, "I have an emergency use for the 9-essence soul congealing pill. I'll explain to the candidate and apologize to him." "No, this candidate is different. We can't offend him, Grandmaster," Alfred said. The other Grandmasters nodded fervently. They agreed with Grandmaster Alfred's decision. This was a triple Grandmaster candidate. His significance to the alliance was different. Even if the probability was low, they mustn't take the risk. Grandmaster Curtain didn't think that these Grandmasters would still stop him after he repeated his request. His heart dropped. Did this candidate have such a powerful background? Why were these Grandmasters helping him? "Grandmasters, can't you give the G family some leeway? The 9-essence soul congealing pill is extremely important to us." A middle-aged man stepped out from behind Grandmaster Curtain and cupped his fists at the Grandmasters. "The G family?" The Grandmaster's expressions changed. "Is it one of the 8 dukes, Duke Zukong's G family?" Alfred took a deep breath and asked. "Not bad," the middle-aged man replied proudly. Alfred exchanged glances with the other Grandmasters. In the end, he shook his head and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, we still can't permit you to enter." The middle-aged man's expression turned black, even though he had used the G family's name. These Grandmasters were still unwilling to give him face. Were they looking down on them? "Grandmaster Alfred, who's the person inside?" asked Grandmaster Curtain. Alfred read his expression and explained, "The candidate inside might be a triple Grandmaster. We don't want to offend the G family, but this potential triple Grandmaster title is extremely important to our alliance. We're really sorry." Triple Grandmaster. Grandmaster Curtain was shocked. He finally understood why Grandmaster Alfred and the others stopped him. If he offended the other party, he might have to cut ties with these Grandmasters. A triple Grandmaster was too important for the alliance. He wouldn't want to get on the bad side of this genius either. The middle-aged man's expression changed. Naturally, he understood what this triple Grandmaster title meant. No wonder the Grandmasters treated him as such, even after learning he was from the G family. It was understandable. The middle-aged man sighed uncontrollably. He couldn't enter forcefully since he didn't want to offend all these Grandmasters. Shaking his head, he said, "I understand. I'm the reckless one. Actually, you don't have to be disappointed. What if he succeeds? Alfred smiled and said, "Oh, right." The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. It's just an assessment. He might not need the 9-essence soul-congealing pill. You can buy it from him, Alfred said. Ha ha ha, indeed. Thank you for reminding me, the middle-aged man laughed and said. Grandmaster Curtin couldn't bear to douse his happiness when he saw the smile on the man's face. He had refined the 9-essence soul-congealing pill before, so he knew how difficult the process was. The person inside might not succeed. Chapter 968, The Final Moment. The group of people waited anxiously outside the assessment room. Grandmaster Alfred and the other Grandmasters were waiting to see if Wang Teng could pass the Alchemy Grandmaster level assessment. They truly wanted a triple Grandmaster candidate. The G family didn't care about that. Compared to the triple Grandmaster title, their focus was on the 9-essence soul-congealing pill. As for Grandmaster Curtin, he was wondering who the candidate was. Triple Grandmaster. This was extremely rare. Only an exceptional genius could achieve this. He wanted to see how impressive this person was to be able to let these Grandmasters disregard the Jai family and help him. Grandmaster Alfred, which life planet is this talent from? Grandmaster Curtin knew that the assessment had just started for half an hour, so there was a long way to go. He opened up a conversation with Grandmaster Alfred. I'm not sure either. However, I heard that he's from a faraway planet. A faraway planet? Grandmaster Curtin frowned. Will a faraway planet be able to breed such a genius? Don't look down on faraway planets. As time goes by, these planets have raised many amazing talents. The middle-aged man from the G family shook his head and said Grandmaster Curtin was stunned. After some pondering, he realized that the man was right. Many impressive talents came from faraway planets. Most of them became the leaders of their generation. When they matured, they became indomitable martial warriors in their territory and enjoyed the fame of being unparalleled in the universe. This candidate has passed the rune assessment and is a Grand Master in runes. If he passes this alchemy assessment, he will have 2 Grandmaster titles, Grandmaster Alfred said. He has already passed the rune assessment. Everyone was shocked. That meant that the candidate inside had at least 1 Grandmaster title. Most importantly, he's younger than 20. Alfred smiled, less than 20. This time everyone was dumbstruck. A less than 20-year-old Grandmaster and a 100-year-old Grandmaster were 2 different concepts. A young Grandmaster had a bigger possibility of reaching a higher level in the future. Even a hegemon like the G family would have to treat this person with care. The middle-aged man was extremely polite towards Grandmaster Curtin because they needed his help. But if any other Grandmasters provoked them, the G family wasn't afraid of retaliating. This was why he stood up when Grandmaster Alfred and the other Grandmasters stopped him from barging into the assessment room. The difference in ability was apparent. The G family was a huge and powerful faction. They had the ability to handle a few Grandmasters, but if the person reached a higher level, even they wouldn't dare to promise that they could deal with them. A Grandmaster already had a strong network. They could even befriend Universe Stage or Eternal Stage martial warriors. Conversely, these martial warriors would have to think thrice before going against a powerful faction like the G family. Grandmasters needed to pay a high price before they could convince these martial warriors to help them. No wonder. No wonder. Grandmaster Curtin gave a bitter smile. He cupped his fists at Grandmaster Alfred and said, "Fortunately, you stopped me earlier. If not, I'd be the sinner of the alliance." Grandmaster Curtin? You're being too polite. You were worried too. We're both thinking for the alliance. It's good that we understand each other now, Grandmaster Alfred said with a smile. Polite remarks could be made by anyone. As a Grandmaster, since the other party had admitted his mistake, he wouldn't hoard onto it and offend him unnecessarily. Grandmaster Curtin, you have helped me greatly. The G family will send some gifts to show our appreciation. The middle-aged man cupped his fists and said, "You're too polite. I didn't complete my task. I'm embarrassed by the undeserved praise." Grandmaster Kirtan waved his hand as they were waiting. Wang Teng was refining his Dan quickly. Indeed, he did it quickly. More than an hour later, all the 628 ingredients needed for the 9-essence soul congealing pill were refined. There were 120 main ingredients and 508 auxiliary materials. The difficulty of their refinement was different. Main ingredients were harder to refine, so one needed to control the fire carefully. However, to Wang Teng, there was no difference. He just had to refine them. He would throw 18 ingredients in the furnace randomly at once and process them simultaneously. No ingredient was treated differently. Huayuan Harrell and the other grandmasters suddenly felt that alchemy was extremely easy when they watched him. In the blink of an eye, all the 628 ingredients were dealt with. The grandmasters glanced at one another, unable to hide the astonishment in their eyes. Suddenly, they straightened their backs. They saw Wang Teng's next action. He was merging the ingredients. They stared straight at the furnace. Although they couldn't see the situation inside, they knew that it was time for the ingredients to mix together. Wang Teng used his spiritual power to control all the ingredients. They were either in liquid or powder form. They spun in the furnace before congregating in the middle one by one. Then they started merging with one another. Wang Teng strictly followed the Dan prescription. There was a specific order for the merging of the ingredients. The amount of each ingredient was specific, too. Not 1 milligram of difference could be accepted. Grandmaster alchemists had undergone many trials before they came up with the final Dan prescription. One wouldn't be able to get the prescription just by looking. This was why Wang Teng didn't care if the 4 grandmasters watched his Dan-making process. They couldn't see much anyway. There were more than 600 ingredients in the furnace. If he didn't refine them personally and mark them using his spiritual power, he wouldn't be able to differentiate them, much less others. Thus, the Dan prescription was extremely important. Many alchemists treasured their prescriptions dearly and kept them to themselves. They would never share them. For instance, this 9-essence soul congealing pill was a rare Dan medicine. Grandmaster Curtin had relied on it to make his name. Many formidable warriors would look for him to ask for a pill. After all, injuring the spirit was inevitable during a battle between powerful martial warriors, since the majority of them would use spiritual attacks. To them, the 9-essence soul congealing pill was a life-saving trump card. While Wang Teng was merging the ingredients, the 4 Grand Masters held their breaths. They didn't shift their gazes away even for a split second. Wang Teng turned serious. He was even more focused than when he was refining the ingredients. The merging of the ingredients was much more difficult than refining them. Any carelessness could cause his efforts to go to waste. Hence, he was prudent. Psst! The sound of liquid touching the bottom of the furnace and burning was heard continuously. Everyone was tense. They were afraid that the sound would suddenly change, signaling a failure at the last step. Time passed slowly in this tense atmosphere. Chapter 969, Success, Lightning Strikes, 1. How long has it been? The 4 Grand Masters were interacting using voice transmission. They kept staring at the black furnace and the young figure who was sitting beside it with closed eyes. 5 hours. Grandmaster Harrell glanced at the time and replied. It's longer than expected, Grandmaster Huayuan said. That's right. Based on his speed, I thought that he would be able to complete it in 3 hours, another Grandmaster said. Could there be a problem? I don't think so. No accidents happened during the refining and the merging process. It should be a success. Let's wait and see. Grandmaster Huayuan let out a long sigh. 5 hours had passed since Wang Teng merged all the ingredients. If anyone could see the situation inside Black Meteorite, they would see 3 purple Dans twirling slowly at the bottom of the furnace. There were 9 crevices on the surface of each Dan, giving off a glow and looking magical. That was right. There were 3 Dans. Wang Teng's refining process went extremely smoothly, so he didn't waste any ingredients. There was enough to make 3 Dans. He didn't want to waste any ingredients, so he decided to make 3 9-essence soul congealing pills. Actually, after Wang Teng digested the pill formula, He knew that the 9-essence soul congealing pill was a rare Dan and was slightly expensive. He was lacking money currently. Since the secondary career alliance provided him the ingredients, he would definitely maximize its value. As there were 3 Dans, it would naturally take a longer time. But the 4 Grandmasters didn't know about that. Wang Teng covered the 3 Dans with his spiritual power so that the fragrance wouldn't scatter, not allowing his secret to leak. If the 4 Grandmasters smelled the strong fragrance, they would definitely know what was happening. Wang Teng didn't do this on purpose. He did it so that he could preserve the efficacy of the pill. All kinds of problems could crop up during the refinement. The alchemist needed to control the procedures firmly. If a mistake occurred in any step, the final product would be defective. Of course, if all the procedures were handled with extreme care and control, there would be unexpected gains. No matter what, to ensure the effects of the Dan normally, 6th level and above Dans were considered successful. If they reached the 8th or 9th level, they were of excellent quality. In the Dan market, the price of excellent quality Dans was many times that of normal Dans. However, such high-class Dans usually appeared during auctions, so that they could fetch the maximum price. Wang Teng remained calm. He wasn't impatient. He was gradually infusing the efficacy of the ingredients into the Dan. At this stage, the 9-essence soul congealing pill was almost complete. Only the lightning calamity was left. After that, it would be a true Grand Master level pill. Time seemed to have slowed down again. Another 5 hours passed. The sky had turned dark outside. Grandmaster Hua Yuan finally noticed something amiss. He stared at Wang Teng in astonishment. Then he exchanged glances with the other Grandmasters. This situation might mean that Grandmaster Wang Teng's Dan is of an extremely high quality. Grandmaster Hua Yuan's tone was serious. He was using voice transmission. Yes, the possibility is high. The other Grandmasters agreed with him. They were all Grandmasters and were experienced in making Dans. They could guess what was happening. It looks like we'll need to wait longer. Grandmaster Harold gave a forced smile. Then her eyes lit up, and she looked toward Black Meteorite as if there was a treasure hiding inside. If he succeeds, it will be an extraordinary Dan. I'm happy to wait. Another Grandmaster smiled. Most candidates will choose an easier Dan for the assessment, rarely producing a high-class one. This isn't a scene we can see every day. The other Grand Master chimes in. Let me inform the people outside. They have been waiting for a long time. Grandmaster Hua Yuan got up silently and walked out of the room. He didn't disturb Wang Teng. The instant he walked out, everyone crowded around him. The middle-aged man from the Ji family and Grandmaster Curtin thought that Wang Teng had failed. After all, Grandmaster Hua Yuan came out before any lightning calamity. Grandmaster Hua Yuan, did he fail? Grandmaster Alfred frowned and asked. Grandmaster Hua Yuan was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed and said, "You've misunderstood. I came out to inform you that this assessment might last for a few more hours. I don't know when it will end. As long as he didn't fail, everyone heaved a sigh of relief." Why is it so long? Grandmaster Hua Yuan, how many sets of ingredients did you prepare? Grandmaster Curtin frowned and asked. He thought that Grandmaster Hua Yuan had prepared many sets of ingredients for Wang Teng, which resulted in the long refining time. Grandmaster Curtin, why are you here? Grandmaster Hua Yuan finally noticed Grandmaster Curtin. He was surprised. I was making the 9-essence soul congealing pill, but I didn't have enough ingredients. I wanted to borrow from the Alliance. However, I was a step slower than you. I heard that there is a triple Grandmaster candidate taking the assessment, and he also knows how to make the 9-essence soul congealing pill. Grandmaster Curtin explained, Chapter 970. Success. Lightning strikes. 2. I see, Grandmaster Hua Yuan nodded in enlightenment. So what's going on? Why the holdup? How many sets of ingredients did you prepare? Even if he's a triple Grandmaster candidate, this isn't right, Grandmaster Curtin said. Grandmaster Curtin, you're thinking too much. We only prepare 3 sets of ingredients for the Grand Master level assessment. You should know that the ingredients for the 9-essence soul congealing pill are rare, so we only managed to get 2 sets. Grandmaster Hua Yuan shook his head and replied. 2 sets? Grandmaster Curtin was dumbfounded. Why is it taking so long then? Grandmaster Wang Teng's Dan might be of a high quality. Grandmaster Curtin's gaze changed. He knew what Grandmaster Hua Yuan meant. The other party didn't fail. Instead, he was gradually infusing the ingredients into the pill. This was most likely a high-level Dan. Does this mean that he's at the last step? Grandmaster Curtin asked agitatedly. Yes. What's more, he only used 1 set of ingredients. Grandmaster Hua Yuan complimented with a smile. 1 set. Grandmaster Curtin felt a stab in his heart. Everyone looked at him with different emotions in their eyes. The 9-essence soul congealing pill had made Grandmaster Curtin famous. His success rate was said to be 60%. At the same time, the quality of his pills could reach the 5th level. However, Wang Teng managed to succeed with only 1 set of ingredients. From the time he was spending, the quality of his pill would probably exceed the 5th level too. Based on this, Grandmaster Curtin seemed to have been defeated by Grandmaster Wang Teng. The middle-aged man from the Ji family couldn't care less about the mood. He asked excitedly, "Does that mean that this Grandmaster's Dan will be of a high level?" "You are?" Grandmaster Hua Yuan asked curiously. "This is Mr. Ji Wenqing from the Ji family." Grandmaster Alfred introduced. "The Ji family?" Grandmaster Hua Yuan was shocked. He nodded and replied, "Mr. Ji Wenqing, you're right. The 9-essence soul congealing pill made by Grandmaster Wang Teng will be a high-level Dan." "That's great." Ji Wenqing clapped his hands happily. The higher the quality, the better the effects. This was a widely known fact. To him, it was a great piece of news. This is? Grandmaster Hua Yuan didn't know what was happening. He was puzzled. "One of my family members injured his soul and needs the 9-essence soul congealing pill urgently." "I see. What a coincidence. You can ask Grandmaster Wang Teng to sell his pill to you." "I think he won't reject the chance to befriend the Ji family." Grandmaster Hua Yuan smiled and said, "Ha ha ha ha. As long as the refinement is successful, the Ji family will give Grandmaster Wang Teng a fair price." Ji Wenqing laughed. Grandmaster Curtin didn't feel good. He should be the one gaining this favor, but in the end it landed in the hands of a Grandmaster he had never seen before. He had pushed the chance in this person's face. "I wonder when he will succeed. Why don't you go back to have some rest?" Grandmaster Hua Yuan suggested. "No way. We'll wait here until Grandmaster Wang Teng succeeds." Grandmaster Alfred shook his head firmly. "That's right. We'll wait here," Ji Wenqing agreed hurriedly. Grandmaster Hua Yuan didn't persuade them further. At their stage, staying up for 1 night wouldn't affect them. He turned around and returned to the assessment room. Grandmaster Curtin also wanted to go in, but he was too embarrassed to ask. Thus, he remained outside. Wang Teng was still working on the refinement patiently. He didn't know that the audience outside the room had gotten bigger. Time passed slowly. Soon, dawn arrived. The sun rose up into the sky, heralding a new day. Many people came to the Secondary Career Alliance early in the morning and started working on their own businesses, as always. But in this calm and peaceful atmosphere, a beam of white light suddenly shot out from the Secondary Career Alliance. The forces in the surrounding vibrated, and a powerful string of energy was sucked over. After the white beam of light appeared, dark clouds started to gather above the Secondary Career Alliance. Within a few seconds, as more and more dark clouds gathered, the sky turned completely black. However, the other areas of the city were still bright and shiny. The weather was sunny. This strange scene attracted many people's attention. Bolts of lightning swarmed among the dark clouds like silver snakes. A terrifying pressure bore down on the Alliance building. "This is the lightning calamity." Someone recognized the origin of the dark clouds and lightning and exclaimed, "Which Grandmaster made a Grandmaster-level Dan? or a Grandmaster level weapon. I haven't seen a Grandmaster in action for some time. I didn't expect this huge surprise early in the morning. Prepare your peanuts and popcorn. Get your seats. There's no need to squeeze. Everyone rushed out of their houses to witness this lightning calamity. At the same time, in the assessment room, Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the other 3 examiners were overjoyed when they saw the sudden pillar of light. They screamed in delight. Success. Quick, open the dome of the Alliance. Actually, he didn't need to say it. When the beam of light appeared, the dome opened automatically. A thicker beam of white light shot out of black meteorite, causing the original beam of light to widen. It soared right into the sky. Boom! The lightning in the dark clouds seemed to have been provoked. The silver bolts danced wildly, and thunder roared, echoing in the entire city. Wang Teng stood up. The dark clouds had become thicker and denser. They seemed to be pressing down, yet he remained calm. He looked up at the dark clouds just a few meters above his head. Bolts of lightning clashed among the clouds and released thunderous roars that clapped right beside his ears. It was a magnificent and frightening scene, sending chills down one's spine. So this is the lightning calamity of a Grand Master-level Dan. There was a tinge of awe in the depth of Wang Teng's eyes. This was the dream of countless alchemists. They hoped that they could make a Dan that would attract the lightning calamity. This was the only way they could overcome the invisible barrier and advance to the Grand Master level. It would be a great honor for them. You can't suppress yourselves too, right? Wang Teng smiled and waved his hand. The lid of black meteorite flew away, and 3 purple streams of light charged out. They formed a tail of purple light as they flew into the sky. 3 lines of purple light. The Grandmasters in the room were staggered. Their eyes widened in amazement. I didn't see anything wrong, right? Those are 3 pills. Am I having an illusion? The Grandmasters stared at the sky in disbelief. Wang Teng flew into the sky, following the 3 Dans closely as they charged out of the open dome of the building. Let's go and take a look. Let's go, go, go. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the other 3 Grandmasters regained their senses. They glanced at one another and rushed out. The people waiting outside the room saw the same scene and darted out of the building. They floated in the sky. Success. Grandmaster Wang Teng managed to refine the 9-essence soul congealing pill. Wait, why are there 3 Dans? Everyone stared at the 3 flaring balls of light spinning around the beam of white light. They were in a daze. The only emotion left in their hearts was astonishment. 3 Dans at once? This Grandmaster Curtin couldn't find his voice anymore. The shock on his face was apparent. 3 pills? Oh my God, this Grandmaster made 3 pills at once. Does anyone know this Grandmaster? He's so frightening. He seems unfamiliar, and he's not wearing the secondary career Alliance attire. Is he not from the Alliance? There was an uproar among the spectators below. Their voices went right up into the sky. Wang Teng changed his appearance after he saw so many people. After all, he hadn't settled his affair with the Cao family, so he shouldn't reveal his ability too soon. Grandmaster Alfred, Grandmaster Hua Yuan, and the others were confused. They didn't understand why Wang Teng's facial features had changed, but they didn't have the time to think. A terrifying lightning bolt boomed in the sky. 3 bolts of lightning shot down from the dark clouds, bringing along a powerful and frightening power of the heavens with them. They smashed into the 3 purple Dans within the beam of white light like 3 silver lightning dragons. Chapter 971. Isn't it normal for a Grandmaster alchemist to bear the lightning calamity? The 3 bolts of lightning were appalling. Their power astounded everyone present. Wang Teng was stunned when he saw 3 bolts of lightning. Fee? 3? At once? Wang Teng cursed uncontrollably. But he remembered that he made 3 9-essence soul congealing pills, so having 3 bolts of lightning made sense. Who's scared of 3 bolts of lightning? Wang Teng's gaze turned sharp. He disappeared on the spot and flew towards the bolts of lightning. What's this Grandmaster doing? Wait, is he going to receive the lightning personally? This Grandmaster is quite fierce. The audience below was flabbergasted when they saw this scene, almost screaming in shock. Grandmaster Hua Yuan was stunned too. His expression underwent a huge change. Grandmaster Wang Teng is too reckless. As an alchemist, how can he resist the lightning calamity personally? Grandmaster Harald got anxious. Quick, prepare the defense array of the Alliance. Once something goes wrong, activate it at once, yelled Grandmaster Hua Yuan. The secondary career alliance had its own defense array. There were many Grandmasters in the alliance, so they sometimes attracted lightning calamities when making dans or weapons. The alliance building wouldn't be able to withstand the damages by the lightning if they didn't have some protective measures. Also, the martial arts cultivation of alchemists and blacksmiths was normally quite low. Asking them to resist the lightning calamity alone was like sending them to their deaths. Thus, they had to rely on the defense array. The staff in the alliance went to prepare the array. By now, Wang Teng had already reached the first bolt of lightning. A dazzling force glow surrounded his body as he soared into the sky like a small sun. Then, he released a punch into the sky, fourth-level strength of Ultima. A huge fist aura smashed into the 3 bolts of lightning. Boom! Instantly, a giant explosion reverberated in the sky. Tiny sparks of silver lightning flashed at the point of collision, like thin silver snakes scattering across the sky. It was a chilling scene, but the 3 bolts of lightning didn't disperse. They threw the fist aura away and started coming at Wang Teng even more ferociously, again. A sharp glint flashed across Wang Teng's eyes. He released more punches, unafraid of the lightning. Within a few breaths, he had already thrown out more than 10 punches. Boom, boom, boom. Violent force erupted from the punches. The 3 bolts of lightning paused in midair. They could no longer move another inch. Under the onslaught of the punches, they exploded and turned into sparks in the sky. Wang Teng bathed in the twinkling lights and activated his lighting physique silently to strengthen his body. This background made him look like the god of lightning. The people below were in awe. Is this a Grandmaster alchemist? Didn't they say that alchemists are all weaklings? Why is this Grandmaster so powerful? Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others were dumbstruck. They couldn't accept this reality. Their perspective of the world broke into pieces. Grandmaster Hua Yuan? Do we still need to activate the defense array? The staff asked absent-mindedly. Not for now. Grandmaster Hua Yuan regained his composure and waved his hands with a weird expression. Does he need the array? With the ability he displayed, he could probably handle this lightning calamity alone. This was unexpected. Grandmaster Wang Teng's martial arts cultivation is quite high, too, Ji Wenqing muttered. The corners of Grandmaster Curtin's lips were trembling. He dared to fight the lightning calamity head-on. His cultivation wasn't just quite high, it was very high. He mustn't offend this powerful person. Grandmaster Alfred took a deep breath and glared at Fan Taining behind him. He was angry that Fan Taining didn't introduce Wang Teng properly. If he knew that the other party was so strong, he wouldn't have treated him impolitely. Fan Taining felt wronged. He knew that Wang Teng was powerful, but he didn't know he was already at this stage. That was a lightning calamity. Not everyone could punch it away. Normal people would never be able to do it. Boom. After the first lightning bolt was destroyed, the dark and dense clouds in the sky started tossing and turning again. They seemed to be preparing another, more powerful bolt. Crack! Suddenly an ear-piercing explosion echoed through the air. The dark clouds seemed to have been torn into 2. 3 bolts of lightning, twice as thick as before, shot down from the crack and charged toward the 3 Dans like silver lightning dragons. However, Wang Teng was standing in the middle, so they appeared to be charging at him. Wang Teng's actions were simple. Even though the bolts of lightning were stronger than before, he remained composed. He stared at the sky with the silver-white lightning reflecting in his eyes. Then he released his fist again. Boom, boom, boom. There was no difference in his attack. The same terrifying fist aura surged toward the bolts of lightning. If 1 punch wasn't enough, he would give 2. If 2 weren't enough, he would give 3 punches, the power of heaven and earth. I'll destroy you just like any other opponent. This time, Wang Teng released more than 20 punches before the bolts of lightning collapsed. The scene might be the same, but the bewilderment in the people's hearts got stronger. Fierce. He was extremely fierce. An alchemist used his fist to overcome the lightning calamity. This might be the most astonishing scene the Grandmasters ever saw in their lives. It overturned their perspective of the world. An alchemist could be this powerful. Many alchemists who just entered the field seemed to be enlightened by Wang Teng's actions. Their eyes were glistening. Boom! Heaven seemed exceptionally angry after Wang Teng destroyed 2 of its lightning calamities. Dark clouds surged and churned as numerous bolts of silver lightning flashed through the sky. They slithered through the clouds like giant silver pythons. Looking at them was enough to give one goosebumps. Boom. The 3rd lightning calamity took a longer time to prepare. Finally, it shot down 3 bolts of lightning, formed 3 terrifying giant lightning dragons. They bellowed furiously. Their body was 3 times thicker than the 2nd bolt of lightning, intertwining around one another. They streaked down. This time, the 3 bolts of lightning combined into one, the power more than tripled. The frightening pressure caused everyone to go pale. Many took a step back in fear and started scurrying away. They didn't dare to get any closer as they were afraid of getting injured by the lightning. Grandmaster Hua Yuan clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking. He was nervous, and his gaze was filled with worry. He was afraid that Wang Teng would get killed by this lightning calamity. But since Wang Teng didn't say anything, he couldn't exceed his authority. He could only pray that he would be able to withstand the 3rd lightning strike. The 9-essence soul congealing pill was a 3rd-rank Dan, so there were 3 strikes of lightning. This was the last strike. Once he overcame this, the 9-essence soul congealing pill would be completed. Wang Teng squinted, but he wasn't afraid. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. Boom, ancient god's body. A golden mark appeared on his forehead. Blood churned in his body, and a formidable strength swept through him. Then Wang Teng released his fist again. 4th-level strength of Ultima. An indomitable fist aura exploded, along with a powerful force. Boom. The fist aura crashed into the lightning dragon, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. Impact waves swept throughout the city. Bang. In the next instant, the lightning dragon scattered into numerous sparks. They shimmered in the sky before they got swept into the thick and dark clouds by the residual force of the punch. A large hole appeared in the dense dark clouds, with sunlight shining in through it. This was a straightforward punch. The audience was too shocked to speak. Silence? There was dead silence. No one could describe their emotions at the moment. They were a complicated mess. Wang Teng put down his hands. The golden mark on his forehead had disappeared. The people below didn't even notice its momentary appearance. Reality proved that some matters could be solved with a single punch. If it couldn't, it meant that the punch wasn't powerful enough. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to have lost all their strength. They dispersed gradually. The countless silver lightning disappeared too. No thunder could be heard anymore. The lightning calamity came and went quickly. It was gone in the blink of an eye. The beam of light below gradually dispersed too. Only the 3 Longan-sized purple Dans floated in midair, giving off a purple and mystical glow. At the same time, a thick fragrance spread throughout the alliance. It smells so good. What pill is this? The Dan fragrance is so strong. This fragrance isn't just about the type of Dan. Its quality must be high too. Everyone finally woke up from their stupor when they smelled the fragrance. They stared curiously at the purple Dans in the sky. However, Wang Teng didn't give them the chance to observe longer. He waved his hand and pulled the 3 Dans over with his spiritual power. Then he kept them in a jade bottle. This jade bottle was especially for storing Dans. It could ensure its efficacy. He moved and disappeared from everyone's vision. Once the main character of the show disappeared, the audience dispersed too. However, they were still excitedly discussing what they saw just now. This piece of news spread quickly. Many people wondered who Wang Teng was. Many families sent their men to investigate this new Grand Master alchemist. From the commotion he had created, this Grand Master's alchemy mastery must be high. He made 3 dans at once, and all of them were of high quality. Normal Grand Master alchemists weren't capable of this feat. Wang Teng knew that he had caused an uproar in the city. Thus, after he kept the dans, he left to prevent meeting any formidable warriors who came to look for the instigator. He didn't want them to find out his background. In the secondary career alliance, Grand Master Hua Yuan and the others had returned to the assessment room. They met up with Wang Teng. They were all extremely excited as they walked over. Grand Master Wang Teng, how can you fight the lightning calamity alone? You almost scared me to death, Grand Master Hua Yuan complained. As a Grand Master alchemist, isn't it normal to bear the lightning calamity alone? Wang Teng asked him back. Everyone was in a daze after they heard his reply. They were dumbfounded. Chapter 972. This is a sad story. Normal? The Grand Masters were confused. Was it normal for an alchemist to resist the lightning calamity alone? Why didn't anyone teach them? Did they learn the wrong things? Should alchemists train their physical bodies and increase their martial arts cultivation so that they could withstand the lightning calamity? Grandmaster Hua Yuan, Grandmaster Harol, and Grandmaster Curtin felt that they needed to understand their field again. Grandmaster Wang Teng, you're indeed. Grandmaster Hua Yuan was caught between laughter and tears. He didn't know how to finish his sentence. Grandmaster Wang Teng is an interesting person. Ji Yuanqing laughed heartily. This is? Wang Teng asked curiously when he saw the unfamiliar face. This is Mr. Ji Yuanqing from the Ji family. The Ji family is one of the 8 dukes in the empire Alfred introduced. The Ji family, it's my honor to meet you. Wang Teng was stunned. He didn't think that he would meet another powerful faction here. Sin Clement's family was also from one of the 8 dukes. It had only been a while, yet he had already met another family. Didn't they say that these powerful families were all extremely mysterious? Why did he meet 2 of them in such a short time? Both of them interacted with him too. Grandmaster Wang Teng, I came because I want to buy the 9-essence soul-congealing pill from you. Ji Yuanqing was direct. Buy the 9-essence soul-congealing pill. Wang Teng was surprised. He finally knew Ji Yuanqing's intention. Mr. Yi Yuanqing, how do you know that I was refining the 9-essence soul-congealing pill? Ji Yuanqing explained what had happened. So this is the Grand Master whom I got the prescription from. Wang Teng was enlightened. He glanced at Grandmaster Curtin strangely. He didn't think that he would be so lucky. A random prescription he picked up was able to hook a big fish like the Ji family. Indeed, he was the son of Lady Luck. Wang Teng's luck attribute was much higher than a normal person's, so it would silently show off its effects during crucial times. Unfortunately, after parting with little Ziye, he never met another luck attribute bubble. Grandmaster, Wang Teng, can you let us take a look at the 9-essence soul-congealing pills? Grandmaster Curtin asked. He would be lying if he said that he felt nothing. Wang Teng didn't just snatch his chance to befriend the Ji family. He also broke his monopoly on the 9-essence soul-congealing pill market. If that was it, he would feel all right. However, the quality of Wang Teng's dance was higher than his. He hadn't reached 20 and was already confirmed to be a Grand Master in 2 fields. There was even a chance that he was a triple field Grand Master. Compared to Wang Teng, he was like a pile of mud. Grandmaster Curtin was unconvinced. He wanted to see how high the quality of Wang Teng's dans was so that he could know the difference between them. That's right. Grandmaster Wang Teng, take it out. We're all very curious. Grandmaster Hua Yuan agreed. Wang Teng nodded. He took out the bottle containing the 9-essence soul-congealing pills and placed it on his palm. The Grandmaster alchemists gathered around him and stared intently at the 3 purple dans. Do y'all see the 10 patterns on the surface of the pills? Grandmaster Hua Yuan's expression changed as he exclaimed in surprise. There were 10 green patterns on the surface of the purple dan, connecting the 9 crevices together. All 3 dans had the same patterns. Oh my God, you're right, there are 10 patterns. Grandmaster Harol counted them carefully and gasped in astonishment. 10 patterns! This is a 9-essence soul congealing pill with 100% efficacy. Grandmaster Curtin's expression changed. He glared at the dans in the bottle and counted the patterns on them again and again. The numbers were correct. There were indeed 10 patterns. How's this possible? Grandmaster Curtin's face turned pale. This was a huge blow to him. He felt even more thunderstruck. It was hard enough to make a pill with 80% to 90% efficacy. If an alchemist could refine a dan with 90% efficacy, he could boast about it for 10 years. As for 100% efficacy, the majority of the grandmasters would never be able to achieve it in their entire alchemy career. Only grandmasters with extremely high mastery might be able to make one out of coincidence. Luck was an important factor here. However, this Grandmaster Wang Teng managed to make a 100% efficacy, 9-essence soul congealing pill, and he made 3 at once. Grandmaster Curtin suddenly felt that he was a joke. Why was he even thinking of comparing with Wang Teng? He was nothing at all. Let me take a look. Let me take a look. Grandmaster Hua Yuan couldn't bear to shift his gaze away. He seemed to have found a rare treasure. To these Grandmaster alchemists, a 10% efficacy dan had a different significance. Ji Yuanqing was overjoyed. 100% efficacy, 9-essence soul congealing pill. If you deliberately plant a flower, it will not bloom, but if you unintentionally plant a willow, it will provide you with shade. Grandmaster Wang Teng, you managed to solve a pressing matter for me by participating in an assessment. It looks like you really need this 9-essence soul congealing pill. Wang Teng was elated. This was a favor sent to his doorstep, and that too from a powerful family. Grandmaster Wang Teng, if you sell it to me, I'll purchase it at the highest price, and the Ji family will owe you a favor, Ji Yuanqing said seriously. Grandmaster Hua Yuan was hesitant. He was filled with regret. This was a 100% efficacy dan. It was a waste for it to be eaten the moment it was made. But the other party came from a ducal family. He couldn't stop him. Wang Teng was surprised by Ji Yuanqing's generosity. Well, he came from a duke family, so he wouldn't lack money. Wang Teng nodded and smiled. Money is secondary. The most important thing is we seem to have some fate. If not, I can't bear to sell this 100% efficacy pill. This was bullshit. With his alchemy mastery, he would be able to refine more 100% pills easily. He was just saying this to increase the value of this favor. Pfft, someone suddenly burst out laughing. Wang Teng looked in the direction of the sound and saw many people standing behind Ji Yuanqing. A pretty young lady was covering her mouth and chuckling softly. She seemed to find this situation very funny. Wang Teng nodded. What was so funny, this young lady was bad at controlling her laughter. Ji Yuanqing laughed too. Grandmaster Wang Teng is right. I went an entire round and ended up finding you. Isn't this fate? Wang Teng nodded. Ji Yuanqing was good at talking. Grandmaster Wang Teng, to tell you the truth, my grandfather is in a critical condition, but I didn't bring any money with me. Can you give me a dan first? I'll order my men to send money to your residence soon, Ji Yuanqing asked. Of course, Wang Teng smiled. The Ji family is a large and powerful family. I don't think you'll cheat me for a pill. Ji Yuanqing was delighted by Wang Teng's trust. Wang Teng took out a 9-essence soul congealing pill and placed it in another jade bottle. Then he passed it to Ji Yuanqing. Thank you. Ji Yuanqing bowed to Wang Teng gratefully. Then he left with his men. Grandmaster Curtin felt jealous when he saw Wang Teng striking a deal with Ji Yuanqing. This should be his. The other grandmasters were envious too. The favor of the Ji family wasn't easy to get. This time, the Ji family came to look for him. Wang Teng didn't need to do anything. He was honestly lucky. Grandmaster Wang Teng, can you sell me a dan too? Grandmaster Hua Yuan suddenly asked. Grandmaster Hua Yuan, do you need a 9-essence soul congealing pill? Wang Teng was surprised. Alchemists like us need to use our spiritual power all the time, so our soul would get exhausted occasionally. Since there's a 100% efficacy, 9-essence soul congealing pill here. I don't think I should give it up, Grandmaster Hua Yuan smiled and answered. Grandmaster Harrell and the others reacted and said hurriedly, Grandmaster Wang Teng, sell me one too. Grandmaster Wang Teng, sell it to me. I'm willing to give a higher price and make a weapon for you, a Grandmaster blacksmith said. Grandmaster Wang Teng, I'm willing to give you a Grandmaster level Dan prescription. The Grandmasters started fighting with one another. Wang Teng was in a daze. He didn't know that 100% efficacy Dans were so popular. Grandmaster Curtin stood at the side and stared at him in jealousy. He felt that his position was in danger. The 9-essence soul congealing pill did not solely belong to him anymore. This was a sad and sorrowful event. Grandmasters, I only have 2 Dans left. It's hard for me to choose who to sell it to. There's one more set of ingredients. Why don't I make more 9-essence soul congealing pills after my smithery assessment so that all of you can get one? Wang Teng said with a forced smile. Grandmaster Wang Teng, are you confident of making 100% efficacy? 9-essence soul congealing pills? Grandmaster Hua Yuan was flabbergasted. It shouldn't be a problem. Wang Teng nodded. The crowd didn't know if they should believe him or not. After all, it was extremely difficult to make a 100% efficacy pill, even if he succeeded once. They weren't certain that he could succeed again. If Wang Teng managed to make more 100% efficacy, 9-essence soul congealing pills, he would be a genius. Either way, let's wait for the smithery assessment to end first, Grandmaster Hua Yuan said. The other Grandmasters had no choice but to agree. The 100% efficacy, 9-essence soul congealing pill was important, but so was the triple Grandmaster title. Wang Teng had already passed 2 Grandmaster assessments. There was only the smithery assessment left. Finally, it's my turn. A muscular Grandmaster blacksmith chuckled. Grandmaster Mode, don't be too harsh on him. We're relying on you to see if we can have a triple Grandmaster in our alliance, Grandmaster Alfred reminded him. Don't worry. With Grandmaster Wang Teng's physique, I'm sure smithery won't be a problem. Grandmaster Mode smiled and replied with shimmering eyes. You seem confident of me, Wang Teng laughed. Of course, Grandmaster Mode smiled too. Grandmaster Wang Teng, please follow me. Chapter 973, The Merciless Lightning Slap. Wang Teng followed Grandmaster Mode to the smithery studio. There were 4 Grandmaster blacksmiths overlooking his assessment. All of them were lofty and muscular. They looked like 4 towering bodyguards when they stood around Wang Teng. Their attitude made him feel as if he was surrounded by bodyguards too. These 4 Grandmaster blacksmiths were extremely warm-hearted. They even seemed a little careful. They treated him like a treasure, afraid that he would run away when they weren't looking. Triple Grandmaster title. Once Wang Teng passed the smithery assessment, he would be a triple field Grandmaster. Only one triple field Grandmaster ever appeared in 1,000,000 years. It was understandable why the Grandmaster blacksmiths were treating him dearly. As he chatted with the 4 Grandmasters, Wang Teng counted the gains during his lightning calamity. Besides training his physical body, the lightning calamity also provided some attribute bubbles for him. Constellation Force, Lightning, 1250, Heaven-Earth Calamity, Lightning 50. There were 1,250 points of Constellation Lightning Force, allowing Wang Teng's lightning force to increase. His Constellation Lightning Force was currently at the 5th level planetary stage. 1250 wasn't a large number, but this was an unexpected gain during the lightning calamity. It would be a waste not to take it. Other people would get nervous when they experienced the lightning calamity, but he had bubbles to gain. He felt good just thinking about it. Of course, the Constellation Lightning Force wasn't the main benefit. The important attribute was in the second bubble, Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning. This was a huge surprise. He received a Lightning Calamity attribute bubble when he overcame the lightning calamity. He wondered if heaven would release 99 bolts of lightning to strike him to death if it knew about this. Although 50 points were quite little, Wang Teng managed to gain a new attribute. A silver-white bolt of lightning was dancing happily in his mind. It shuttled back and forth and even ran to the emerald-glazed flame and the holy flame to provoke them. It kept giving off sparks as it twirled around the flames. Fortunately, Wang Teng gained this bolt of lightning by picking up the attribute bubble. It automatically recognized him as its master, so it didn't wreak havoc in his consciousness. If not, his soul might have been destroyed instantly. The dark flame also received a similar treatment. The bolt of calamity, lightning, didn't seem to like the dark flame. Once it got near, it turned violent. Wang Teng felt that the calamity lightning was like a rowdy little kid. It threw its sparks at the dark flame and wanted to beat it up. The dark flame wasn't something easy to bully either. It might be a little small, but the calamity lightning was of a similar size too. The dark flame wasn't afraid of the calamity lightning. It formed a tongue with its flames, attempting to extinguish this brat. Wang Teng hurriedly pulled them apart when he noticed their situation. In the past, the same situation had happened between the holy flame and the dark flame. Light and dark were never on the same line. If he didn't place them in two different corners, they wouldn't be able to exist harmoniously. Thus, he was well experienced in such fights and remained exceptionally calm after pulling the calamity lightning away. Wang Teng had the chance to study this fellow. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. This was the heaven-earth calamity lightning. It might be the lowest class of calamity lightning, but it was still calamity lightning. Normal lightning couldn't be compared with it. Wang Teng had experienced the power of the lightning calamity personally. Although he managed to destroy it, it still caused him trouble even when he was already so powerful. This proved that this bolt of lightning was extraordinary. This is good stuff. Wang Teng was elated. He comforted the bolt of calamity lightning. It seemed a little unwilling when he pulled it over from the dark flame. This calamity lightning wasn't a living entity, but it had a tiny hint of intelligence. The emerald-glazed flame, the holy flame, and the calamity lightning all had intelligence. This was what made them extraordinary. Be obedient. I'll find more calamity lightning and make sure you get thicker and fatter. Wang Teng formed an invisible hand with his spiritual power and patted the bolt of calamity lightning. The calamity lightning immediately released some sparks to display its happiness. Ha ha ha! Wang Teng couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Grandmaster Wang Teng, we're here. Grandmaster Mo Day's voice pulled Wang Teng back to the real world. They had entered a room that looked like a smithery studio. There were many tools and facilities here. Blacksmiths needed more tools than alchemists or rune masters. The former only required a furnace while the latter just needed a rune pen. This smithery studio was more high class than the one on the QYE-63 spacecraft. Grandmaster Wang Teng, you just need to make one Grandmaster level weapon for this assessment. Do you have any weapons you want to forge? Grandmaster Modi asked. If you don't, the Alliance can prepare the drawing and instructions for one Grandmaster level weapon. Every participant receives such a treatment. Oh. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He understood. No wonder he was given many things for free when he took the rune assessment and the alchemy assessment. He was gifted 3 Grandmaster level rune arrays during his rune assessment, and the ingredients for his Dan were free too. Both of them were precious and worth lots of money. Can I take a look at the weapons? Wang Teng asked. Of course, Grandmaster Modi smiled. He tapped the table lightly with his right hand, and a screen appeared in front of Wang Teng. There were all kinds of strange-looking items displayed on it, including long swords, bows, giant axes, and many more. All their styles were different. These are all Grandmaster-level weapons. You can take a look first, Grandmaster, Modi said. Wang Teng nodded, going through the items quickly. He only took a glance at the swords and blades because they had no special traits, even though they were of high quality and were at the Grandmaster level. Thus, he didn't put much attention to them. The screen could be scrolled using his finger. The universe was highly advanced. Everything was convenient. Wang Teng flipped through the pages one by one. Soon he was on the last page. The Grand Masters glanced at one another. Was he unsatisfied with all these Grand Master-level weapons? At that moment, Wang Teng's gaze paused on an extremely unique weapon. This was a square seal. It was purple and gold in color, and there were lightning patterns and beasts carved on it. The lightning slap. There was a short introduction below. Lightning element spiritual kinesis weapon. You can make it bigger or smaller if you carve the relevant runes on it. It contains lightning energy, and you can hurl it out using spiritual kinesis. It's extremely heavy and can release lightning too. This is an extremely powerful weapon. Note, this is a ruthless weapon. It's used to slap one's forehead. The person who gets slapped will die a gory death. Please use it carefully. Use it carefully. Wang Teng's expression turned strange as he read to the end. For some reason, his hands started to get a little itchy. Chapter 974. Grandmaster Wang Teng is unconventional. 1. Grandmaster Modi was stunned when he saw Wang Teng's gaze stopping on the lightning slap. Grandmaster Wang Teng, are you planning to forge this lightning slap? Grandmaster Modi exclaimed in surprise. I feel that I'm fated with this lightning slap. Wang Teng laughed. A strange idea took root in his mind. He couldn't douse his excitement. But, to tell you the truth, the difficulty of forging this weapon is a little high. Also, it requires rare materials. One of the materials, the dark weight luminary gold, is extremely rare. I have only seen it twice in my entire life. This is why this lightning slap was put on the last page, Grandmaster Mo Day said in a helpless tone. That's right, Grandmaster Wang Teng. The dark weight luminary gold is too scarce. We don't have it in the Alliance. Another Grandmaster Blacksmith chimed in. Dark weight luminary gold. The smile on Wang Teng's face got brighter. I have it. You have it? The 4 Grandmaster Blacksmiths were shocked. That's why I said there's an affinity between me and the lightning slap. Wang Teng smiled, and a golden brick appeared in his hand. Take a look. Is this dark weight luminary gold? The eyes of the Grandmaster Blacksmiths lit up. They hurried over to take a closer look. This is really the dark weight luminary gold. Grandmaster Modi was staggered based on its weight. I think it's enough to forge the lightning slap, Grandmaster Zhao Gaofeng said. This was another Grandmaster Blacksmith. He was a human, and he was weighing the golden brick in his hand. Ha ha ha, seems like this is really fate, another Grandmaster Blacksmith from the ape race said. This was Grandmaster Boke. He was tall, muscular, and dark, just like a black ape, Grandmaster Wang Teng. I'm so envious of you. You even have the rare dark weight luminary gold, Grandmaster Mo Day said. I was lucky. Wang Teng smiled. Anyway, why did you make a brick with it? The last Grandmaster Blacksmith, Grandmaster Gaunt, was a human too. There was a strange expression on his face as he spoke. I'm used to a brick. Wang Teng chuckled. Silence. The 4 Grandmasters finally understood why Wang Teng chose the lightning slap. It had the same use as a brick. Cough. We have no more questions, since the materials are all here. I'll ask someone to collect the other materials that are available in the Alliance, Grandmaster Mo Di said. Okay, thank you. Grandmaster Mo Di, Wang Teng nodded. You're welcome. Grandmaster Mo Di smiled and waved his hands. After some time, the staff sent the materials needed for the lightning slap to the smithery studio. Grandmaster Wang Teng, if you have no other questions, you can start. Grandmaster Mo Di passed the space ring with all the materials to Wang Teng. Wang Teng nodded. He placed all the materials on the table. Oh, right, there's one more thing. Forging a Grandmaster-level weapon will cause a lightning calamity too. You should be prepared, Grandmaster Mo Di said. At first, he felt that any reminders were unnecessary after seeing how ferocious Wang Teng was when he fought with the lightning calamity. However, he remembered that this was his 3rd assessment, so he might have exhausted much of his spirit and energy. In the end, he still chose to warn him. He had asked Wang Teng if he needed some time to rest to recover his spirit, but he rejected him. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. Forging a Grandmaster level will attract the lightning calamity too. That means that I can pick up more calamity lightning attributes. My bolt of calamity lightning can grow stronger too. This was a good thing. This was the difference between him and others. Ordinary people would be worried about the lightning calamity, but he was thinking about the benefits he could receive. I'll take note. He thanked Grandmaster Mo D. Thank you for your reminder. Then he placed his focus on the materials on the table. His expression turned serious. Compared to the hundreds of ingredients needed to make a Grandmaster-level Dan, forging a weapon required much fewer materials. However, it wasn't any easier. Wang Teng raised his palm. An emerald flame sprung up on his hand. With a wave of his hand, the emerald flame turned into a fire dragon and flew towards the fire vent below the smithing table. It started burning below the table. The green flame. This temperature, this is a divine flame. The 4 Grandmaster blacksmiths were flabbergasted. They stared at the emerald-glazed flame in bewilderment. With their eyesight, they could naturally tell that this was a divine flame. Blacksmiths needed flames to help them with their forging. Fire was as important to blacksmiths as alchemists. Thus, when they saw the divine flame, their eyes turned red. They were filled with envy. In summary, they had the same expression as when the Grandmaster alchemists saw the emerald-glazed flame. Wang Teng disregarded their expressions. This wasn't the first time it had happened. He wrapped a piece of metal with his spiritual power and threw it into the flame. With the help of the flame's high temperature, the metal started to melt and turn into liquid. It moved around in the flames. Wang Teng then threw in the other materials to refine them. He separated the flame into more than 10 portions. Each portion enveloped one material. None of them affected each other. Very soon, only 2 materials were left. One was the dark-weight luminary gold, and the other was a purple crystal. This was the cloud lightning crystal. Chapter 975, Grandmaster Wang Teng is unconventional. 2. Dark-weight luminary gold was a unique metal ore that would change its weight according to the amount of force instilled in it. As for the cloud lightning crystal, it was a lightning element crystal that could store and attract lightning force. These were the 2 main ingredients of the lightning slap. Wang Teng's gaze turned serious. He thought for a moment and placed the golden brick made of dark-weight luminary gold into the furnace. This brick that had accompanied him for a long time was melted into a golden liquid. He felt sad for some reason. Farewell, my dear brick. Next was the cloud lightning crystal. Psst. He picked up the cloud lightning crystal with his spiritual power and threw it into the emerald-glazed flame. Upon touching the flame, sparks started jumping on its surface. It made a crackling sound. The 4 Grandmasters stared at this scene with wide eyes. They were a little nervous. But soon the scorching heat engulfed the sparks on the surface of the crystal, and the palm-sized cloud lightning crystal transformed into a ball of purple liquid. Sigh. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief. The cloud lightning crystal was extremely hard to refine. It wouldn't melt as easily if he had used a normal flame. Fortunately, he had a divine flame that helped him to suppress the lightning energy compressed in the crystal. Grandmaster Modi exchanged glances with his colleagues. They were astounded. The divine flame was indeed extraordinary. Even the cloud lightning crystal was easily melted. Wang Teng's gaze turned intense. It was time to merge all the materials. He controlled his spiritual power and poured all the other materials into the liquid form of the dark-weight luminary gold. He was exceptionally careful during the entire process. Every single step and the proportion of materials were by the book. However, compared to making Dans, this process was simpler. After all, there were fewer ingredients. Sometime later, all the materials had merged into the dark-weight luminary gold. But its color was still gold. There was no change, finally. Wang Teng shifted his gaze to the liquid form of the cloud lightning crystal. With his thoughts, the liquid crystal gradually went closer to the liquid gold, which had merged with all the other ingredients. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A shrill hissing sound was heard continuously. The cloud lightning crystal seemed to despise the dark-weight luminary gold. They were at a standstill. Wang Teng didn't think that these two materials would have such a hard time combining. They seemed to be arch-enemies. Fortunately, he was patient and calm. He didn't lose his composure in this situation. Instead, he controlled his spiritual power and decreased the speed of the merging. He combined the two materials together as if he was boiling soup over low heat. His method lowered the resistance between the two materials. The four Grandmasters nodded their heads silently, although young Grandmaster Wang Teng seemed extremely experienced in forging. He wasn't impatient and kept his composure well. No wonder he had such achievements at a young age. They would have been extremely proud of themselves if they were 1/10 as patient as Wang Teng. When they were young, time passed slowly. Around 6 hours later, under Wang Teng's patience and effort, the cloud lightning crystal finally merged into the dark-weight luminary gold. The liquid metal was no longer gold anymore. There were lines of lightning-like purple patterns on the surface. It was strange and beautiful. Wang Teng opened his eyes and nodded in satisfaction when he saw the condition of the metal after the merging. He kept his emerald-glazed flame. As the temperature subsided, the liquid metal slowly turned solid. He used his spiritual power to place it on the smithing table. Wang Teng remained on his knees as he grabbed the two smithing hammers on the table with his spiritual power. Bang, bang, bang. The two smithing hammers were more than 100 kilograms. They floated in the air as if they were held by invisible large hands and pounded the metal on the table. Oh, the Grandmasters were stunned. How is this possible? They knew from Grandmaster Hua Yuan that Wang Teng was a divine spirit master. But this was their first time seeing such a smithing method. They didn't know how to describe their feelings. Normally, they would wield the hammers personally and use their strong physical bodies to forge the weapon. Yet Wang Teng used his spiritual power to do it. He looked extremely relaxed, too. It was vastly different from their usual forging style. No, it was different from all the blacksmiths. Grandmaster Wang Teng was unconventional. Grandmasters, do you have additional hammers I can use? Wang Teng's voice suddenly sounded in their ears. He felt that the progress of the two hammers was a little slow. Hence, he wanted to use more of them. This would quicken the process. The four Grandmasters were shocked. Did he think that 2 hammers weren't enough?
Grandmaster Wang Teng, how many do you need?
Grandmaster Mode asked helplessly.
As many as you have, Wang Teng replied casually.
The 4 Grandmaster blacksmiths looked at one another.
Grandmaster Wang Teng, are you serious? Shall we lend you our hammers?
Grandmaster Mode hesitated and asked.
Sure.
Wang Teng nodded. Grandmaster Mode acted instantly. He glanced at the other 3 Grandmasters, and all of them took out their hammers. Catch them? Wang Teng pulled the hammers over with his spiritual power easily. The hammers of these 4 Grandmaster blacksmiths were heavier than the 2 provided by the Alliance, but it wasn't a problem for Wang Teng. Chapter 976. Grandmaster Wang Teng is unconventional. 3. The addition of the 4 hammers increased the speed greatly. The 6 hammers wielded down on the metal violently. They moved so quickly that one could only see their lingering shadows. There were 6 hammers, yet they moved in an orderly fashion. After one was done, the next would move down immediately. Despite there being no gap between them, they didn't hit one another. There was a specific rhythm to the 6 hammers, like they were synchronized cogs of a machine. They weren't hammering at random. This was the hard part of smithery. If you just hammered randomly, the final product would be scrap metal. It would be useless. A real smithery occurred when you grasped the characteristics of the metal ore and merged them together during the hammering process. At the same time, you must ensure that these characteristics were released to their greatest potential. The 4 Grandmasters couldn't blink. They were dumbfounded. They lost their voices as they stared at Wang Teng's unconventional hammering method. They had neither seen nor heard of such a method before. They felt that their past smithery experience was just child's play. There was nothing to compare. The Grandmasters even started to suspect their abilities. Wang Teng didn't know what they were thinking. He was focused on controlling the 6 hammers to combine all the materials properly. Only the clanging of the hammers could be heard in the room. Another 2 hours passed. Under Wang Teng's hammering, the metal block started to shrink. After smelting all the ingredients, the metal block was 3 feet wide. Now it was only the size of a palm. It had also been hammered into a rectangle. This was the billet of the lightning slap. It would become the lightning slap after runes were carved on it. Somehow, I feel that this billet shape is different from the lightning slaps. Grandmaster Mo De asked after some hesitation. Indeed, it's different. It looks the same as Grandmaster Wang Teng's golden brick. Grandmaster Boke thought of something and smiled uncontrollably. The other Grandmasters were speechless. He was obsessed. Did he love bricks so much? But the shape wasn't important. It wouldn't affect the final quality of the lightning slap, so they didn't say much. Naturally, Wang Teng couldn't read their minds. He was satisfied when he saw the shape of the metal. He was used to having a brick and would need some time to get used to a new shape. Thus he chose not to change it. He needed to carve the runes now at first. This process required the help of rune masters, but Wang Teng was already a rune grandmaster. Naturally, he didn't need any help. The emerald glazed flame appeared again and enveloped the palm-sized lightning slap billet, but this time the flame didn't melt it. It just nourished the metal one last time. At the same time, Wang Teng was using his spiritual power to carve runes on the surface of the brick. His spiritual power silently slid over the surface, and runes appeared. They formed mystical patterns on the surface of the brick. Halfway through, when he was carving a lightning element rune, he had a sudden idea. Since this was a lightning element weapon, what would happen if he added a small amount of calamity lightning? Wang Teng's gaze shimmered. Soon he made his decision. A string of calamity lightning surged out of his forehead. He instilled it into the rune he was carving on the billet. This was just a last-minute thought, but he didn't mind giving it a try. If it failed, he could start over. But if he succeeded, there might be surprises. After all, calamity lightning was anything but ordinary. Unexpectedly, the process was exceptionally smooth. No accidents happened, and the calamity lightning was instilled into the billet successfully. The 4 grandmasters didn't notice anything amiss. They thought that Wang Teng was carving the runes based on the instructions. Time gradually passed. Approximately half an hour later, Wang Teng finally completed his carvings. Suddenly, a glaring purple and golden light glowed on the surface of the billet. The Grand Masters sat up straight. Success. Just as this thought appeared in their hearts, the forces around them started to get restless. A purple golden beam of light shot into the sky, forming a light pillar. Boom. The lightning slap soared into the sky too and smashed the roof of the Alliance ruthlessly, leaving behind a big hole. Boom. Dark clouds started gathering above the Alliance. Thunder roared and lightning clapped. Chapter 977. No rush. Let it roam around a little longer. The 4 grandmasters were in a daze when they saw the huge hole in the roof. This weapon seemed a little fierce. It rushed out before they had the time to open the dome. Wang Teng felt a little awkward. After all, he had forged this baby and it smashed a hole in the Secondary Career Alliance's roof instantly. Would they ask him to pay for the damage? The loud commotion attracted the attention of the people outside the assessment room. They pushed the door and entered, only to see Wang Teng and the 4 grandmasters staring at the sky. They looked up and were stunned. How was this big hole formed? Cough. It's got nothing to do with me. Wang Teng coughed awkwardly. He said in a guilty tone, Grandmaster Mo De, you saw it. I'm innocent. Grandmaster Mo De and the other grandmasters were caught between laughter and tears. Wang Teng was skilled in pushing the blame. Grandmaster Wang Teng, your lightning slap will be going through the lightning calamity soon. You should take a look, Grandmaster Zhao Gaofeng reminded him quickly. He paused for a second when saying the name because he didn't know if it should still be called the lightning slap. No rush, let it roam around a little longer. Wang Teng stared at the sky and said calmly with a smile. Everyone was shocked and speechless. Let it roam around a little longer. People might think you're referring to a husky. Grandmaster Wang Teng, you should take a look. As a new weapon, it won't be able to withstand the destruction from the lightning calamity. Grandmaster Boke said with a forced smile. You don't believe me? Wang Teng glanced at them strangely. Everyone shook their heads spontaneously. Who would? They had never heard of a new Grand Master-level weapon that could withstand the lightning calamity alone. That was bullshit. Grandmaster Wang Teng, don't joke with us. You worked hard to craft this weapon. Take a look at it quickly or your efforts might be wasted, Grandmaster Alfred said. Let's go out together. Wang Teng laughed. He flew into the air without explaining himself. The others followed him. They wanted to know what weapon Wang Teng had forged. Hence, all the Grandmasters flew out of the dome and came outside. The people outside had already noticed the strange occurrence in the sky. Those walking to and fro in the secondary career alliance stopped in their tracks and looked up. Some even dashed out of the building. The people nearby were attracted too. Soon a crowd had gathered. Many of them had seen the lightning calamity in the morning. They didn't expect to see another one before the day ended. Normally they would only see a lightning calamity every half a year. When did it become so common? They wondered which Grandmaster was it this time. Soon they saw a rectangular brick flying in the air. It floated in the purple golden pillar of light, causing the forces around it to tremble as if there was an earthquake. What's that? A brick? Did I see wrong? Why is it a brick? The brick must be its disguise. It hasn't revealed its true appearance yet. That's right. Who will make a brick for no reason? The crowd chatted among themselves. They were surprised when they saw the brick, but they soon made all kinds of guesses in their minds. No one felt that it was just purely a brick. At that moment, Wang Teng appeared in the sky and attracted the crowd's attention. Isn't he the Grandmaster Alchemist from the morning? Why is he beside the weapon? Oh my, did he craft this weapon? I don't think so. This might be just a coincidence. He's just coming out to take a look. Look, he's not moving. If he made it, he wouldn't leave it by itself. You're right. There are many other Grandmasters beside him. That Grandmaster Hua Yuan is an alchemist. I have met him once. Grandmaster Alfred is here too. He's a rune Grandmaster. They're all here to watch the show. The people below were in an uproar. Many of them recognized Wang Teng as the Grandmaster Alchemist in the morning and started to make their own guesses. Since he was the first to appear, the majority of the people felt that he was the creator of the lightning slap. However, Wang Teng acted like a spectator, with numerous other Grandmasters standing beside him. Hence, they didn't think too much and threw this thought out of their mind. After all, a Grandmaster Alchemist couldn't become a Grandmaster Blacksmith, right? Boom. Suddenly, the dark clouds started churning. Silver-white lightning slashed through the clouds as thunder echoed in the sky. The lightning calamity is here. Where is the blacksmith? Why hasn't he appeared? Everyone stared at the dark clouds grimly. They were confused. Boom, a bolt of lightning shot down without any warning. Since there was no one there to stop it, the silver-white lightning bolt landed directly on the lightning slap. Everyone's heart stopped beating simultaneously. No one came out to protect the brick. Is the blacksmith going to let the weapon undergo the tribulation alone? Which Grandmaster Blacksmith is so heartless? Isn't he afraid of damaging his treasure? Grandmaster Mo Day and the others were filled with apprehension. They were afraid that the bolt of lightning would turn this lightning slap into scrap. They watched Wang Teng forge this lightning slap, but right at the end, they still had to withstand this torture. When the bolt of lightning struck the lightning slap, countless sparks flashed around it, giving off loud crackling sounds. The sparks spread out like tiny silver snakes, covering the entire sky in an instant. It was terrifying. The lightning slap was swallowed by the bolt of lightning. Only a patch of white pointed to its location. Boom. This wasn't the end. The second bolt of lightning came and slammed into the lightning slap. The white light grew brighter. It was so glaring that no one could look straight at it. Endless lightning force surged towards the lightning slap. The impact and destruction it caused were frightening. A normal weapon might have already been destroyed if they suffered this crushing blow, but through his eyes of essence, Wang Teng could see that the lightning slap was absorbing the lightning force. As the lightning force swarmed into the weapon, the patterns on the surface of the lightning slap grew deeper. It looked even more magical. Boom. The third lightning had arrived. It was 3 times thicker than the first 2. Wang Teng didn't move. He watched the lightning slam into the lightning slap with a calm expression, as if an unimportant thing was suffering this lightning calumny. Chapter 978, Uproar in the Great Qian City. 1. Boom. The third bolt of lightning finally landed, devouring the entire lightning slap. From afar, one could only see a ball of dazzling lightning glow. Everyone stared at this scene in a daze. They didn't know why the Grandmaster Blacksmith didn't act. All of them tensed up. This was already the third bolt. They wondered if the weapon could withstand it. It felt unlikely, but many people still had hope. They stared at the sky, waiting for the final result. Grandmaster Mo Day looked grave. His knuckles cracked loudly as he clenched his fists. Then he turned and saw Wang Teng's calm expression. He felt his head hurt. "Grandmaster Wang Teng, aren't you worried?" Grandmaster Mo Day couldn't help but ask. "Don't worry, I'm confident in my lightning slap." Wang Teng placed his hands behind his back and replied with a calm smile. Grandmaster Mo Day wanted to know where he got his confidence from. "I forged it, so it's definitely extraordinary," Wang Teng added. Everyone felt the corners of their lips twitching. They almost burst out cursing. Was this the time to put on an act? "Good luck, Grandmaster Wang Teng." "Look." Grandmaster Harrell suddenly screamed in shock. Everyone was stunned. They looked in the direction Grandmaster Harrell was pointing. The dark clouds didn't dissipate. Instead, they got darker and denser. They seemed to be just inches away from everyone's head. Numerous bolts of lightning danced in the sky like dragons swimming in a pitch-black sea. They tore the dark clouds into different patches. This isn't right. The lightning slap is a third-rank Grandmaster-level weapon. Why are there 4 bolts of lightning? Grandmaster Mo Day was appalled as he exclaimed in disbelief. "This isn't right. This isn't right. 3 and 4 lightning bolts are different. Once you exceed 3 lightning calamities, the weapon will be of a different level. This won't happen easily. Both the material and the smithery skill must reach a sufficient height for one to reach this level." "What's going on?" Grandmaster Zhao Gofeng muttered in bewilderment. The dark clouds show no sign of dispersing. "The 4th bolt of lightning is dawning," Grandmaster Boke said in a low voice. The 4th bolt of calamity lightning, Wang Teng was surprised too. He didn't think that a small change would result in such a big effect in the lightning slap. Was this a pleasant surprise? "Grandmaster Wang Teng, did you do something to the lightning slap?" Grandmaster Mo Day suddenly turned his head and asked with an intense gaze. The other people looked at him too, especially Grandmaster Alfred and the other Grandmasters who knew how perverted Wang Teng was. Whether it was the scary speed of carving or the ability to make 300% efficacy dans in a single try, Wang Teng had accomplished things no ordinary person could. In summary, he was related to everything abnormal. This fellow never played by the book. "Cough, don't look at me like that." Wang Teng coughed awkwardly. He placed his thumb and forefinger close to each other and said, "I only made a small change." Silence. To hell with just a small change. Why did it cause such a great commotion if it was just a small change? Who would believe you? The 4th lightning calamity is here. Do you think this is a joke? Everyone felt speechless and helpless. They had to suffer mental torture every time they interacted with Grandmaster Wang Teng. Their fragile hearts couldn't endure it. He was toying with them. "Grandmaster Wang Teng, what changes did you make?" Grandmaster Mo Day took a deep breath and asked curiously. "I added a small calamity lightning." Wang Teng didn't hide the truth. added a small calamity lightning. Everyone was stunned. Could you add this thing randomly? Wait, calamity lightning. Did I hear it right? That calamity lightning? Grandmaster Mo Day regained his senses and pointed at the bolts of lightning wreaking havoc in the sky. Wang Teng nodded. A strange atmosphere loomed over everyone. How did you do it? Grandmaster Boke stuttered. It was understandable why he lost his composure. This piece of news was too astonishing. That was calamity lightning. Others couldn't wait to stay away from it, but Wang Teng wanted to get it. He even succeeded. Unbelievable. Oh, I took a strand of it when I was resisting the lightning calamity for the 9 essence soul congealing pill in the morning, Wang Teng replied calmly. No one knew what to say. That sounded quite casual. Are you serious? You had the time to take a strand of it when you were tackling the lightning calamity. Indeed, Wang Teng wasn't just powerful, he was also bold. He dared to get hold of the calamity lightning. Wasn't he afraid of playing with fire? No one probed further. This was enough. How he did it was his personal secret. They wouldn't ask for the details. Everyone suppressed the astonishment in their hearts and stared at the sky. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated in the sky. A bolt of lightning as thick as a pillar cut through the dark clouds and struck down. Everyone widened their eyes when they saw the lightning. They were flabbergasted. Chapter 979, Uproar in the Great Qian City. 2. The fourth bolt of lightning was a little too powerful. Wang Teng also detected the power of this calamity lightning. At the same time, he knew that his lightning slap wouldn't be able to withstand the damage. Immediately, he disappeared on the spot and shot towards the thick pillar of lightning. Ancient God's body. As he dashed out, he activated his ancient God's body and boundless strength flooded cells. Blood gushed around like lava while an occult golden rune appeared on his forehead. 4th level strength of Ultima. Wang Teng knew that he mustn't underestimate the power of this bolt of lightning. Hence, he released 6 punches at once, releasing his 4th level strength of Ultima to its maximum. Multiple fist auras piled onto one another and formed a gigantic fist mark. It slammed heavily into the lightning pillar. Boom! Thunder clapped. There was a huge explosion, and frightening shockwaves swept through the sky, causing the air to tremble. The lightning pillar didn't disappear, but it grew thinner. It was less than half its original size. Wang Teng stopped punching. He shot to the side and allowed the remaining lightning pillar to land on the lightning slap. The lightning slap was still covered with lightning. When the lightning pillar landed on it, the glow became more dazzling. Everyone was staggered when they saw Wang Teng in action. Isn't that the Grandmaster Alchemist from the morning? Did he craft this weapon? Really? He's a Grandmaster Blacksmith and a Grandmaster Alchemist. Maybe he's just helping a Grandmaster Blacksmith who saw how he dealt with the lightning calamity in the morning. Everyone started discussing uncontrollably. All kinds of guesses were thrown around. They thought that the weapon had nothing to do with Wang Teng, but when he acted, things started to get a little complicated. At this moment, the calamity seemed to have come to an end. The dark clouds calmed down, and no thunder was heard again. Peace resumed in the sky. The force in the area stopped trembling too. Gradually, the dark clouds disappeared. The sky was bright and sunny again. This was a calamity. It came and went quickly, but the crowd didn't disperse. Everyone was staring at the weapon engulfed in lightning. This brick could withstand 3.5 strikes of lightning. What would it become in the end? Was it destroyed or did it survive? By right, a Grandmaster Blacksmith wouldn't let his weapon suffer the lightning calamity on its own. No Grandmaster Blacksmith was this stupid. Also, Wang Teng acted in the end. This meant that he still cared about his weapon. There was a reason for his negligence. Grandmaster Mo Day and the other Grandmasters weren't stupid. They realized Wang Teng's purpose. He had instilled a tinge of calamity lightning in the weapon and allowed the lightning to strike it directly. He wanted the lightning slap to absorb the lightning force. From the looks of it, he was about to succeed. Grandmaster Modet and the others suddenly got curious. What would the final lightning slap look like? Wang Teng was filled with anticipation, too. He stared at the ball of lightning and waited patiently for the lightning slap to absorb all the calamity lightning. He wasn't in a hurry. He scanned the crowd and collected all the attribute bubbles dropped. Constellation Force, Lightning, 15. Constellation Force, Lightning, 200. Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning, 35. Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning, 35. Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning, 30. Constellation Force, Lightning, 250. The attribute bubbles merged into his body. He received 800 points of Constellation Lightning Force and 65 points of Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning this time. The Constellation Lightning Force circled his body once before entering his lightning constellation, increasing his power. The Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning turned into a bolt of silver lightning and entered his consciousness. It laid there quietly. The original bolt of calamity lightning had been instilled into the lightning slap. This bolt was newly formed. Other people might not be willing to instill calamity lightning into a weapon after receiving it. However, Wang Teng didn't have such concerns. He used it whenever he wanted. This was why the lightning slap went through this ordeal. By the time he absorbed the attribute bubbles, the lightning slap had also completed its transformation. It turned back into a brick and floated silently in midair. The people below widened their eyes as they stared intently at the purple gold brick. They looked as if they wanted to see through the brick. However, that honestly seemed to be just a brick. There was nothing special about it. Was it just a brick and not some other weapon? This absurd thought appeared in everyone's minds. They didn't feel good. They felt that they should reconsider their perspective of the world. This was a brick. What was unique about it? Which Grandmaster blacksmith would make it? Did he have nothing better to do? Wang Teng didn't know about their thoughts. His eyes shone brightly when he saw the lightning slap. He reached out and beckoned the weapon over. The lightning slap flew toward him, landing on his palm. Grandmaster Modet and the others hurried over and stared at the lightning slap. Grandmaster blacksmiths noticed different things compared to an ordinary martial warrior. There was astonishment in their eyes. The lightning energy in it is powerful. Grandmaster Modet exclaimed in shock. He stretched out his hand and wanted to touch the lightning patterns on the weapon. The instant he touched them, a spark shot out from the lightning slap. Slash, boom! Grandmaster Modet's beard turned straight from the electrocution. He was stunned, looking a little funny. The people beside him were surprised, too. They tried their best to suppress their laughter. The Grandmasters were able to control their expressions well, unless they really couldn't control it. Grandmaster Modet's face turned black. Grandmaster Modet, are you all right? Wang Teng asked in embarrassment. He didn't think that this would happen. I'm fine. Grandmaster Modet waved his hand. He couldn't blame a brick, right? But this lightning slap seems even more extraordinary now, after the calamity. Grandmaster Boke complimented. Indeed, this small spark almost burned me. This is a powerful weapon. Grandmaster Modet regained his composure and nodded in agreement. His heart was still palpitating because of that spark. It would be terrifying if its entire potential was released. Haha, looks like the bet paid off. Wang Teng smiled happily. Everyone stared at him with a complicated expression when they heard him. Truthfully, altering a Grandmaster level weapon wasn't an easy task. Wang Teng made it sound simple, but Grandmaster Modet and the others could imagine the difficulty he had experienced. This wasn't an easy task that could be completed within a few seconds. Most importantly, Wang Teng succeeded. He modified a third-rank Grandmaster level weapon to the fourth-rank Grandmaster level, and it seemed more powerful than an ordinary fourth-rank Grandmaster level weapon. Grandmaster Modet knew that he couldn't replicate this. Grandmaster Wang Teng was skillful. The Grandmasters were entirely convinced after seeing Wang Teng's mastery. They started to feel respect and admiration towards this Grandmaster who was much younger than them. Let's go back to the Alliance, Grandmaster Alfred suddenly said. Oh, right, let's go back first, Grandmaster, Hua Yuan said hurriedly. No one objected. They crowded around Wang Teng and returned to the alliance. An uproar erupted in the crowd. This Grand Master-level weapon was made by the Grand Master Alchemist in the morning. He was a Grand Master blacksmith, too. This was unbelievable. As the Grand Masters left, the crowd below slowly dispersed. But discussions about Wang Teng never stopped. Many people had already started investigating him earlier. However, Wang Teng hadn't entered the alliance yet, so there was very little information available. Outsiders weren't able to know anything, but with his additional Grand Master Blacksmith title, his fame increased. More efforts were put in to investigate him. After some time, the news that a triple-field Grand Master had joined the Secondary Career Alliance spread through the city like a tsunami. The entire city was in an uproar. Chapter 980, It's All Luck. It has nothing to do with me. There would always be staff members in the Secondary Career Alliance who would have access to the assessment records. If someone really probed into this, they would be able to get some information. News spread naturally. However, there were not many who had seen Wang Teng's face. Besides a group of Grandmaster examiners, Fan Taining, and the others, no one knew he was the one with 3 Grandmaster titles. Wang Teng had also specifically told the Grandmasters not to reveal his identity for the time being. The Grandmasters were glad to fulfill a small request from him. That was why Wang Teng's name and appearance were kept secret by the Secondary Career Alliance and not leaked to the public. The Secondary Career Alliance could still guarantee something like that. However, the news of someone with 3 Grandmaster titles spread like wildfire across the streets in Great Qian City. There were even various versions of it being circulated around. For now, Wang Teng didn't know about that. He was busy completing the registration for the Secondary Career Alliance. The process was simple, but it required him to sign a contract. The contents of the contract were simple as well. There were no mandatory terms. There were only occasional exchange events where he would need to show up, and there were even various rewards and benefits for him. Wang Teng wanted them to give him more such opportunities. Besides that, joining the Secondary Career Alliance would also mean that he could have their protection. The combat power of an individual member was not high, and they were basically at a disadvantage when fighting martial warriors. That was why the Secondary Career Alliance was formed as a defense mechanism. The higher the level, the more valuable one was naturally. They would be better protected. Someone with 3 Grandmaster titles like Wang Teng was treated like a treasure by the Alliance and was highly regarded. Wang Teng finally heaved a sigh of relief after completing the Grandmaster assessments and joining the Secondary Career Alliance. Now he had someone backing him. From Earth to the outer universe, he went from being a nobody from an undeveloped planet to someone who had 3 Grandmaster titles in the Great Qian Empire. Such a change of status was a big deal. An ordinary person would never have been able to achieve this in his lifetime. The Cao family wanted to oppress him with power. He would like to see who was afraid of who. After handling all the matters, the Grand Masters were happy for him. Grandmaster Alfred knew some things about Wang Teng and said, "Grandmaster Wang Teng joining the Secondary Career Alliance has no other benefits, but we shield our members. I heard about your troubles from Fan Taining. Since you have now joined the Alliance, if there is anything that can't be solved, you can report it to the Alliance directly. Has Grandmaster Wang Teng encountered any trouble?" The other Grandmasters didn't know about his affairs and asked. Wang Teng didn't hide anything and explained briefly. Since they already knew who he was, they would know about it with a little investigation. He couldn't hide it anyway. After all, there was a lot of trouble in the noble family consultation chamber that day when he struck the bell. So that was it. Everyone was a little surprised. "If you need any help, you can find me. I have some connections." Grandmaster Hua Yuan offered immediately. That's right. Old fellows like us have been in the business for half of our lifetimes. We would have some connections, Grandmaster Mo Day continued. All the Grandmasters expressed their willingness to help. They wanted to have a good relationship with someone who had 3 Grandmaster titles. They wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. They weren't afraid of the Tao family as for the Parkers family, with so many of them working together. They wouldn't be in too much danger even though they weren't as powerful. On the contrary, if the Parkers offended so many Grand Masters of the Secondary Career Alliance, they would be the ones in trouble. That was why the Grand Masters didn't have many concerns. Wang Teng was surprised by their reactions, but he didn't reject them. He nodded and smiled. "Many thanks, fellow Grandmasters." "You are welcome." Grandmaster Wang Teng is too polite. Grandmaster Wang Teng, no need to be polite. We'll interact more in the future. The Grandmasters were quite glad. If Wang Teng rejected them, they wouldn't be feeling like this. Favors were inevitable and were bound to be exchanged. Helping Wang Teng would mean that he would lend a hand in the future. Offering help in times of trouble was better than the icing on a cake. Wang Teng had amazing potential, already holding 3 Grandmaster titles at such a young age. Even seniors like them, who had spent their lifetimes in their fields, would have to admire him. They wanted to develop a closer relationship with him. "Grandmaster Wang Teng, where do you live? Do you need us to prepare a safe place for you?" Grandmaster Hua Yuan asked passionately. "I'm staying with Master Fan Taining in Great Qian City for the time being." "It isn't that dangerous," Wang Teng replied. The Grandmasters glanced at Fan Taining and remembered that he was the one that brought Wang Teng here. "You did well this time." Alfred patted Fan Taining's shoulder and chuckled. "Grandmaster Alfred, your disciple gave us a great gift." Grandmaster Hua Yuan smiled. "It's what I should do." Seeing that everyone had finally remembered him, Fan Taining almost burst into tears and sucked up to them. He had to. He was surrounded by Grandmasters, and as a mere run-master, he was not in a position to speak. It was all thanks to Master Wang Teng. No, Grandmaster Wang Teng, that they remembered his name. Grandmaster Wang Teng. "Do you need another place to stay? Fan Taining's place might be too small for you?" Alfred asked and revealed his hand. "My place is big enough and more comfortable. We can have a good chat when we are free." Fan Taining felt as though his heart had been pierced by an arrow as he looked at Grandmaster Alfred with resentment. "Master, aren't you a bit too shameless to take him away from me?" However, he didn't dare to say it out loud. Otherwise, he would be criticized. He might even be expelled by his master. Given his understanding of Alfred, it was something that his master could definitely do. Wang Teng was speechless. He realized that this old man was quite evil. He wanted to snatch him away from his disciple and liked to have a good chat with people just like Fan Taining. However, he couldn't go. Grandmasters were not that easy to deal with. He would be annoyed to death. "Grandmaster Wang Teng, how about my place? My house is not only big, but there are also many materials for alchemy." "We can talk about alchemy." Grandmaster Hua Yuan didn't want to be alone and invited Wang Teng. "Grandmaster Wang Teng, you can come to my house. My smithery studio is large enough, and I gained some insight on the lightning slap. Why not we talk about that instead?" Grandmaster Mo Day suggested. "Let's go to my house." "Go away. Go to my house." Wang Teng's head started to ache as the Grandmasters argued. "Why do these people like to talk so much? I'll just escape. I can't do this." "Grandmasters, I'll just stay with Master Fan Taining for a few days. You don't have to worry about me," Wang Teng said quickly. They felt helpless, but they couldn't force him. Fan Taining was moved. Grandmaster Wang Teng rejected the invitations from the Grandmasters because of him. It was too touching. Alfred glared at Fan Taining fiercely. "Darn disciple, it's all your fault." Fan Taining. Over at the side, Master Blacksmith Hobson and Dr. Leonardo envied and sympathized with him. It probably didn't feel good to be on a Grandmaster's bad side. "By the way, Grandmaster Wang Teng, was the green flame that you were using a divine flame?" Grandmaster Hua Yuan suddenly asked. The Grandmaster Alchemists, Grandmaster Mo Day, and the others looked at Wang Teng instantly. Although they had already had a hunch, they couldn't contain their curiosity. Grandmaster Alfred and the others were taken aback. What divine flame? Grandmaster Wang Teng used a green flame while refining the Dan. "We guessed that it should be a divine flame." Grandmaster Hua Yuan replied, He used it during smithing as well, Grandmaster Mo Day commented. That's right, it's a divine flame. It's called the Emerald Glazed Flame. Wang Teng nodded. Emerald Glazed Flame, the Grandmasters muttered its name and exclaimed, It's indeed a divine flame. Grandmaster Wang Teng is really fortunate. I was just lucky, Wang Teng smiled. Wait, Grandmaster Wang Teng? Don't you have holy flame? Fan Taining asked in surprise. Holy flame? Everyone was astounded. What is happening? Why is there a holy flame? Oh, I didn't say that. I only have one flame. There was a strange silence. Grandmaster Wang Teng, you have two divine flames? Grandmaster Hua Yuan asked quietly. Ah, yes. I accidentally obtained two kinds of flames. Wang Teng nodded. Ha ha. What a good accident. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others felt pain in their hearts. They almost cried from envy. Two divine flames, what kind of luck is that? Everyone didn't know what else to say. They were embarrassed of their Grandmaster titles. Cough. Don't be like this. It's all luck. It has nothing to do with me. Wang Teng coughed awkwardly. Silence. Things would have been better if he had kept quiet. The few Grandmasters were exasperated. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll head back with Master Fan Taining first, Wang Teng said quickly. Go on, go. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others waved their hands weakly. If they let Wang Teng stay, they would start doubting their lives. I'll refine the remaining 9 essence, soul congealing pill when I have the time. But in order to ensure that everyone is able to get one, I might require some more materials, Wang Teng said. I'll order someone to collect them immediately. Grandmaster Hua Yuan reassured him. Let me know when it's done, Wang Teng said. Then we shall wait. The Grandmaster's eyes lit up and they became happy again. Wang Teng nodded with a smile. He could deal with the Grandmasters with just one 9-essence soul congealing pill. It wasn't a bad deal at all. I'll go with you, Grandmaster Alfred said. Afterward, they left the Secondary Career Alliance and headed to Master Fan Taining's place. Chapter 981, Catch a Bodyguard First. When they returned to Fan Taining's residence, it was already night. Fan Taining ordered the servants to prepare delicious food. He even took out his wine collection. Besides the Baccarat Golden Rum, he also collected other alcohols from different planets. This was a good thing about the universe. There were various planets here, so one could find numerous specialties. The wine alone had thousands of planets, making it in the Great Qian Empire, much less in the entire universe. Of course, these were luxury products. They needed to be delivered from faraway planets, so the price was exceptionally high. After learning that Wang Teng was a Grand Master, Fan Taining became even more enthusiastic. Grandmaster Alfred was present too. Fan Taining placed Wang Teng at the same level as his master, treating him with much respect. His disciples, Ho Jiwei and Kui Site, were confused. Though their master treated Wang Teng warmly in the past, he wasn't this deferential. What made him act this way? Grandmaster Wang Teng has just passed the Grandmaster assessment. You must treat him politely and with respect. Fan Taining pulled them to the side and reminded them. Grandmaster Ho Jiwei and Hui Site were stunned. Wang Teng wasn't a master. He was a Grand Master. They found it unreal. But when they saw Grandmaster Alfred talking to Wang Teng enthusiastically as if they were friends, their doubts vanished. They started to feel admiration for Wang Teng. He wasn't someone they could be compared with. They might have been a little unconvinced at the start, but now they felt overwhelmed. The difference in status gave them invisible stress. Wang Teng didn't notice anything. He was having a great conversation with Grandmaster Alfred and Master Fan Taining. Both the host and the guests had a great time. At the end of the meal, Wang Teng said, Grandmaster Alfred, do you know any heaven stage martial warriors? I can make pills and weapons for him, but he needs to be my bodyguard for some time. Ha ha ha, Grandmaster Wang Teng, you're famous now. You just have to fill in your requirements on the Secondary Career Alliance virtual web. Many heaven stage martial warriors will be willing to work with you. You can also take a look at the virtual web. There should be many Heaven Stage martial warriors looking for dans or weapons. You can bargain with them, Grandmaster Alfred smiled and replied, I see. Wang Teng understood. Thanks for the reminder. This is just a small matter. It's nothing. I'll make a move first, Grandmaster Alfred said after having his fill. All right, let me send you. Wang Teng got up. Come and visit me when you have the time. I will send my address to you via the virtual web, Grandmaster Alfred said. Sure. Wang Teng smiled. Fan-taining, take good care of Grandmaster Wang Teng. If you treat him impolitely, I'll kick you out, Grandmaster Alfred warned him. Fan-taining was sad and flustered. However, he was used to it. Ever since he became his disciple, he had lived under Grandmaster Alfred's shadow. His master always threatened to kick him out. His mentality had been trained very well. After Grandmaster Alfred left, Wang Teng went back to his room to get some rest. He prepared to go to the virtual web Grandmaster Alfred had mentioned. Round Ball. Wang Teng sat cross-legged on the ground and called for Round Ball in his heart. Huh? Has your assessment ended? Round Ball appeared after some time and asked curiously. Wang Teng didn't know where it went for the past few days. It acted mysteriously, not even appearing during his Grandmaster assessments. I passed, Wang Teng said. How is it? Round Ball probed. I'm Triple Field Grandmaster now, Wang Teng said casually. What? Triple Field Grandmaster? Round Ball widened its eyes in shock. Are you kidding me? Why would I take a look if you don't believe me? Wang Teng took out 3 tokens from his space ring. There were 3 different images carved on them, a rune, a furnace, and a hammer. They represented Rune Grandmaster, Alchemist Grandmaster, and Blacksmith Grandmaster, respectively. Pfft, why are you a Triple Field Grandmaster? You didn't tell me anything. Round Ball had to believe him after seeing the 3 tokens, but it was still astounded and found it unbelievable. You didn't ask, Wang Teng replied as he tried his best to suppress his laughter. Round Ball was exasperated. It realized how bad Wang Teng's sense of humor was. Taking a deep breath, it said angrily, Since you're a blacksmith grandmaster, why did you make me craft the armor for you? Oh, I wasn't a grandmaster blacksmith at that time. However, after seeing your forging process, I was enlightened and somehow managed to achieve a breakthrough, Wang Teng said. He relied on picking up attributes to reach the grandmaster level, but he wasn't wrong. After all, he picked up the attributes from Round Ball. Round Ball almost choked on its own saliva. How infuriating. Look at what he's saying. Somehow managed to achieve a breakthrough. Are you boasting? Seriously, shameless. Since I helped you with the breakthrough, how are you going to thank me? Round Ball asked. It had a sharp tongue, too. What does my breakthrough have to do with you? I feel proud of your shamelessness. You sound like you're scolding me. Wang Teng rolled his eyes. All right, let's stop wasting time. I want to enter the virtual universe. Okay, Round Ball prepared to pull him into the virtual universe. Wait, use my registered identity. Don't use the unregistered one this time, Wang Teng said. Have you registered already? Round Ball was surprised. The Secondary Career Alliance helped me settle it. Wang Teng smiled and replied, That's a good thing. It wasn't easy to get an identity in the Great Qian Empire. At first, Round Ball planned for Wang Teng to be recognized by the Empire after he claimed the Baron's title. At that time, identity wouldn't be a problem. It didn't think that Wang Teng would solve this issue before he claimed the Baron's title. What's so strange about it? I'm a Triple Field Grandmaster. Don't underestimate the weight of a Triple Field Grandmaster, Wang Teng said. Look at how proud you are. Don't feel too confident. This is the Great Qian planet. There are many formidable characters here. Powerful figures won't appear easily. A Grandmaster is nothing, Round Ball said. However, it had to admit that Wang Teng was right. A Triple Field Grandmaster was indeed important. No wonder he could get an identity. Wang Teng shrugged. Naturally, he wouldn't feel proud of himself just because he had a Triple Grandmaster title. All right, get in. Round Ball used Wang Teng's registered account to pull him into the virtual universe. This identity account was like one's identification number on Earth. Everyone only had one, and it was acknowledged by the Empire. Through this identity account, one could log in to the virtual universe. His image there would be the same as in real life. Wang Teng had been to the virtual universe many times, so he was familiar with it. He asked for the location of the Secondary Career Alliance and headed there. If he had a property in the virtual universe, he could use the system in the property to connect to the Secondary Career Alliance's network. However, he didn't have one, so he had to head there directly. It was a little more troublesome since Wang Teng had appeared within the Great Qian Empire. He headed to the Great Qian Empire branch. After arriving at the Secondary Career Alliance, he went to a room specifically for Grandmasters. It was like an office. He opened a light screen on the table and searched for the information he wanted. There are many missions by Heaven Stage martial warriors, Wang Teng muttered to himself as he scrolled through the information. Who should I find? Browsing the list, he finally fixed his gaze on one mission. Need a heaven-level weapon. Reward: 5 billion GQC and 1 request from the blacksmith. Note: the difficulty of this weapon is higher than a normal 5th-rank Grandmaster-level weapon. Thus, it requires a Grandmaster blacksmith with high mastery. Please only apply if you're skilled enough. 5th-rank Grandmaster level. Wang Teng touched his chin and pondered. No wonder the other party added a special note. This was a 5th-rank Grandmaster-level weapon and seemed extremely difficult. 5 billion was a good price. There were different ranks at the Grandmaster level. 1st to 3rd-rank Grandmaster-level weapons were used by Cosmos Stage martial warriors. Thus, they were known as Cosmos Stage weapons. 4th to 6th-rank weapons were used by Heaven Stage martial warriors and were known as Heaven Stage weapons. 7th to 9th level weapons were used by Universe Stage martial warriors, so they were called Universe Stage weapons. But this also reflected how easy it was for a Grandmaster blacksmith to earn money. They could get paid a few billion GQC just from making one weapon tisk. This was amazing. Of course, this was related to the rank of the product. The other party required a 5th-rank weapon. Normal Grandmaster blacksmiths couldn't do it, so they wouldn't be able to earn this money. Wang Teng stared at his blacksmith attribute on his attributes panel. Blacksmith, 3,200, 10,000, 3,200 points. He got these points at the Secondary Career Alliance before his assessment, but he didn't have the ability to craft a 5th-rank weapon yet, not even a 4th-rank weapon. The lightning slap could attract 4 bolts of Calamity Lightning because he had instilled Calamity Lightning into it. His real forging mastery wasn't enough to make a 4th-rank weapon. But there was no need to panic. He would make a bargain and get this bodyguard first. He didn't need to make it now anyway. Wang Teng sent a message to the other party and asked directly, "What weapon do you need?" The person replied instantly, "Which Grand Master are you?" Wang Teng, "Do you know about the lightning calamity today?" The other party replied as if they were shocked, "Are you the Triple Grand Master that just joined the Secondary Career Alliance?" Wang Teng chuckled and replied, "Yes, indeed." Another instant reply, "Boss, please accept my video call. Let's talk face-to-face, Omega." The sudden change in the tone caused Wang Teng to turn silent. A video call invitation popped up on the screen. Should he answer it? Chapter 982, A Mecha Race Heaven Stage Martial Warrior. The call alert on the screen was ringing. Wang Teng hesitated. He felt that the other party was a little strange. The mystery and dignity behind a Heaven Stage martial warrior disappeared in an instant, and he was rather flippant. Was he being delusional? Or was the other party putting up a pretense? Wang Teng hesitated, but he still decided to click accept. A head immediately appeared on the screen. It was almost touching the screen like the other party was trying to see Wang Teng's face clearly, but he was disappointed as Wang Teng's face was blocked by light. He couldn't see his face at all. Wang Teng was surprised by the appearance of the other party. The Heaven Stage martial warrior was a robot. It had a mechanical head and blue electronic eyes. It didn't look like a human at all. Wang Teng could even see his mechanical body when it stepped back. "Mecha Race," Round Ball said in surprise. "He's from the Mecha Race." Mecha race. Is there such a race? Aren't robots created by humans? Wang Teng was curious. No, they're not the same. Mechas aren't robots. The mecha race is a very strange life form. They do not have real bodies and are somewhat similar to intelligent life forms like me. However, they were born like this. Whereas I evolved into what I am today, Roundball explained seriously. Then what about their mechanical bodies? Wang Teng asked. Mecha life forms are born from machinery. They can attach themselves to mechanical bodies. They are very powerful and are closely connected with the bodies. Their relationship is like the relationship between human souls and human bodies. The universe is so huge and full of surprises, it's amazing. Wang Teng exclaimed, "You will slowly be exposed to these things in the future." Roundball smiled. Generally, members of the mecha race are rare, and they wouldn't have any activities in a human city. It's surprising for a mecha to appear now. Is there a problem if I trade with him? Wang Teng asked. Nope. The mecha race is recognized, and there are many strong members. The spacecraft that they build are extremely sought after by powerful people in the universe. Wang Teng nodded. At this time, a sound came from the screen. How insincere. You are not showing your face. The robot pouted. The voice it made was no different from a human, without the slightest mechanical tone, which seemed a little out of place. I'm sorry. My identity is a bit sensitive and not suitable to be disclosed at the moment. Wang Teng offered an explanation. The Mecha Heaven stage martial warrior's blue electronic eyes turned. It's fine, as long as you can forge the things I want. When it came to business, he became serious and was no longer chirpy. What do you want? Show me. This is it. The Mecha Heaven stage martial warrior took out a small black box. What is this? Wang Teng frowned. It was clearly not a conventional weapon, and the difficulty wouldn't be low. This is the 1,000 armaments vessel, which is created by members of the mecha race like me. It is probably at the 5th rank Grand Master level. I need you to forge this for me, the Mecha Heaven stage martial warrior said. Okay, Wang Teng nodded. Are you not going to confirm if you can forge this? The Mecha Heaven stage martial warrior asked in surprise. There's no need to. As long as it is a Grand Master level weapon, I can forge it, Wang Teng replied calmly. Oh, such confidence. The Mecha Heaven stage martial warrior looked at Wang Teng with great interest. If I forge this, you have to promise me one thing. No problem. These details can be written in the spiritual contract. Of course, your conditions must comply with the principle of equivalence. If you're asking me to die, I won't do it. Don't worry, I know that. Wang Teng nodded. Very well, I shall wait for you tomorrow at the Secondary Career Alliance to sign the spiritual contract. The Mecha Heaven stage martial warrior said after speaking. Both of them went offline. Wang Teng opened his eyes in the real world and heard Roundball's voice. Wang Teng, you must be careful working with the Mecha Heaven stage martial warrior. How do I put it? The mecha race is quite mysterious, especially things that are created by them. They are rarely circulated around the world. You might not know what secrets lie in that small black box. Be careful. Oh, there are things like that. Wang Teng frowned. Looks like it's quite troublesome. Let's see what the contents of the spiritual contract will be tomorrow. If it is written clearly in the spiritual contract, then there shouldn't be too much of a problem, Roundball said. You mean there will be a clause that states that I should hide the secrets of the small black box in the spiritual contract? Wang Teng asked. Yes. Wang Teng nodded, his eyes flickering. After pondering for a while, he didn't say anything else and decided to wait until the next day to see what would happen. He then took out the lightning slap. After forging the weapon, he had never taken a look at it. Back then, he felt that it was a bit different, but he didn't focus on it. Now that he had some time, he took it out to study it. It was a treasure that he spent so much effort forging. Huh? Just as he was taking it out, Roundball, who was about to leave, let out a light snort. It was a Grandmaster blacksmith, and not just any ordinary Grandmaster. With just one look, he could see something from it. Did you find anything? Wang Teng asked. Round Ball didn't rush to answer and asked, "You forged this?" "That's right. It's my work for the Grand Master assessment." "I remember you had a brick. Did you put it back into the furnace?" Round Ball said with a strange expression. "Cough. That's not the point." Wang Teng cleared his throat. "This is supposed to be a seal, but it looks a little unconventional." Silence. "What do you mean by unconventional? Do you think I'm blind?" Round Ball rolled its eyes at Wang Teng. "Did you add something to that brick?" "Why do I sense a trace of heavenly might?" "You could sense that?" Wang Teng was surprised, but he didn't hide it. "I added a bit of calamity lightning, and the lightning slap absorbed it." No wonder Round Ball was taken aback. There was a look of surprise on its face. "You're too bold. You actually dared to add calamity lightning to your weapon, and were not afraid of being struck by it." "With me around, how could it possibly strike me?" Wang Teng replied calmly. "You're so arrogant. That's not right. Where did you get the calamity lightning?" Round Ball suddenly reacted and asked again. "I got it during the calamity." Wang Teng started bluffing without blinking his eyes. "Oh my God, you're good." Round Ball was really impressed by Wang Teng. He actually dared to use the calamity lightning. "Real Iron Head. The question is, how did you do it?" "You actually managed to get calamity lightning." Round Ball was full of curiosity and questions. "You want to know," Wang Teng snickered as he saw Round Ball's eyes filled with anticipation. "It's a secret." "Pfft." Round Ball pointed a middle finger at him. Wang Teng didn't care. Both of them surrounded the lightning slap and began studying it. "The lightning slap is not just at the 4th-rank Grandmaster level. I feel that it has room to grow." Round Ball stared at it for a long time and said as it rubbed its chin, "I think so too. As long as it keeps absorbing calamity lightning, there should be an unexpected surprise for us." Wang Teng nodded. As he spoke, he sent a trace of lightning force into the lightning slap, and the lightning patterns on its surface started glowing brightly. Countless lightning bolts flickered on its surface. If you looked closely, you would realize that there were traces of a different type of lightning. They were several times more terrifying than ordinary lightning. Calamity lightning is really exceptional. "I didn't think that an unintentional act would result in such a wonderful weapon," Round Ball exclaimed. Wang Teng smiled and stopped testing the lightning slap. After all, he was in Fan Taning's house. If he was careless, the entire house would be wrecked. Keeping the lightning slap, he entered the virtual universe once again to train. This time he entered as an unregistered resident and appeared directly in the wilderness. He then began a silent journey of hunting and collecting attributes. It was yet another busy night. After a night of silence and waking up, Wang Teng finished his breakfast and headed to the Secondary Career Alliance with Fan Taning. He was now a Grandmaster of the Secondary Career Alliance and had a personal waiting room. He only needed to wait for the Mecha Heaven Stage Martial Warrior to arrive. Fan Taning was envious of this. This was the status symbol of a Grandmaster. It was a realistic world. If you had the status and influence, you would stand out and everyone would respect you. Wang Teng waited quietly in the waiting room and changed his appearance using his morph talent. Before signing the spiritual contract, he would not let the Mecha Heaven Stage Martial Warrior see his true face. As the morph talent could also change one's physical body, it was considered a physical deformation ability. Even if others could tell that he had changed his appearance, they would not be able to tell what he really looked like. It wasn't like other illusion techniques. Once those were dispelled, his real appearance would be revealed. Such techniques only added a layer of veil. After waiting for a while, the other party arrived at the waiting room as agreed. The Mecha Heaven Stage Martial Warrior was wrapped in a gray robe and wore a metal mask so that people couldn't see his face. Wang Teng was curious. He showed himself so generously the previous night. Why was he acting so mysterious today? Wasn't it all for nothing? The Mecha Heaven Stage Martial Warrior entered the waiting room and took off his hood and mask, revealing his mechanical face. "I'm sorry. I did this to avoid some trouble. Looks like you and I are similar." Wang Teng smiled and made a gesture of invitation. "Please be seated." Everyone has their own secrets. The mecha squinted his eyes at Wang Teng. Wang Teng was stunned for a moment. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This mecha heaven stage martial warrior didn't have the aura of a heaven stage warrior. He felt more like a young man. Chapter 983. Bullshit. I'm not poor. Wang Teng couldn't sense any powerful aura from this mecha heaven stage martial warrior. If he hid among a bunch of ordinary martial warriors, he wouldn't be able to notice him. Of course, that was if he didn't use his spiritual sight, with which he could see the immense force in the martial warrior's body. Without a doubt, this fellow was a true heaven stage martial warrior. "How do I address you?" Wang Teng asked. And Lan, the mecha heaven stage martial warrior, replied, "Mr. and Lan, let's get to business. This is the spiritual contract from the Secondary Career Alliance. Please take a look." Wang Teng took out a scroll and placed it on the table. The basic clauses and content had already been written. They just needed to fill in their own clauses and signatures. And Lan nodded after reading the content. He wrote his conditions and name on the scroll. Wang Teng glanced at the new content. As expected, he wanted Wang Teng to keep the structure of the 1,000 armaments vessel a secret. Wang Teng felt at ease. He signed on the scroll, too. The spiritual contract lit up brightly. This meant that their contract had started to take effect. "Looking forward to our cooperation." Looking forward to our cooperation. They smiled involuntarily. And Lan was happy that he found a person to make the 1,000 armaments vessel for him. He had looked for many Grandmaster blacksmiths, but none of them could forge it. As for the blacksmiths above the Grandmaster level, he couldn't afford them. However, Wang Teng was confident. He said that he could make any Grandmaster level weapon. And Lan was doubtful, but since the other party was a triple-field Grandmaster, he must be extremely talented. He might honestly be able to do it. As for Wang Teng, he was elated because he found a heaven stage bodyguard. It wasn't easy. The other party might not be willing to do such a low-class job if he didn't receive enough benefits. Both of them had their own motives, nursing their own evil intentions. Since they had signed the spiritual contract, Wang Teng would settle the matter properly. That way, the other party would willingly be his bodyguard. "Mr. Anlan, why don't you take out the 1,000 armaments vessel for me to take a look?" Anlan took it out and placed it on the table. Wang Teng lifted the 1,000 armaments vessel and exclaimed in surprise, "This is a spiritual weapon, as expected of a triple-field Grand Master." "You could see its essence instantly," Anlan said with a smile. "Can I see the blueprint?" Wang Teng asked with shimmering eyes, and Lan tapped on his wristwatch and a light screen appeared in front of them. The design of the 1,000 armaments vessel was displayed on it. Wang Teng briefly looked through and frowned. "Tisk tisk, Wang Teng. This fellow fooled you. This weapon might be 5th rank Grandmaster level, but its complexity is on par with a 6th rank or 7th rank weapon." Round Ball nudged Wang Teng in his mind. He did trick me. Wang Teng noticed the problem too. He was speechless. "Ha ha ha. But can you forge the item? If not, I can do it," Round Ball said. "It's all right," Wang Teng said. "I can use it as practice and make one for myself next time. The contract says that I can't leak the blueprint. It didn't say that I can't make one for myself." "So this is what you were planning?" Round Ball was caught between laughter and tears. Wang Teng glanced at Anlan intently and said, "Although this is a 5th rank Grandmaster level weapon, it's as difficult as a 7th rank Grandmaster level. How is it? Can you do it?" Anlan chuckled and asked again. "Of course," Wang Teng replied with a smile. "That's great." And Lan was overjoyed. He felt that this was a good deal. 5 billion GQC and a request was a good deal for a weapon with the difficulty of the 7th rank Grandmaster level. The other party had just become famous, so he managed to strike a good deal. Other Grandmasters who had been renowned for a period of time might not agree to his request. "Let me say my request now," Wang Teng said. "Go ahead." And Lan smiled. "Be my bodyguard for some time," Wang Teng said with a smile. He didn't beat around the bush. "Come, let's see who's the one getting tricked. A bodyguard? You're asking a heaven stage martial warrior to be a bodyguard. And Lan was dumbfounded. Yes, is there a problem? Wang Teng asked. Did you offend someone? And Lan might appear happy-go-lucky, but he was a cautious person. Wang Teng resumed his own appearance and replied, My real name is Wang Teng. At the same time, he explained his relationship with the faction supporting the Cao family. Cao Hong too is a heaven stage martial warrior, but this matter implicates many people. And Lan's gaze flickered. He knew about the Baron incident. With a forced smile, he said, No wonder you agreed so quickly. You were waiting for me here. So what do you think? Yes, as long as you help me forge the 1,000 armaments vessel, I don't mind being your bodyguard for some time. And Lan gritted his teeth and agreed. Great, I like to work with straightforward people. Wang Teng chuckled. And Lan couldn't smile, though. He thought that he got a good deal, but in the end he was the one who got duped. The person who got the bargain was Wang Teng. This little fox. He still walked into a trap after all his calculations. Damn it! Have you prepared all the materials? Wang Teng said with a smile. He was delighted to see An Lan's frustrated expression. There are still some preparations left. An Lan shook his head. However, I'm planning to head to the Unique Treasure Street today. The Unique Treasure Street? Wang Teng was a little curious. You can find many good things there, like ores, spiritual herbs, etc. It's hard to know which ones are genuine and their qualities are inconsistent, but if you have sharp eyesight, you can get hidden gems. The best thing is, they're cheap, An Lan said. Are you poor? Wang Teng asked strangely. Bullshit, I'm not poor. I just exceeded my budget because of the 1,000 armaments vessel, An Lan refuted immediately. He seemed a little frustrated. Grandmasters are good. It's so easy for you to make money, he continued in an envious tone. You must be joking. Our money doesn't come easy. Look at this 1,000 armaments vessel. I need to use my brain cells and a lot of energy to forge it. This is hard labor. Sigh. Making money isn't easy. Wang Teng shook his head and lamented. An Lan. This Wang Teng seemed more shameless than him. Mr. An Lan, let me accompany you to the Unique Treasure Street. I'm curious now. That's great. Grandmaster Wang Teng, you're a Grandmaster blacksmith, so you must be familiar with all sorts of ores. You must help me later. An Lan said happily. It won't be a problem as long as you're paying. Wang Teng got up and walked out. An Lan, the two of them left the Secondary Career Alliance and headed to Unique Treasure Street. The Unique Treasure Street was not far away. It was just beside the Kunwu district, so they didn't need to take any transport. Walking over required 10 minutes. Soon, Unique Treasure Street appeared before Wang Teng. The first impression it gave him was that it was a bustling street. There were many people strolling back and forth. It was packed. Under An Lan's lead, they followed the stream of people and entered the street. There were all kinds of shops and stalls lining the sides with various items displayed. Ores, spiritual herbs, star cores, and star bones, and different weapons dazzled the eyes, but the quality was inconsistent, making it easy to get fooled. This street reminded Wang Teng of the most famous antique street on Earth. Many people went there to search for treasures, hoping to find one using a small price so that they could earn more. After all, not every martial warrior was rich. There were many poor fellows like An Lan. An Lan didn't know that Wang Teng had already given him a poor man tag. He was in a good mood as he roamed the streets. He probably came often, so he was familiar with this place. Wang Teng followed him while scanning his surroundings. He was curious. Suddenly, a few attribute bubbles floating on the street caught his attention. Surprised, he raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect bubbles to appear here. He released his spiritual power and pulled the attribute bubbles over. Mining skill, 50. Mining skill, 80. Mining skill, 60. This attribute, Wang Teng was shocked. He had picked up this attribute from a candidate on Earth in the past. He was surprised to see it again. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's mind and turned into his knowledge and memory. His mining skill rose from the foundation stage to the beginner stage. Mining engineer 220-2010s, beginner stage. Wang Teng didn't stop walking. He continued to follow An Lan, and soon he found more bubbles. He picked them up too. Mining skill 100. Mining skill 80. Mining skill 120. The same attribute again. Wang Teng's expression turned strange. He didn't think much, since picking up attributes didn't cost money. After some time, they stopped in front of a stall. Wang Teng's mining engineer row had been upgraded from the beginner stage to the intermediate stage. Mining engineer, 53rd thousand, intermediate stage. At this moment, An Lan squatted in front of the stall without any concern for his image. He was wearing a hood and a metal mask, so others couldn't tell what race he was from. It was easy to find people in this attire. Most people didn't want to reveal their identities. The owner of this stall was from the fox race. A red tail could be seen behind him. He was handsome, but he looked a little sly when he smiled. Please take a look. If you need anything, you can ask me. An Lan nodded. He appeared a little cold and indifferent as he glanced at the ores. There was a kind of ore called the Crimson Constellation bronze in this stall. It was one of the materials for the Thousand Armaments vessel. So An Lan stopped here to observe. However, these Crimson Constellation bronze were only partially cut. It might appear as if the entire ore was filled with bronze, but in reality, it just took up a small portion. There might just be a tiny bit of it. Anyone with poor knowledge and eyesight could only buy a defective good. No devices were allowed when buying products on this street. You had to rely on your experience and ability. Isn't this stone gambling? Wang Teng frowned. An Lan furrowed his brows as he stared at the ores. He spoke to Wang Teng using voice transmission. Which one has better content? Wang Teng wanted to use his eyes of essence to see the internal structure of the ore. That way he would immediately know which would earn them more money and which were defective. However, he just picked up some mining attributes, so he wanted to try them out. The main ability of a mining engineer was to look for ores. He understood all kinds of ores and could see the real value of ore just from the surface. Wang Teng used the knowledge and experience of a mining engineer to judge the ores in the stall. His gaze shimmered and finally paused on an ore double the size of a football. From the patterns and color on the surface, this ore had the highest probability of having Crimson Constellation bronze inside. This piece? An Lan asked through voice transmission when he saw Wang Teng's gaze. To be safe. Wang Teng didn't reply at once. He still activated his eyes of essence and looked at the ore. Boss, how much is this ore? A figure squatted down in front of the stall and patted that ore. Wang Teng and An Lan turned to look at him. Cao Guan, Wang Teng was stunned. Are you here to search for treasures because you're poor? Cao Guan had come for Wang Teng. He sneered. Wang Teng gave him a weird look. Chapter 984. Cao family, Cao Jiao. The atmosphere turned awkward. An Lan felt unhappy. Was he poor? Bullshit. As a Heaven Stage martial warrior, how could he be poor? He wasn't poor. No way. This bastard was framing him. He was damaging his reputation. What an evil fellow. He glared at Cao Guan, but he didn't release his aura. It was quite strange. No one knew why he didn't do it. If he did exert pressure on Cao Guan, who was just a celestial stage martial warrior, Cao Guan would have been pushed to the ground. Cao Guan was puzzled when he saw An Lan's gaze. What the hell? He was speaking to Wang Teng. Why was this strange man in a gray gown and mask glaring at him when Wang Teng didn't have any reaction? Master Cao, are you here to find a treasure too? Are you poor? Are the people here poor too? Wang Teng smiled calmly. Even when Cao Guan was mocking him, the people around them turned and glared at them dangerously. All kinds of people could be found here, good or bad, and from many different races. Not all of them knew Cao Guan, so naturally, they wouldn't be afraid of this celestial stage martial warrior. Cao Guan's expression changed. He felt goosebumps on his head. He felt like a small and weak little lamb entering the den of a pack of wolves. You're talking nonsense. I didn't mean it that way. Cao Guan refuted instantly. Cold sweat dripped down his head. What do you mean then? Wang Teng probed. Cao Guan, are you done? He shouldn't have teased this bastard. He wasn't Wang Teng's match. Is he from the Cao family? Lan asked. He didn't know if he should laugh or cry. He's Cao Hongtu's son. Wang Teng laughed, too. I heard that Cao Hongtu has a son and a daughter who reached the cosmos stage. I don't think it's this stupid guy, right? And Lan shook his head. Oh, he has a son and a daughter at the cosmos stage, Wang Teng exclaimed in surprise. It's nothing strange. If you're willing to put in the resources, anyone with a little talent can reach the cosmos stage, and Lan replied. What's with this, Cao Guan? Wang Teng was speechless. Isn't it obvious? He's stupid. And Lan asked him back. The two of them conversed calmly without any regard for Cao Guan. Stupid. Cao Guan's face turned black. This word kept resounding in his mind. Someone said that he was stupid. This was unacceptable. As the oldest son, he felt aggrieved that he was surpassed by his younger brother and sister. Now someone was mocking him in broad daylight. He trembled in anger. He got scolded by Cao Hongtu because of Wang Teng, and his right to deal with family affairs was taken away. He was forced to self-reflect in his room. Today he pleaded with his father for a long time before he got the chance to come out and get some fresh air. Coincidentally, he met his enemy, Wang Teng, and wanted to humiliate him to take revenge. Yet in the end he was the one getting dissed, but Wang Teng wasn't to be blamed. And Lan had a sharp tongue too. Cao Guan called him poor, so he replied to him with a stupid, "We're all heaven stage martial warriors this down to earth. Don't get angry. We're just telling the truth." Wang Teng didn't mind cooperating with Lan. He glanced at Cao Guan as he spoke. Pff. Peals of soft laughter were heard around them, igniting Cao Guan's anger. You're looking for death. Cao Guan's face turned red. He clenched his fist and wanted to teach Wang Teng a lesson immediately. This was infuriating. He couldn't bear it. Enough. At this moment, a fair and smooth hand appeared on Cao Guan's shoulder, along with a seductive and oppressive voice. Cao Guan froze. He was like a deflated balloon as he turned to look at the person in shock. Wang Teng raised his eyebrows and glanced at the tall lady who had suddenly appeared behind Cao Guan. The lady was beautiful and slender. Her tight-fitting purple battle uniform accentuated her figure. There was a large blade behind her. The blade was almost 2/3 of her height. There was no sheath, so the sharp blade was pasted right against her back and her hips. Wang Teng was afraid that the long blade would cut her pants and cosmos stage. Wang Teng saw the lady's cultivation level immediately after activating his spiritual sight. He was staggered. Why are you here? Cao Guan frowned and asked. Why can't I be here? Cao Zhao swayed over and tilted her head to look at him. I don't mean it that way. Cao Guan seemed scared. Why are you back? I had to come back. Cao Zhao scoffed. You're really bold. Did you just create trouble after you got released? You. Cao Guan's expression turned ugly. He was infuriated by his younger sister's words. Cao Zhao ignored him and looked at Wang Teng. Are you that Wang Teng? Don't you know that you should introduce yourself before asking others for their name? Wang Teng replied calmly. You have quite a temper. Little handsome guy. Cao Zhao giggled elegantly. Little? You used that word wrongly? How am I little? Wang Teng chuckled too. Cao Zhao was stunned. She glanced at the lower part of Wang Teng's body and said in a provocative tone, We'll know if it's little when we see it. Why don't we find a secluded corner and have some interaction? Wang Teng suggested. Are you looking for death? Cao Guan turned green in anger. He didn't like Cao Zhao, but that was still his sister. Wang Teng was teasing her right in front of him. This was too much. Any man wouldn't be able to stand it. Shut up. Cao Zhao's face turned cold. She said with contempt, You don't have the right to interfere in my business. Cao Guan, Wang Teng's gaze flickered when he saw this scene. This family is quite interesting. You seem confident. Cao Zhao's gaze landed on Wang Teng again. The coldness on her face had disappeared and her seductive smile was back. I am confident since I'm facing the Cao family. Wang Teng smiled too. I know how to smile too. Let's see whose smile is better. The anger was apparent on Cao Guan's face. Although he wanted to shout at Wang Teng, the words got stuck in his throat when he saw Cao Zhou's face. Cao Zhou from the Cao family. Cao Zhou looked at Wang Teng intently and stretched out her hand. Wang Teng. Wang Teng was surprised, but he still accepted her handshake. My father invites you to our house tomorrow, Cao Zhou said after pulling her hand back. Invite me? Wang Teng was surprised. Yes, you're the inheritor of Baron Nangong. My father is Baron Nangong's disciple, so we are a family. You came from far away, and we're thinking of inviting you for a meal. Do you mind? Cao Jiao asked casually. Makes sense. Wang Teng touched his chin and smiled. I guess it'll be disrespectful to reject you. Chapter 985. Harvest. A huge harvest. Then it's settled. Cao Jiao narrowed her eyes. She didn't expect Wang Teng to agree so quickly. It wasn't as simple as having self-confidence. Without a bit of self-confidence, he wouldn't dare to face 2 Cosmos stage martial warriors and a Heaven stage martial warrior from the Cao family. She didn't believe that. He didn't inquire about the Cao family situation after being in Great Qian City for such a long time. All right, I'll honor my word and be there. Don't worry, I won't run away. Wang Teng chuckled. So, are you all buying? If you're not, don't disrupt me from doing my business. The fox race boss was unhappy and urged them. You're buying this ore? Cao Zhou glanced at the stall and asked. I'm just looking around. Wang Teng's eyes flashed as he replied, I'll have this piece of ore. Cao Guan looked at the fox race boss and asked, How much is this? 30 million GQC. The fox race boss rolled his eyes and raised 3 fingers. 30 million? You might as well rob a bank. A piece of crimson constellation bronze as large as this is worth just over 30 million. You have the gall to sell a gambling stone for 30 million, Cao Guan glared. He only wanted to deny Wang Teng of his opportunity and get ripped off. You can't say that. These 2 took a fancy to this ore, which means that it is unique. It might not be pure crimson constellation bronze, but getting a gambling stone is betting on this possibility. The fox race wasn't bothered and smiled at Wang Teng. You agree? You're just raising the price, Cao Guan said angrily. I think what the boss said was right. Since young Master Cao is so rich, 30 million shouldn't be a problem for you. Wang Teng smiled. Cao Guan was speechless. He felt like he had dug a hole for himself and had to jump inside. A retard like you should stop trying to scheme. Cao Zhou smiled disdainfully and then said to Wang Teng, You don't seem to want this ore. Why are you giving it up so easily? I'm a poor man after all. I can't afford to pay 30 million. Otherwise, I would have fought for it with young Master Cao. And Lan. This guy is so shameless. A man who had just earned 5 billion from him was poor. However, he didn't open his mouth and continued to observe how Wang Teng would deal with this. Although the crimson constellation bronze was one of the forging materials for the 1,000 armaments vessel, he wasn't worried as he believed in Wang Teng, the one with 3 Grand Master titles. Hee, do you think I will believe that? Cao Zhou said. We don't want it, you can have it. Why are you so polite then? Wang Teng chuckled and changed his tone. Old Anne, pay for this. Okay, and Lan responded quickly and traded with the boss. Boss, what's your account number? I'll transfer the money to you. The fox race boss was not in a hurry at all. He glanced at Cao Guan and Cao Zhou with a smile. You don't want this? This. Cao Guan was stumped. Cao Zhou frowned and stared at Wang Teng. She was trying to see something from his face, but all she could see was that provocative smile. She was a little helpless. He was much more difficult to deal with than she had imagined. We don't. Cao Zhou replied. No, I want this piece of ore. It's just 30 million. I can afford it. Cao Guan gritted his teeth and glared at Wang Teng, and Lan looked at Wang Teng, who shrugged his shoulders. Young Master Cao is really generous. You can have it. This time, Cao Guan didn't go back on his decision and bought it straight away. Cao Zhaoshao frowned at Cao Guan, but she didn't stop him. She wasn't sure about the ore as well. Wang Teng was really unpredictable. It was hard to tell what he was thinking. They had stopped themselves previously for Cao Hongtu's sake. Now, since Cao Guan insisted on buying it, she wouldn't intervene. The fox boss felt a little regretful. He initially thought that both sides would fight for it and increase the price. He didn't expect Wang Teng to give it up just like that. However, he still earned 30 million. A whole piece of Crimson Constellation bronze was worth 30 million. What he had was just a gambling stone. He had initially bought it for 5 million and was planning to sell it for 7 or 8 million. Earning a profit of 2 million was good enough. Now he earned a profit of 25 million. He made a lot of money after the transaction was done. Cao Guan got his subordinates to carry the ore and gave Wang Teng a provocative look. "I'm going to open it up now. You can take a look if you have the guts." "Sure. I'm also curious to see what is in that ore." Wang Teng smiled and nodded as if he didn't care that Cao Guan had snatched his piece of ore away. His look made Cao Guan feel as though he had punched a bag of cotton. He couldn't vent his frustration anywhere. "That shop in front can open up ores. Let's go over." Cao Guan led the way. Wang Teng spoke to An Lan before following Cao Guan and the others towards the ore shop. Cao Guan paid a processing fee and got the other party to cut the ore. There were many types of ores in the universe, and they were all made up of different substances. Only common ores could be detected by machines. There were many restrictions, and the shape of the ores could not be detected. That was why there were gambling stones. The content and the shape of the ores were different. One could only depend on their experience and luck in opening up ores. The man who was opening up the ore seemed like a 50-year-old master. He looked at Cao Guan and asked, "How do you want to cut it?" "Directly in half," Cao Guan replied. The master nodded. Crimson Constellation bronze was meant to be used for forging and would eventually be smelted. The shape and size of it didn't matter. They only needed to open it. The query just now was a business tradition. After all, if someone wanted to make an issue out of it, it would be the craftsman who would suffer. There were many people who came to watch. No matter where it was human nature to join the fun, especially if there was a bit of gambling involved. There were many curious people. Screech. The master started working, and a saw pressed downwards with the machine. When the blade touched the ore, an ear-piercing sound irritated the spectators. Crimson Constellation bronze was not an ordinary ore. They were extremely hard, and the quality of the saw had to be at the third-rank Grand Master level. Ordinary people couldn't afford that. After a while, the ore was split into two halves. Everyone craned their necks to take a look. "Is there anything? Who knows? It might be just junk. I don't see any green. Isn't the Crimson Constellation bronze green?" The surface was covered with dust, and some couldn't see what was inside. Everyone started discussing it. The master splashed it with water and revealed what was underneath the dust. Oh, he lost the gamble. He lost everything. There's nothing in the middle. There's only a bit of it on the sides. 30 million has gone to waste. How did this happen? Cao Guan's face turned pale as he couldn't accept it. Cao Jiaojiao frowned and sighed. Sure enough, Cao Guan couldn't deal with Wang Teng. He was a sly little fox. "Young Master Cao, you don't seem to have good luck." Wang Teng gloated. "You played dirty." Cao Guan's eyes were filled with rage as he glared at Wang Teng. 30 million had gone to waste just like that. There was only a bit of Crimson Constellation bronze at the side of the ore. He couldn't even sell it for 100,000 GQC. He made such a huge loss. "Hey, you don't have to watch what you eat, but you have to watch what you say. I didn't force you to buy it." Wang Teng spread his hands. "You're shameless." Cao Guan's eyes were bloodshot. He turned his head and shouted at the old master, "Cut it one more time. I don't believe such a large piece of ore has only so much Crimson Constellation bronze." The result is clear. Young man, you just can't afford to lose. The old master shook his head and muttered, "What did you say, old man?" Cao Guan was furious. "All right, stop making a fool out of yourself." Cao Jiaojiao stopped him. Cao Guan was drained of his strength. Have you finished cutting? It's our turn." At this moment, An Lan walked up from behind with a smile. He then tossed a piece of ore to the master and got his help to open it up. "When did you buy this?" Jiao Shao frowned. She glanced at that piece of ore and recognized that it was underneath the one that Cao Guan had bought. It was much bigger. It was just that the piece of ore had not been opened up yet. It looked just like an ordinary, inconspicuous rock. Cao Guan also recognized the ore and finally understood something. "This was the one that you wanted to buy?" "What are you talking about? I don't understand. I just bought one to play with it," Wang Teng said. "Don't be excited, Wang Teng. This ore is a piece of junk. Even that stall owner didn't care about it. Stop dreaming, thinking that you can detect crimson constellation bronze." Cao Guan grunted. "Who knows?" Wang Teng said indifferently. "Old master, please open up the ore," An Lan urged with a smile. "This ore," the old master shook his head. It didn't look too good either. "How do you want to cut this ore?" "We'll cut it in half as well," An Lan replied. The master nodded and cut it. Screeching sounds spread out once more. The moment the ore opened up, a ray of soft red-green light emanated subtly from underneath the dust. Everyone widened their eyes. "Old master, pour some water and take a look. I actually cut out something." The old master was surprised and quickly took a large basin of water. The entire cut surface was exposed, and around 80% of the area was red-green, which was extremely dazzling. "Damn it, what a huge harvest. This piece of crimson constellation bronze is worth at least hundreds of millions. Damn, it must be hundreds of millions. What luck. There was an uproar, and everyone was jealous. How is this possible?" Cao Guan's face turned green as he rushed up and stared at the ore before shouting in despair. Cao Zhao's face was full of astonishment as well. She couldn't believe it. "Ha ha ha ha, you're really good." And Lan patted Wang Teng's shoulder and laughed heartily. Chapter 986, Your Family Likes to Praise Me. When Wang Teng went with Cao Guan, he asked An Lan through voice transmission to buy this ore. An Lan was a little hesitant. This ore didn't look good, just like a normal stone. Auras like this were normally empty, but he trusted Wang Teng, so he went to bargain with the boss. Since it was cheap, he bought it. The boss was confused when An Lan asked to buy this ore. He wanted to ask for a high price. However, the other party was sly, too. He turned and pretended to leave. The intention was clear. Fool me? No way. No discussions. His reaction dismissed the boss's concern, and he sold the ore to An Lan for 50,000. This resulted in a windfall. An Lan was elated. He spent 50,000 GQC to get the crimson constellation bronze that was worth a few million. It saved him a lot of money. He made the right choice to bring Wang Teng here. As a triple field grandmaster, this young man wasn't simple. And Lan's belief that Wang Teng was extraordinary grew stronger. He was more confident that he could make the 1,000 armaments vessel. This is normal, nothing to be excited about. Wang Teng smiled calmly. Everyone around them was stunned. The sudden arrogance caught them off guard. Finding the crimson constellation bronze worth a few million was normal. What were they doing normally then? This young man is so arrogant. That's understandable. If I found this ore, I'll boast for half a month. Rock gambling needs luck. He might earn now, but he might lose at the next moment. It's better to remain humble. Many experienced rock gamblers shook their heads when they heard Wang Teng's words. Cao Zhao glanced at Wang Teng. She seemed to have a new understanding of this man. He loved to boast. He was still a youngster. Cao Guan's expression turned ugly. He felt that Wang Teng was targeting him. The more he listened, the angrier he got. He didn't know where to vent his anger. The boss of the stall also came over due to curiosity, a huge rise in price. He was filled with regret. If he knew this was a good piece of ore, he would have made a small cut. With its current content, a small cut was enough for him to know its real value. This piece of ore was only worth a few thousand, so it wouldn't be a waste, however, Since he was sure that this piece was junk, he couldn't be bothered to cut it. After all, if there was nothing inside, he wouldn't be able to sell it for a few thousand. What a waste. This 50,000 ore had a few million worths of crimson constellation bronze inside. This was nearly a 2,000 times increase in value. The other party got a cheap deal. What a huge loss. He glanced at Wang Teng and wondered if this young man came from the fox race. He was craftier than him. Thinking back about it, this boy wanted this ore from the start, but he used the one above it to trick his enemy. He also got involved in his plan, thinking that the young man wanted the piece of ore above it, but his real aim was the one below. Aren't you worried about slapping your own face? After all, you only cut 1 million GQC ore. A sneer was heard among the crowd. Everyone turned and saw a bald young man wearing a long black gown. There were many people around him, surrounding him like the stars around the moon. There was a tiny fire symbol on his forehead. The Parkers family? Wang Teng exclaimed in his heart. He didn't expect to meet them here. One could never avoid one's enemy. He met the Tao family and the Parkers family here. Was Great Qian City so small? Also, this bald young man was at the Cosmos stage. He wasn't an ordinary cocky and wealthy young master Andres. Cao Guan smiled brightly when he saw the newcomer welcoming the young man with open arms. Cao Jiaoxiao frowned. She didn't like the way her brother fawned over other people. Andres nodded arrogantly. He looked past Cao Guan and saw Cao Jiaojiao. A smile immediately appeared on his face. Jiao Jiao is here too, young Master Andres. Cao Jiaojiao smiled like a blooming flower. She was exceptionally mesmerizing. Wang Teng glanced at her involuntarily. This was a tough lady. She could smile at everyone. If one ignored the large blade behind her and her Cosmos stage ability, one might think that she was just a weak social butterfly. Wang Teng wanted to disregard the other party. He retracted his gaze and said to An Lan, "Keep the crimson constellation bronze. Let's walk around the other areas." The Parkers family? An Lan recognized the young man in the black robe. They were one of the 8 dukes and were quite famous. Along with the iconic bald head and the fire symbol, it was impossible not to recognize them. As a heaven stage martial warrior, he wasn't afraid of this Cosmos stage man. But he didn't plan to provoke the other party. He kept the cut crimson constellation bronze and prepared to leave with Wang Teng. Andre's face darkened when he saw them ignoring him. He sneered, "You sounded very confident just now. Why are you leaving suddenly? Are you afraid of eating your words?" Cao Guan smirked. Wang Teng had no chance in front of young Master Andres. Cao Jiaoji's gaze moved back and forth between Wang Teng and Andreas. An Lan stopped in his tracks and looked at Wang Teng. He didn't want to offend the Parkers, but he wanted to see Wang Teng's reaction. He had signed a contract with him, so he would be implicated even if he didn't want to. "Your goading is clumsy." Wang Teng smiled. He stopped and looked calmly at him. "Who are you to talk about me?" Cao Guan gasped in shock. This brat had the balls to scold young Master Andres. He remembered how Wang Teng dared to talk back to the heaven stage martial warrior Synclamon. Well, it didn't seem weird now. He suddenly felt that Andres wouldn't be able to stop Wang Teng. Chao Yua Zhao was stunned, too. She had heard of Wang Teng's daring personality. He was someone who had the guts to shout at Synclamon in the noble family consultation chamber. But she was still surprised when she saw him in action, and Lan felt his head hurting. The cooperation with Wang Teng was more difficult than he had imagined. "How dare you speak like this to young Master Andres?" Before Andres opened his mouth, a person behind him stepped forward and pointed at Wang Teng. "How dare the dog speak before its master?" Wang Teng's gaze turned cold. Killing intent surged out of his eyes like sharp knives shooting toward the subordinate. His killing intent had reached the 9th level perfected stage after multiple battles. Once released, it was exceptionally frightening. He could control his killing intent so he wouldn't harm other people. Others might not feel anything, but the subordinate took the hit. He saw piles of corpses in Wang Teng's eyes, and his face turned pale immediately. He trembled in fear. You, move. If you dare to speak again, I'll chop you into two, Wang Teng shouted. The voice slammed into his eardrums and made him lose his sense of hearing. He took a few steps back, bumping into two people. He plunked onto the ground and cold sweat poured down his forehead. The fear in his eyes was apparent. Humph, Andres scoffed. Anger flashed in his eyes as he strolled towards Wang Teng. With his tall stature, he looked down on Wang Teng and said, "You must be the Wang Teng Uncle Sinclaman mentioned. You're indeed a bold fellow. Thank you for your compliment. Your uncle said the same thing. It looks like your family likes to praise me," Wang Teng replied casually. He waved his hands as if he was chasing flies away. "If there's nothing, please excuse me. I don't have time to waste." Andres felt the corners of his eyes twitching. His face turned black as he said, "You're good at rock gambling, right? Do you dare to make a bet with me?" Oh, and Lan asked with interest, "How do you want to play?" Andres glanced at him and replied, "Simple. Both of us will find a piece of ore and cut it. The one with the higher price wins. The loser will have to pay the winner the value of his ore. Also, we won't be playing here. Let's go big or go home. We'll go to the rock gambling lane in front. The good stuff is all there. How is it? Do you dare to play with me?" He looked at Wang Teng provokingly after he finished. Gasp! The onlookers were shocked when they heard this. This is a big gamble, as expected of the Parkers. They're indeed wealthy. One piece of ore from the rock gambling lane in front costs a few million. When cut, the price is even higher. It may be worth a few billion. If that young man loses, tisk, tisk, vicious. The young master from the Parkers family is vicious. Discussion sounded continuously. The onlookers chatted with one another as they watched the show with interest. After all, they were not the ones affected. And Lan hesitated. He didn't have this much money. If he lost, he wouldn't be able to pay Wang Teng. At the time, he would have to sell himself to repay his debt. That would be a joke. However, Wang Teng could play all he wanted. He was a triple-field grandmaster. He could earn a few billion easily. He looked at Wang Teng and waited for him to make the decision. Sigh, he wasn't poor, but he wasn't this wealthy either. "Wang Teng, you can choose not to play if you can't afford it. I heard that you're from a backward and faraway planet. It's normal to be poor. You might not be able to afford it if you lose." Cao Guan mocked. He was a little excited. "Why don't you play with me?" Wang Teng glanced at him. "Don't worry, I'm not a ruthless person. I'll make sure you can afford it." Cao Guan hurriedly hid behind Andres and muttered, "Play with young Master Andres if you dare. Why are you attacking me?" Chapter 987, It's Time to Teach Him a Lesson. Wang Teng was speechless. Even Cao Jiao couldn't bear to look at him. This was embarrassing. Wang Teng said contemptuously, "Look at how timid you are. If I were Cao Hongtu, I would pin you to the wall." The onlookers burst out laughing. They couldn't bear it anymore. How ruthless! This young man's mouth was like a sharp sword. And Lan laughed and stared at Cao Guan strangely. "You!" Cao Guan finally reacted after some time. His face turned red, and he fumed in anger. A tinge of red appeared on Cao Jiao's face as her heart sank. She cursed Wang Teng silently for his shamelessness. How could he say this? The corners of Andres's lips trembled. He found Cao Guan embarrassing, so he stood up and scoffed. "Cut the bullshit. Are you betting or not?" "Of course. Since you want to lose money, I don't mind accompanying you." Wang Teng nodded calmly. "You're thinking too much. Why would I lose money?" Andres pointed to an elder beside him and sneered. "This is an advanced stage mining engineer. Do you think I'll lose with him around?" "Advanced stage mining engineer." And Lan was stunned. His expression turned distorted. "You have an advanced stage mining engineer. This is unfair." "Unfair? Who doesn't have a mining engineer to help them when they want to rock gamble?" "You can find one if you can." "I won't stop you," Andres replied. "That's right, you can find a mining engineer too." Cao Guan was secretly gloating. He could almost imagine Wang Teng losing all his assets. His hatred towards Wang Teng had reached its peak. He was humiliated by him multiple times, but he couldn't take revenge. He had to rely on Andres. Tao Jiao shook her head and glanced at the ordinary-looking elder in surprise. She didn't expect him to be an advanced-stage mining engineer. With him around, Wang Teng had no chance of winning. Are you playing? If you are, please lead the way. If you're not, I'm leaving, Wang Teng said impatiently. He didn't even glance at the advanced-stage mining engineer. Young man, you're very confident. The advanced-stage mining engineer snorted. All right, follow me. Andres was afraid that Wang Teng would run away, so he immediately led the way. Wang Teng continued to disregard the advanced-stage mining engineer and followed Andres and Lan, caught up with him and asked using voice transmission. Wang Teng, that's an advanced-stage mining engineer. Are you confident? If you're not, we can leave. It's not shameful. Why are you afraid? Wang Teng smiled. Why would I be afraid? I'm just worried that you'll lose everything. And Lan was speechless. Don't worry, he's just an advanced-stage mining engineer. I'll let him know that there's always someone better out there, Wang Teng replied calmly. And Lan looked at him curiously. Did he have a trump card? Wang Teng, do you know some mining skills too? Roundball's voice sounded in Wang Teng's mind. It had seen this expression on Wang Teng's face many times. Every time he managed to do the impossible. Thus, Roundball suspected that he knew some mining skills. Secret. All right, you don't have to tell me. Roundball kept quiet. Whenever he said this, it meant that Wang Teng had enough confidence. It didn't need to worry. Soon they arrived at the front. There were numerous rock gambling dens opened by powerful factions here. The profits of rock gambling were unimaginable. No one would dare to open a rock gambling den without enough influence. Otherwise, they might get thrown out by other factions. The factions owning the dens were powerful. So many formidable martial warriors came here to gamble. However, they would have to follow the rules here, too. You can pick the den in case they say I bully a newcomer, Andres said as he pointed around the lane. Wang Teng observed his surroundings. He didn't recognize any stall. Let's choose Jukai Rock Gamble. This is a branch set up by a powerful faction with many connections in Great Qian City. They won't dare to cause trouble there, Lan said using voice transmission as he signaled with his eyes. Jukai? Wang Teng rolled his eyes when he saw the old-fashioned name. He asked using voice transmission. This is the business of a powerful faction and not some small gambling den. Are you serious? Cough, they opened a rock gambling den to earn money. It's understandable why they gave it this name. It might be a little old-fashioned, but the meaning is straightforward. Nothing wrong with it, and Lan coughed awkwardly. 1. Jukai means to gather wealth. Why not call themselves Wang Tai? Wang Teng asked. 2. Wang Tai is a common name for a pet dog, and Lan didn't know what to say. Who are you calling a dog? Why don't we open one in the future and call it Wang Tai? Wang Teng touched his chin and asked, You're a real talent? And Lan complained in his heart. He didn't say it out loud, though. Let's go to Jukai, Wang Teng replied to Andres. All right. Andres walked into the den first. From the outside, it looked like a normal shop, but there was a huge courtyard at the back. A large number of ores were kept here. Please wait for a moment. You need monetary proof to go to the backyard. An attendant smiled and stopped the group. These rock gambling dens had strict rules. They weren't looking down on the poor, but if one didn't have enough wealth, he wouldn't be able to buy anything even if he went in. It was a pure waste of time. Andres seemed familiar with the procedure. He showed his identity. The attendant let him in instantly when he saw that he was from the Parkers family. He didn't have to worry about his wealth. As for Wang Teng glanced at Lan, only to notice that Lan was looking at him. Why are you looking at me? Wang Teng asked. Me? Lan pointed at himself in surprise. As a triple field grandmaster, Wang Teng must be rich. Why did he need him? I have no money, so you have to do it, Wang Teng said matter-of-factly. The attendant continued smiling and waited for them patiently. Andres and Cao Guan stared at him in disdain. "Where did you get the guts to bet with me when you have no money?" "Don't worry. I won't lose, so I don't need any money." Silence. Andres and the others were burning in anger. They got infuriated by Wang Teng's calm and casual tone. "Let's wait and see how you'll beat me. However, you need to get in first." Andres scoffed. "That's not your concern. We'll settle it ourselves," Wang Teng said. And Lan felt helpless. He had no choice but to give the 200 million deposit before they were let in. The monetary proof the attendant mentioned was the deposit. It would be returned after they came out 100 million per person. And Lan helped Wang Teng to give his deposit too. "Please come in." The attendant raised his hand and signaled them to go in. Tao Jiao and Cao Guan also paid the deposit before they entered the backyard. The place was enormous and was segregated into many different districts. The grade of each district was different. There were all kinds of ores placed in the backyard, piled up in various corners. Some were big while others were small. The big ones were a few thousand kilograms and the small ones were only the size of a fist. There's no need to look at other areas. "Let's go to District A. The higher quality ores are there," Andres said. "No problem." Wang Teng nodded. There were beautiful attendants guiding the guests and professionals explaining the ores. There were mining engineers too. Their positions were high, and they were in charge of looking over the area. They rarely came out. Most of the guests had a powerful background or were wealthy and strong in terms of ability. Wang Teng scanned the area and noticed many Cosmos Stage and Heaven Stage martial warriors. There were even some who hid their auras. They were probably Universe Stage martial warriors. It was hard to believe that there were so many powerful martial warriors in the backyard of a rock gambling den. No wonder there was a restriction. If any normal person was allowed to enter the den and provoked these formidable martial warriors, the reputation of the den would be tarnished. The Ju Kai Rock Gamble was a high-class gambling den. Most of these martial warriors had mining engineers beside them. They would seek their opinions occasionally before buying the ores. How did Wang Teng know? He saw the attribute bubbles drop from their bodies. He picked them up without any worry. Mining skill 300, mining skill 500, mining skill 450. The mining engineers here are of a higher quality. The attribute bubbles they dropped have a higher value, Wang Teng thought to himself. In that short moment, he had picked up a few thousand points of mining skill. His mining engineer points escalated, and he reached the advanced stage in the blink of an eye. After he reached the advanced stage, he continued collecting more attribute bubbles and managed to break through to the master level. A sea of knowledge of mining and ores appeared in his mind. They turned into his memory and enlightenment. He understood everything. After some time, Wang Teng became a real mining engineer. Mining engineer 210,000 master. It's not that difficult? Wang Teng muttered in his heart, however. The limit of the mining engineer was quite high. The master level required 10,000 points. He would probably need a few tens of thousand points to reach the grandmaster level. Fortunately, mining attributes were easier to find than alchemist and blacksmith attributes. It didn't need much effort, so Wang Teng didn't mind. After Wang Teng became a master mining engineer, he started to feel itchy again. When he was an intermediate stage mining engineer, he was able to tell that the piece of ore contained the crimson constellation bronze. What ability would he possess at the master level? Andres' mining engineer was at the advanced stage, right? Wasn't he acting so proud? It's time to teach him a lesson. After some time, Andres chose a few thousand kilograms of ores under the guidance of the advanced stage mining engineer. He walked over. We've taken our pick. Have you started? The ores here are harder to choose. If you can't see anything, you can admit defeat. If mine is cut, you'll have to pay its worth. Andres said calmly. Chapter 988, Rock Gambling. Andres' words were infuriating. It was as though he knew that he would definitely win. That was why he told Wang Teng not to bother choosing a rock. He wanted him to admit defeat and lose money. Wang Teng, You should just concede, otherwise you will have to lose money if you lose your bet, which will be worse. Cao Guan echoed and mocked Wang Teng. Master Chen Shu is a high-class mining engineer. Your mining skills can't be compared to his. You're done for. A reserved but proud look appeared on the high-class mining engineer's face. Young man, it's okay for youngsters like you to suffer a little loss and pay tuition fees. But remember, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. You're on your own. Why do you seem to think that you will win? And Lan couldn't take it anymore and asked, It's obvious. Look at this ore. It's more than 10,000 kilograms. Master Chen Shu said that the contents are amazing, and it will definitely be extremely valuable when it's opened up. Do you think you can find another one like that? Cao Guan scoffed, and Lan frowned and looked at the high-class mining engineer. He then turned to Wang Teng. He didn't think that this high-class mining engineer was a fake. The ores at Jucai Rock Gamble were all high-class goods. A huge piece like that would be valuable no matter what it was. Furthermore, the Parkers wouldn't have just found any ordinary mining engineer. He was definitely skilled. Wang Teng scanned the huge ore and was surprised. The high-class mining engineer was indeed skilled. He managed to pick such a large and valuable piece of ore. Most people wouldn't have dared to pick such a huge ore. However, Wang Teng smiled and chuckled. Since when did a high-class mining engineer dare to call himself a master? A hint of embarrassment flashed past Chen Shu's eyes. A high-class mining engineer couldn't be called a master. However, it was an informal title for him. His subordinates would call him master, which was meant to be a salutation. As long as it wasn't said in a formal setting, it wasn't a problem. Now that Wang Teng had said it out loud, he had to eat his own words. Since you're not convinced, pick an ore. Mining engineer Chen Shu sneered. He didn't dwell on the matter of the salutation. If it blew up, it wouldn't be good for him. He would only bring shame to himself. Wang Teng smiled indifferently, not bothering about it either. He then glanced around and casually pointed at a piece of ore that weighed around 1,000 kilograms. This one. And Lan, pay for that. And Lan looked at Wang Teng with resentment. So casual. Are you serious? Pfft. Ha 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 ha! Is your brain damaged? You chose a random piece that weighs 1,000 kilograms to compete with young Master Andres. Cao Guan laughed. Young man, you're making a fool of yourself. Do you think that if you choose a random piece, you will have an excuse to say that you didn't choose one carefully? Mining engineer Chen Shu was caught between laughter and tears and shook his head. Cao Jiao glanced at Wang Teng suspiciously. Would a sly little fox like him admit defeat so easily? Uncle, I'm calling you uncle. Let's be serious. Their ore weighs 10,000 kilograms. If we lose this, we won't even be left with our pants. And Lan was anxious and said to Wang Teng, Do you mechas still wear pants? Wang Teng looked at him with a weird expression. And Lan wanted to vomit blood. Why wouldn't we wear pants? You're racist. I wear pants. Wait. Why are we talking about pants? I'm talking to you about losing money. Don't worry. You aren't acting like a Heaven Stage martial warrior. So what if I'm a Heaven Stage martial warrior? My money is still money, and Lan retorted. All right, we won't lose this. If you believe me, buy that piece of ore. You will be leaving with loaded pockets today. Wang Teng was confident. Right. If you win money, you'll have to split it with me. I'm not helping you for fun. My services are expensive. Are you really that confident? And Lan was doubtful. Believe it or not, it's up to you, Wang Teng answered casually. All right, I'll trust you this once. If we win, we'll split it equally. No, you'll take 70%, and Lan gritted his teeth. Very good, you're smart. Wang Teng nodded with satisfaction. Have you discussed it already? Hurry up if you're buying it. Andres frowned and urged impatiently, and Lan didn't speak and went forward to buy the ore that Wang Teng had selected. Wang Teng, are you really sure? Did you partner up with that Andres to scam this Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior? Round Ball's weird voice could be heard in Wang Teng's mind. I heard that the mechas were simplistic. Now I finally saw it live. Am I that kind of person? Wang Teng rolled his eyes. No matter what, I wouldn't work together with the Parkers. They are our opponents. Cough. I'm just saying, Round Ball also knew that Wang Teng would never be in cahoots with the other party. However, his way of selecting the ore was a bit unusual. He just bought it with one glance, like he was selecting cabbages at a market. And Lan walked over with the ore that he'd just bought. Although he was wearing a mask, Wang Teng could see the emotion in his eyes. I spent 300 million. My heart's bleeding, and Lan patted his chest and said, It's only 300 million? We spent a full billion on our ore. Poor people are just poor people. Cao Guan didn't miss any opportunity to ridicule the duo. He was just looking for trouble. And Lan glared at him right now. He hated anyone who called him a poor man. If they weren't in the Jukai Rock Gamble Den, he would have smacked Cao Guan to death. A celestial stage martial warrior dared to be brazen in front of a heaven stage martial warrior. Tisk, he has a death wish. Wang Teng shook his head. He felt that Anlan was a bit messed up for a heaven stage martial warrior. It might be because his brain was wired differently from ordinary people. If it was another heaven stage martial warrior, they would have flown off the handle already. Since you have chosen your ore, let's start opening it up, Andres said calmly. Wang Teng had no objections. He wouldn't stop them when they were in a hurry to give him money. They then went to the dissection area and asked two masters to help open up the ores. They are rock gambling. Interesting. Let's go and watch. Looks like they are playing big. Look at that piece of ore. It looks like it's worth $1 billion. Speaking of which, the other one only weighs a ton. Do you even need to compare them? Who knows? They're throwing a sprat to catch a mackerel. No one knows for sure. Many people noticed what was happening over there and gathered around curiously. They started another round of discussion. Even Heaven Stage martial warriors walked over and took interest. The Universe Stage martial warriors didn't move and were choosing ores by themselves. However, their attention would sometimes be attracted to them. No one dared to bother the Universe Stage martial warriors. Other people would avoid them when they were picking their ores. Hence, the areas around them were the quietest over at Wang Teng's side. Things had already begun. The two masters started at the same time. Gentlemen, the ores that both of you have chosen are energy stone ores. If there are energy stones within, force would flow out and get wasted if it is damaged. That is why we have to remove the layers one by one to avoid damage. It may take a long time. Please wait patiently. A female staff of the gambling den explained and ordered someone to arrange tables and chairs for the guests. They were then served cakes and tea. It was a thoughtful service. The masters were indeed veteran craftsmen. Instead of machines, they scraped off the layers of the ores one by one with a strange knife. After a while, someone suddenly exclaimed, "There's a glow so fast. What a pure force. This energy stone is incredible. It's at least a 5th or 6th level energy stone." Mining engineer Chen Shu raised his eyebrows. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. After the rock layer was peeled off, a fiery red brilliance dazzled the spectators. This was a fire energy stone. A glow meant that it was an energy stone. Although he knew that the ore would be profitable, he didn't know that the energy stone would appear so quickly. The master had only peeled a few layers and it had already started glowing. This meant that the energy stone within would be frighteningly huge. Andres was happy. $1 billion was not a small sum for him. It was a good thing that he would make a lot of money. "You did a good job." Andres complimented Chen Shu. "Young master, you're too kind." Chen Shu was a mining engineer hired by the Parkers family, which was why he was very polite to Andres. "Ha ha ha, did you see that? We have already found an energy stone in our ore, but you guys don't even have a sign of it. And you still want to gamble with us." Cao Guan laughed and pointed at Wang Teng's ore, mocking him. 5 layers of rock had already been scraped off from Wang Teng's ore, but there were still no glows. Wang Teng ignored Cao Guan and drank his tea indifferently. He didn't take him seriously, and Lan was a bit nervous. He relaxed quite a bit when he looked at Wang Teng and saw his casual demeanor. He's still pretending, Cao Guan snorted coldly. This is irrelevant. The energy stone is just at the surface of your piece of ore. Your ore is so huge. Do you think it is possible for the entire ore to be an energy stone? Wang Teng said indifferently. Andres frowned and looked at Chen Shu. He's not wrong before it is exposed completely. No one will know what the situation is inside the ore. However, we have a high probability of making money. It just depends on how much we will make, Chen Shu replied. Even so, we'll definitely make more money than you, Cao Guan said. We'll see. Wang Teng wasn't in a hurry. His state of mind made Andres and the others uncomfortable. They didn't have any sense of accomplishment. They were at a loss for what to do. Cao Jiao Gao glanced at him in surprise. Just that character of his was remarkable. It's glowing, that one is glowing too, someone suddenly shouted. Chapter 989, I'm sorry, I won. Everyone was astounded at the sudden shout. Andres, Cao Guan, Cao Zhaozhao, and Lan, and everyone else rushed towards Wang Teng's ore to take a look. Wang Teng was the only calm one. He had already seen the internal condition of the ores through his eyes of essence. He was aware of their values. Normal people saw the first layer, and you were elated that you saw the second. However, I'm already at the 9th layer. The glow is quite dense. Is it a 7th level energy stone? We'll need to see the color. If the entire stone is this color, it's definitely a 7th level energy stone. I thought that finding a 5th or 6th level energy stone was lucky enough. I didn't expect a 7th level to appear. A 7th level energy stone in a 300 million ore. This is a miracle. There was a huge uproar. The reaction of the crowd was quite intense. Many people eyed the 7th level energy stone with envy, including the Heaven Stage martial warriors. The force within the 7th level energy stone was extremely pure. If used for cultivation, its effect would be 10 times that of a 6th level energy stone. Energy stones were the best cultivation resources for a formidable martial warrior. The level of the energy stones would affect one's cultivation speed and the quality of the force one cultivated. In summary, the higher the level of the energy stone, the rarer it was. The Universe Stage martial warriors glanced over and paused for a few seconds when they saw the 7th level energy stone. Then they shifted their gazes away. Andres didn't look good. How was this possible? How could he find a 7th level energy stone randomly? What kind of luck was this? Cao Guan's expression turned ugly. His face was even darker than Andres's. He felt his face burning as if someone had slapped him. Astonishment flashed past Cao Zhao's eyes. Was Wang Teng calm because he knew that this ore would give him a 7th level energy stone? If that was true, this young man was a little scary. Chen Shu stood up abruptly from his seat and inched forward to take a look. He couldn't believe that there was a 7th level energy stone inside. How is it, Master Mining Engineer? Is this a 7th level energy stone? And Lan asked purposely to stimulate the other party. He finally felt at ease. Wang Teng was honestly a god. He managed to turn the tides even though there was a huge difference between them. And Lan wondered if Wang Teng was a mining engineer. Chen Shu's expression warped. He glanced at An Lan and snorted before returning to his seat. How is it? Andres asked. Their ore is a little strange. It's of such good quality despite looking ordinary and doesn't come from an old mine. This is extremely rare, Chen Shu said with a bitter smile. Does this mean I'll lose? Andres asked with a stern expression. Maybe not. Our ore is a few thousand kilograms, so our energy stone must be heavy too. The value may be higher than theirs, Chen Shu said hurriedly. His heart skipped a beat. Andres kept quiet. He stared intently at the ore in front. Cao Guan didn't dare to speak. If he opened his mouth now, he might offend Andres. The two masters quickly dissected the ore. More and more rock layers were peeled and dropped on the ground. The contents of the ores were revealed. Two glaring glows intertwined with each other. However, the dissection hadn't ended. It was time to cut the ore. The energy stones in the two ores weren't an entire piece. They were scattered inside the piece of rock after peeling the surface. The internal structure could be seen clearly. It was time to cut the ore now. The masters raised their blades and chopped the huge ores into small sections. Wow, this 1,000-kilogram ore's heart is made of stone. There are no energy stones in the middle. Everyone was dumbstruck. They quickly looked at the ore Wang Teng chose. The smaller ore is lighter, but the energy stones inside are denser. There are only a few empty spots in the middle. This is indeed a 7th-level energy stone. Only a small portion of it is 6th level. This young man is lucky. He earned so much with one randomly chosen piece. Lucky? I don't think so. Why would he pick this ore if he couldn't see anything? Everyone looked at Wang Teng in a different light. They didn't know if he chose the ore randomly, but not everyone could find such a high-valued ore. No one would believe that Wang Teng didn't know anything. Andres' expression turned hideous. The result was apparent. Everyone could tell that Wang Teng's ore had a higher value than his. Tao Guan and Chen Shu remained silent. No one dared to speak in anger. Andres, this is a big win. We'll be able to earn a few billion this time. And Lan burst out laughing after a moment of absent-mindedness. His eyes almost turned as bright as a gem. Mister, are you selling this 7th-level energy stone? I'm willing to pay 5 billion GQC. A heaven stage martial warrior walked forward and asked. I'm willing to give 5.5 billion. Please sell it to me. Another heaven stage martial warrior stepped forward and upped the bid. Do you think Mr. Wang Teng doesn't know the market price? Are you trying to buy a 7th-level energy stone for 5 billion? I'm willing to pay 8 billion and would like to make friends with Mr. Wang Teng. A red-haired heaven stage lady smiled and said to Wang Teng. Chapter 990, I'm sorry I won, too. The two heaven stage martial warriors looked embarrassed. They wanted to get a cheap deal and buy this 7th-level energy stone at a lower price, but this lady had to spoil their plan. This is a good price. I'll sell it to you. Let's get to know each other. Wang Teng smiled and agreed. Thank you, Mr. Wang Teng, the lady replied happily. She was expecting Wang Teng to raise the price, but he was generous and sold it to her directly. Mr. Wang Teng, my name is Xu Lanwan. Let's exchange contacts, the lady suggested. She knew that Wang Teng was only a planetary stage martial warrior, but An Lan was beside him. As a heaven stage martial warrior, she might not be able to see through An Lan's ability, but she could sense that he was a heaven stage martial warrior. The relationship between An Lan and Wang Teng was strange. He wasn't Wang Teng's elder yet. He didn't seem like his subordinate either. They seemed to be working together. Moreover, Wang Teng was the one in command. It might be hard to believe that a heaven stage martial warrior would listen to the planetary stage martial warrior, but this was the truth. Hence, she felt that Wang Teng wasn't a simple young man. He was worth her lowering her status to befriend him. This was why the other heaven stage martial warriors treated him politely. Naturally, Wang Teng wouldn't reject her. He nodded and exchanged contacts with her. The lady paid him 8 billion GQC and took the 7th-level energy stone. Everyone, please pay 8 billion. Wang Teng waited for Xu Lanwan to leave before he turned and spoke to Andres. 8 billion, 8 billion. And Lan felt more confident after he saw someone buying the energy stone for 8 billion. He started repeating the price happily. Andres glared at Wang Teng and An Lan before saying coldly, Give me your account. I'll transfer the money to you. Wang Teng gave him the details, and the 8 billion was soon transferred. He earned 16 billion within a few seconds. This was amazing. As expected of the Parkers family, You're indeed rich. Shall we play a few more rounds? Wang Teng looked at the balance in his account and found his superiority as a wealthy person again. Right, let's play a few more rounds. This is just the start. And Lan agreed after tasting the fruits of the bet. Andres was burning in anger. He wished he could kill the duo on the spot. "You're just lucky. Why are you boasting?" Chen Shu glared at Wang Teng and gritted his teeth as he spoke. "So what if I'm lucky? I won in the end," Wang Teng replied calmly. "You?" Chen Shu was furious. "I'm sorry I won," Wang Teng continued indifferently. "You have no chance." "You're too arrogant. You only beat me once because of luck," Andres shouted in anger. "Why don't we play a few more rounds then?" Wang Teng said slyly. "Chen Shu, choose another stone." Andres threw a cold glare at Chen Shu. Chen Shu shuddered. He knew that he was dead if he lost again. An advanced stage mining engineer was nothing to the Parkers. They had many different ways to make him silently disappear. Chen Shu was unconvinced, though. He gritted his teeth and turned to find a piece of ore. He swore that he must trample Wang Teng to death this time. Wang Teng was in no hurry. He sat on his seat and sipped some tea. "Wang Teng, which one should we choose?" And Lan asked hurriedly. "Don't worry. We'll choose one randomly after they're done." Wang Teng replied in a composed manner. "Choose randomly again?" And Lan was speechless. "How else do you want to choose?" Wang Teng asked. "Nothing. We'll do it your way as long as we can win." And Lan smiled. They waited for half an hour before Chen Shu returned. There was a tinge of happiness on his face. He spoke to Andres using voice transmission. Really, Andres was elated. "I have seen this ore once. There's no mistake." Chen Shu promised confidently. "Good. If you can beat Wang Teng, I'll forget about your mistake and even reward you," Andres said. "Don't worry. I have confidence." Chen Shu nodded firmly. "Are you done?" Wang Teng asked. "Yes." Chen Shu asked someone to bring a piece of ore that was the size of a watermelon. He patted it and said, "This is the one we chose." "That's so small," Lan exclaimed. Sometimes bigger didn't mean better. Some ores might be small, but they could possess a high value if they contained rare content. Smaller ores like this one were a wild card. The other party must be giving it his all since he dared to choose this. Either that or he was extremely confident. Looking at their reaction, it was probably the latter. A strange glow appeared in the depth of Wang Teng's eyes. He was shocked when he saw the piece of ore. He took a closer look in case he made a mistake. Then he frowned. There was a spiritual herb inside this ore. As a master mining engineer, Wang Teng possessed knowledge about this kind of ore. Some ores were said to contain spiritual items. These spiritual items were sealed in the ores due to various coincidences. Some were dead while some were alive, including spiritual herbs, spiritual insects, and spiritual beasts. There might be ancient animal bones or eyeballs inside, too. They survived countless years within the ores and absorbed the essence of the world. Finally, they turned into treasures, possessing incredible effects, and were known as gems. Chapter 991. I'm sorry, I won. 3. Wang Teng always felt that this was a rare item, so he was surprised that Chen Shu, who was an advanced stage mining engineer, was able to find it. It looked like he did have some skills. This makes things harder. If there was only one ore with spiritual items inside, he wouldn't have anything to bet. Damn it, he dug a hole for himself to fell into. The other party was so luck. Wang Teng couldn't do anything now. He activated his eyes of essence and glanced around him. You won't be able to turn the tides this time. Not only will I recover what I lose, but I'll also earn more. Chen Shu sneered when he saw how quiet Wang Teng was. Wang Teng ignored him. He continued scanning the ores. Ores with spiritual items inside were hard to find. It was rare even in a big gambling den like the Ju Kai Rock Gamble, and Lan wasn't an easy person to bully, so he refuted instantly. "Why are you so impatient? We haven't chosen our ore. Be careful or you might lose like the previous time after acting all arrogant at the start." When the ore is cut, you won't be so conceited," Chen Shu smirked. "Huh," Wang Teng suddenly gasped softly. There was an almost unnoticeable tinge of happiness in his eyes. "I found it. It's here. I'm so glad I found it. I almost miss it." Wang Teng lamented in his heart. He didn't ask An Lan to pay this time. He stood up and laked to a corner. After digging through a pile of ores, he finally found one the size of a goose egg. "How much is this?" Wang Teng turned and asked the owner. "Pfft," Chen Shu burst out laughing. "Are you kidding? That's the lowest grade leftover bit. This ore must be less than 10,000 GQC. Are you using that to bet with me?"
Wang Teng, are you betting which ore is smaller?
Andres was speechless, and Lan was flustered too. Wang Teng got stranger with each move. The first ore was still a few thousand kilograms, but this was just a less than 10 kilograms. "How much is this?" Wang Teng ignored them and asked the owner again. You can give me 8,000. The owner finally came up with a price. He stared at Wang Teng strangely. Wang Teng paid without any hesitation and completed the transaction. "Cut it. I chose this piece," Wang Teng said to Chen Shu. He went back to his seat while playing with the ore in his hand. "All right, since you have a death wish, I'll fulfill it." Andres signaled to Chen Shu. Chen Shu was confident. He gave the ore he chose to the master cutter and asked for him help to cut the ore. "Wait," Wang Teng suddenly opened his mouth at this moment. "What? Are you afraid and want to back out?" Andres sneered. "It's too late." You're thinking too much," Wang Teng scoffed. "Do you dare to increase the bet?" "Increase the bet?" Andres squinted. He stared at Wang Teng, wondering what he had up his sleeve. "That's right. Let's add another bet on top of our current one," Wang Teng said. "The person who loses will have to give the other party the content of the ore." Andre's gaze flickered. Why did he suddenly come up with this request? Did he notice something? Where did he get his confidence from? Why is he placing this bet? Many thoughts flashed through Andre's mind. He couldn't understand what Wang Teng was thinking. "I won't continue if you don't dare." "A small bet is no fun," Wang Teng said indifferently. Could it be that he's scared and want to use this method to anger me so that he can run away? This thought popped up in Andre's mind in the end. He said in a low voice, "All right, since you want to play, I'll accompany you." Words means nothing. "Let's sign a spiritual contract," Wang Teng said. Andres hesitated again. Wang Teng didn't look like he was trying to run away. Instead, he seemed to be setting up a trap for him, but he had already agreed. He couldn't take back his words instantly. He had his ego. "Come, bring the spiritual contract." Andres shouted. The owner took out a spiritual contract and both parties wrote down their rules and signed their names. The contract took effect immediately. More and more people crowded around them as their bets grew larger. Even the manager of the den and the mining engineers were alerted. Wang Teng smiled. He sat on his seat nonchalantly and savored his tea quietly. The master cutter started dissecting the ore. Buzz. The sound of the cutter echoed in the air. The ore was small, so the master peeled off the outer layer very quickly. There was an entire piece of green wood element energy stone inside. The moment the ore was cut, the dazzling green glow blossomed and reflected gently on everyone's faces. What a thick wood force. This is at least an 8-level energy stone. It's a pity that it's so small. It's still expensive. No wonder they chose this ore. "Oh no, Wang Teng, we're going to lose," Lan wailed. Chen Shu gave a look of contempt when he heard their discussion. He sniggered and said, "The real value is not in the energy stone. It's what's within it." Within it? Everyone was stunned. Oh my, is that a spiritual herb I see? Chapter 992. I'm sorry, I won. 4. Oh my God, there's really a spiritual herb. It's a gem ore. Quick, what spiritual herb is it? The commotion attracted the attention of the Universe Stage martial warriors. They walked over. This is the Danji herb. A white-haired Universe Stage elder opened his mouth and said, "There's 3 crimson Danji. They're at least 30,000 years old." That's right. Another tall ape race Universe Stage martial warrior with crimson eyes agreed. 30,000-year-old Danzi herb. Everyone was flabbergasted. They couldn't calm down for a long time. They didn't think that this watermelon-sized ore would have such a valuable item inside. It was unimaginable. The crowd was jealous. Why didn't they notice this ore? Had they bought it, they could have spent the rest of their lives without lifting a finger. What a pity. The manager of his den was a fat man. He was full of regret. His heart ached so much that he couldn't breathe properly. Andres stood up and greeted the two universe stage martial warriors. "You're welcome." The white-haired martial warrior waved his hand. "Are you selling this Danji herb? I'm willing to pay 400 billion. 420 billion. The ape martial warrior followed instantly. "I didn't expect you to be interested in this herb too," the white-haired elder said. "Well, this is good stuff. In that case, I'll pay 450 billion, the white-haired elder continued. 480 billion, the ape race martial warrior added. 500 billion. If you bid higher, I'll give it to you, the white-haired elder said. 520 billion. The ape martial warrior hesitated for a second before he offered his final price. The white-haired elder frowned and chose to give up. This price was too high. It wasn't worth this much. Andres was overjoyed when he heard about this large sum of money. He almost lost control of himself. Just when he was about to agree, he thought of something and replied helplessly, "I'm sorry. The birthday of an elder in my family is coming soon. I came to buy him a gift, so I won't be able to sell this Danji herb to you." The two universe stage martial warriors were frustrated. Since Andres had brought out the elder of the Parkers, they couldn't do anything. A deal must be acknowledged by both parties. They couldn't snatch the item, right? Also, as one of the 8 dukes, the Parkers family was very powerful and had a strong foundation. Even universe stage martial warriors like them didn't dare to offend this behemoth. "All right, it looks like I'm not fated with this Danji herb." The ape marital warrior shook his head. The white-haired elder looked at Wang Teng and asked with interest, "Young friend, aren't you going to cut your ore? Why don't you let us see what's inside?" "Oh." The ape universe stage martial warrior was staggered. His gaze landed on the ore that was the size of a goose egg. Was there a rare treasure inside, too? "Wang Teng, since this sir has opened his mouth, you should cut your ore," Andres said. "Seeing that the two sirs are interested, I guess I'll have to embarrass myself." Wang Teng threw the ore to the master cutter and said, "Master, just peel 2 layers of this ore." The master cutter was surprised. However, he wouldn't refute his client. The customer was always right. Buzz's 2 layers got peeled off quickly. A purple energy stone appeared in everyone's vision. Glaring light shot out and almost blinded the crowd. This is a rare lightning element ore. Looking at its glow, it must be 9th level or above. Wait, there's an insect in the ore? Pfft, there's really an insect. Exclamations sounded continuously. Everyone stared at the purple energy stone with wide eyes and disbelief on their faces. Chapter 993. The Value of a Lightning Essence Insect. Waves of exclamations overlapped one another. Everyone was thunderstruck by the content inside Wang Teng's piece of ore. And Alan was overwhelmed. His emotions went on a roller coaster ride. At first he thought that they were destined to lose since Andres's ore had the Danji herb inside. It was worth 500 billion, a price impossible to surpass by a normal ore. Yet Wang Teng gave him a greater surprise. There was a treasure in the ore he chose too. It was an insect. Normally, a living animal had more value than a plant or herb. Most of the time, herbs and plants were found within the ores. Next were animals, and last were special items. Thus, this small insect might have a higher value than the Danji herb. Besides, this insect was in a lightning element energy stone, so it must have the same element too. Lightning element energy stones were rare, and lightning element living creatures were rarer. Andres didn't look good. The situation had changed entirely. He almost lost his mind. This is an ancient energy stone. The manager of the den lowered his head and stopped in his tracks. He was in a bad state. His lips were trembling as he spoke. Wang Teng smiled. He stood up, walked forward, and picked up the piece of lightning element energy stone. The ore was only half the size of his palm after it was cut. He dusted away the remaining powder and got dazzled by the thick purple glow. There was a small purple insect inside. If one didn't observe it carefully, they might miss it. The purple insect was fat and chubby. It looked like a silkworm. Its body was segmented and extremely thick, appearing quite funny. Everyone's gaze was attracted by the energy stone on Wang Teng's palm. They couldn't move their eyes away. Lightning essence insect, a mining engineer said in a low voice. His gaze was intense. That's right. This is the rare lightning essence insect. I didn't expect to see one here. This is incredible, the white-haired elder exclaimed in surprise. I heard that the lightning essence insect devours the purest lightning force within the lightning element energy stone. It had to be the purest, and it must be an ancient energy stone. It's quite picky, the ape martial warrior said. This is why lightning essence insects are rare. They ingest the purest form of force, so their bodies are filled with pure force too. They can be used to refine excellent medicines, the white-haired elder said with scorching eyes. Even a universe stage martial warrior like him treated this lightning essence insect as a treasure. This proved how incredible it was. Wang Teng knew that the lightning essence insect was extraordinary, but he didn't expect it to be regarded so highly. Even the universe stage martial warriors were eyeing it. He thought about this matter, and immediately sent a message to Grand Master Hua Yuan. He told him about the lightning essence insect. This was a huge matter, and Lan couldn't control the scene alone. Grand Master Hua Yuan was an alchemist. The lightning essence insect had rare medicinal properties, so he definitely knew about it. Thus, the moment he heard about this matter, he hurried over. Even Grand Master Alfred, Grand Master Mo Day, and some other Grand Masters from different fields came over. Wang Teng, find more people quickly. This lightning essence insect is too valuable. I have no confidence in front of universe stage martial warriors. And Lan panicked. He didn't know Wang Teng was one step ahead, so he used voice transmission to remind him. I've already contacted them. That's good, that's good. And Lan heaved a sigh of relief. His heart was pounding like a drum. How's this possible? Chen Shu seemed to have received a huge blow after he heard the crowd's discussion and saw the lightning element energy stone. His face turned white and he slumped into his chair. All his energy was drained. He was dead. Wang Teng's lightning essence insect was more valuable than his Danzi herb. This round they lost again, worse than before. Andres wouldn't forgive him. Andres sat on his seat with an indifferent expression. However, he was giving off an oppressive and dangerous aura. He was on the verge of exploding. One spark, and he would ignite into a fire. Chao Guan stared at Wang Teng as if he was a ghost. He was filled with disbelief. He didn't expect Wang Teng to find an ore with a lightning essence insect inside. Were his eyes blessed by heaven? Cao Jiao Jiao couldn't maintain her composure either. She stared at Wang Teng, unable to suppress her astonishment. This was totally unexpected. Why could he find such a valuable piece of ore? Was he a mining engineer? Was he more skilled than an ordinary mining engineer? No, you cheat. You must have cheated. Chen Shu suddenly shouted like a maniac. I cheated? Wang Teng turned and stared at the man speechlessly. This old man must be bad. He couldn't find any faults, so he framed him for cheating. You must have cheated. This lightning essence insect is extremely rare. How can it appear in a leftover piece of ore? Chen Shu was filled with frustration. His eyes turned bloodshot. Enough before he could finish, Andres stopped him with a yell. Mister, you must be careful with what you say. The manager of the Jutai Rock Gamble warned with a cold expression. I'm sorry. I lost control of my emotions. Chen Shu shuddered and regained his senses. He apologized to the manager with a pale face. The entire den was under surveillance. He was questioning the reliability of the den by suspecting Wang Teng. The manager's heart was already bleeding after Chen Shu, and Wang Teng picked 2 valuable ores. Thus he gave Chen Shu the black face when he questioned their gambling den. He snorted and disregarded Chen Shu. Are you willing to sell this ore to me? I'll give 4 trillion GQC. The white-haired elder opened his mouth after a moment of hesitation. 4 trillion. The crowd gasped in shock when they heard this number. This was a frightening sum. Ordinary factions probably didn't have these many assets. Only a universe stage martial warrior would dare to offer such a huge price. Even with Wang Teng's composure, he stopped breathing for a second when he heard the price. He couldn't remain calm. "Wang Teng, we're rich, we're rich." Round Ball was even more excited than him. It was screaming with joy in his mind, and Lan's eyes were wide open. He was dizzy with happiness. The huge sum of money caused him to be in a daze. Even as a heaven stage martial warrior, he had never seen such wealth. "I'm willing to give 4.1 trillion. The ape martial warrior's face was twitching when he made this hard decision. He felt his heart aching. Wang Teng touched his chin. He was moved by this price, but he wanted to keep this lightning essence insect for himself. After all, it wasn't easy to find one. The manager of the Jukai Rock Gamble seemed to have contacted his superior. He wiped the cold sweat off his head and hurriedly ran over. "Mr. Wang Teng, can you sell this lightning essence insect to the Jukai Rock Gamble? We're willing to pay 3 trillion GQC and offer you a black VIP card. You'll be able to get a 10% discount when you shop at our den in the future." Chapter 994, Yu, Cao, Jiao Jiao, Don't Hold Much Value 1. Oh my God, Wang Teng was in a dilemma. The price given by Jutai Rock Gamble wasn't low. 3 trillion and a 10% discount black VIP card held the same value as 4 trillion GQC. Mind you, the price of the items in this store went by the millions. A 10% discount wasn't a small amount. Most importantly, there was no time limit. A martial warrior had a long lifespan. They would definitely be able to save more than 1 trillion if they shopped at this place for numerous years. Also, the black VIP card of the Jukai Rock Gamble wasn't easy to get. One needed to have a certain status from this point. One could see the sincerity of the Jukai Rock Gamble. But even so, he didn't want to sell the lightning essence insect. This item was too rare. If he sold it, he might never be able to see it again. Wang Teng's mind spun furiously. "Everyone, may I say something?" "Please," the manager of the Jutai Rock Gamble replied politely. The others looked in his direction too, including the 2 universe stage martial warriors. He felt pressured. "I don't plan to sell this lightning essence insect." Wang Teng took a deep breath and said, "You don't plan to sell it?" The 2 universe stage martial warriors furrowed their brows and looked at Wang Teng meaningfully. "Young man, it's dangerous to carry this item on you." The ape martial warrior was very direct. "Young friend, he's right. The lightning essence insect is more attractive than 4 trillion, the white-haired elder agreed. "They're right, Mr. Wang Teng. You should sell your lightning essence insect," the manager of the Jukai Rock Gamble said. Wang Teng's heart sank. They were right. The lightning essence insect was more tempting than money. It would be dangerous if he took it. But he was unhappy because of the unintentional superiority he detected in their tone and a hint of threat. "Young friend, I'm willing to fork out 4.2 trillion. This is my utmost sincerity. Sell me the lightning essence insect and you'll gain my friendship," the white-haired elder said. "Wang Teng, why don't you sell it?" "You'll gain nothing if you're targeted by a universe stage martial warrior," Round Ball said in a low voice in Wang Teng's mind. Wang Teng, and Lan hesitated. Although he didn't finish his sentence, his intention was clear. He hoped that he would sell it. Wang Teng cursed in his heart. He felt helpless and exasperated. If the value was within an acceptable range, other people might relent due to his position and talent. They might even want to befriend him. However, if the value reached a tempting level, the formidable warriors didn't mind offending him. This was how cruel the world of the formidable warriors was. It was this direct. Wang Teng felt helpless. He had worked hard to raise his ability, but he was still weaker than these old codgers. That was why he had to face this situation. At this moment, he finally saw Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others walking in. He was invigorated. A brilliant idea popped up in his mind. He spoke to Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others using voice transmission. Let's pretend we don't know each other and buy this lightning essence insect under the name of the Secondary Career Alliance. The Grandmasters were stunned, however. They were all quick-witted and immediately understood his intention. Wang Teng was one of them, and he was a triple-field Grandmaster with great potential. They were willing to help him. Compared to the lightning essence insect, they viewed Wang Teng with more importance. As the group of Grandmasters walked over, Grandmaster Hua Yuan laughed and said, "We came at the right time. I didn't think we'd see the lightning essence insect here. Young friend, why don't you sell this item to the Secondary Career Alliance? We're willing to offer 4 trillion and you'll gain the friendship of the Secondary Career Alliance." The 2 universe stage marital warriors and the manager pulled a long face when they saw someone interfering in their affair, but after seeing who they were, they suppressed their unhappiness. This was a group of more than 10 Grandmasters. These Grandmasters were based in the city's Secondary Career Alliance, so they were familiar with them. If it was just 1 or 2 Grandmasters, they wouldn't be afraid. However, with more than 10 of them, this was a little frightening. Besides, there were 3 people with powerful auras standing beside them. Universe Stage. There were 3 Universe Stage martial warriors. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others didn't come alone. He had invited 3 Universe Stage martial warriors to support him. The 2 Universe Stage martial warriors and the manager of the Jukai Rock Gamble wouldn't offend these people no matter how blind they were. Wang Teng saw their exasperated expression and chuckled silently. Then, pretending that he didn't know these people, he asked, "You are?" "Oh, I was too excited when I saw the lightning essence insect, so I forgot to introduce myself. We're Grandmasters from the Secondary Career Alliance. Grandmaster Hua Yuan played along with Wang Teng. I'm Grandmaster Hua Yuan." All the other Grandmasters introduced themselves. Andres, Cao Jiao Jiao, and Cao Guan stared at this scene with their mouths agape. They were dumbstruck. They would probably never imagine that Wang Teng was putting on a show with these Grandmasters. They were acting for them. "It's my honor to meet you." Wang Teng bowed at the Grandmasters as if he was flattered by their arrival. Chapter 995. You, Cao Jiao Jiao, don't hold much value, too. He had absolutely no idea what was going on. Wang Teng was the Secondary Career Alliance's triple-field Grandmaster. He should be very familiar with these old men. What was going on? "Do you Grandmasters want this lightning essence insect as well?" Wang Teng asked. "Of course, the lightning essence insect is an excellent ingredient for alchemy, and it's very useful for us. The Secondary Career Alliance also needs a good thing as the Alliance's treasure." Grandmaster Hua Yuan's words were not all lies. The Secondary Career Alliance needed rare items like these, and Wang Teng was a triple-field Grandmaster of the Alliance to boot. Securing the lightning essence insect for him would also mean that they would get it for the Alliance. "Do you mean it about the friendship?" Wang Teng asked with an emotional look. "Of course, if you sell the lightning essence insect to the Secondary Career Alliance, every Grandmaster here will owe you a favor. If you want weapons or pills in the future, you can come to us," Grandmaster Hua Yuan said. "That's right. The Grandmasters of the Secondary Career Alliance will welcome you," Grandmaster Alfred said solemnly. Their acting skills were not bad and were quite convincing. Everyone got a little envious when they heard that. Those were favors from over a dozen Grandmasters. If it was them, they would be moved as well. "Grandmasters, this is a little unfair. We were having a good talk, and you people suddenly intervened. This is a bit unreasonable," the Ape Universe Stage Martial Warrior said. "Oh, it's the Ape Martial Warrior. You can't say that. Treasures are bound to be obtained by those who are destined to. The Grandmasters just happened to encounter it, and you haven't completed your deal. It shows that the lightning essence insect has a fate with the Grandmasters." A Universe Stage Martial Warrior with 2 black horns growing on his head smiled as he stood beside the Grandmasters. Eon, the Ape Martial Warrior, narrowed his eyes. "The owner of this treasure will be the one who offers a higher price. You can't just buy it using force." A human Universe Stage Martial Warrior accompanying the Grandmasters smiled. The white-haired elder saw this and shook his head helplessly. He didn't say anything. The other party was stronger than him. They had 3 universe-stage martial warriors while they were on their own. There was no chance for them. Andres and the others were filled with envy and jealousy when they saw the universe-stage martial warriors fighting over the lightning essence, insect. They wanted to snatch it badly. Andres was unwilling to accept this. They lost, and they lost badly, so badly. 4 trillion. Andres's face went pale when he thought about that sum. His heart was bleeding as he wondered if he would be beaten to death when he went back. He then thought about that final bet with Wang Teng. He lost the Danji herb as well. The elder's gift was gone. Even if he didn't die, he would be skinned alive. Mr. Wang Teng, have you arrived at a decision? Grandmaster Hua Yuan noticed that the time was right and asked. Wang Teng pretended to be moved, but he hesitated. He then thought about it for a long time and gritted his teeth. All right, I'll sell it to the Secondary Career Alliance. I'm in your hands, Grandmasters. Ha ha ha, good. Grandmaster Hua Yuan laughed and patted Wang Teng on the shoulder. You will definitely not regret today's decision. The 2 universe-stage martial warriors and the manager of Jutsai, Rock Gamble, were disappointed. They shook their heads and were about to leave. Universe-stage martial warriors, please wait a moment. Aren't you both interested in the Danzi herb? Wang Teng smiled. Oh? The 2 grandmasters stopped. Andres's expression changed, and he sent a voice transmission to him. Wang Teng, I prepared the Danji herb as a gift for my elder. You dare to sell it. Wang Teng ignored him and offered the 2 universe-stage martial warriors. Just now I had a bet with the Parkers family's young master, and I won. The Danji herb now belongs to me. If you want it, I can sell it to you. You, Andres was enraged. He glared at Wang Teng fiercely, as if he would kill him. Young Master Andres, don't look at me like that. You were the one who wanted to gamble. You should be more refined and accept the loss, Wang Teng said. Wang Teng, you know that this is a gift from my elder, yet you still dare to sell it. Are you not afraid of his wrath? Andres threatened. What are you talking about? You lost the Danji herb to me. You can find another gift for your elder. It's got nothing to do with me. Okay. You just want to offend the Parkers family, Andres said angrily. I'm being wronged here. It's clear that the Parkers family doesn't want to let me off. Wang Teng's face was full of innocence, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was indeed the case. It was impossible for Wang Teng to take the initiative to cause trouble for the Parkers family. Everyone felt sympathy for him. Things would not go well for Wang Teng in the future once he offended the Parkers family. Thanks to him, the Parkers were labeled as a family who bullied the weak. Andres was speechless. His eyes were about to burst into flames, and he hated Wang Teng to the extreme. The other 2 universe-stage martial warriors were watching the scene with a sneer. It was as if the adults were watching 2 kids fight. As for the Danji herb, even if they bought it, the Parkers family couldn't possibly target them. It wasn't good to offend a universe-stage martial warrior. I'll buy the Danji herb at the price I mentioned earlier, 520 billion, the ape martial warrior said. The white-haired elder shook his head and remained silent. No problem. Wang Teng nodded. The transaction was complete, and 520 billion was transferred to Wang Teng's account. Andres watched the Danji herb fly away. His eyes were red, but there was nothing he could do. They had already signed a spiritual contract. If they went back on their word, the power of the spiritual contract was enough to take his life. Young Master Andres, my piece of ore is worth 4.2 trillion. You lost. Please pay up. Wang Teng turned to look at Andres and chuckled. Eye number. Andres's eyes darkened. Countless profanities almost spewed out of his mouth, but they were stuck in his throat. Wang Teng, you dare to ask for 4.2 trillion? Are you looking for trouble? Cao Guan shouted with a stern voice. It is clearly written in the spiritual contract. It's my money. Why shouldn't I ask for it? Isn't this funny? Wang Teng glanced at him and said sarcastically, Or do you? a loyal pet of young Master Andre's want to pay on his behalf. He came forward for you, just now. It's time for you to repay him. Exposed. Wang Teng's words pinned Cao Guan into a corner. His expression warped, and his heart pounded. When he turned back, he could see Andres glaring at him with cold and resentful eyes. Although Andres disliked Wang Teng for dissing Sin Klamen and wanted to trample him to death by rock gambling, it all started because of the Cao family. Now he owed such a huge debt. How could he not hate the Cao family and Cao Guan? Cao Jiaojiao's expression changed slightly and she stepped up. Wang Teng, there's a connection between you and the Cao family. We had some misunderstandings in the past. Let's talk about it. Give me face on this matter. Forget about the money. You have earned enough. Ha ha. Wang Teng laughed. 4.2 trillion, just like that. I'm sorry, you, Cao Jiaojiao, don't hold much value. Even if Cao Hongtu came here personally, it wouldn't be enough. Besides, we all know very well what's going on between me and the Cao family. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child who is so easily deceived? Cao Jiaoshao suddenly felt her face burning up as she saw Wang Teng and his mocking expression. She had never been so ridiculed by others before. It was the first time she had experienced something like this. It made her feel ashamed and extremely embarrassed. I don't just give face to any woman. We're not that close. Cao Jiaojiao could no longer stay there. She turned around and left in embarrassment. Chapter 996. He tried his best to hide, but he was still exposed. After Cao Jiao left, the place turned quiet again. The crowd stared at Wang Teng strangely. The men respected him while the ladies felt complicated. This Wang Teng was ruthless. He didn't give any face to this beautiful lady. He was destined to remain single. Of course, some powerful martial warriors weren't as shallow. A lady wasn't enough to affect their judgment. Wang Teng retracted his gaze from Cao Jiaojiao's back. A contemptuous smile appeared at the edge of his lips. Cao Jiao had been insincere and fake from the start. To think that she wanted to make an issue of his relationship with Cao Hongtu, did she think he was easy to fool? Besides, the Cao family wasn't worth 4 trillion. To put it bluntly, they might not be able to find 4 trillion in their entire family. Who gave her the guts to ask him for some face? So what if she was pretty after Cao Jiao left? Cao Guan had no reason to stay. Andres was glaring at him viciously, and it made him uncomfortable. His heart kept beating like a drum. All he wanted to do was leave immediately. Once the siblings left, Andres's expression turned worse. This was the final betrayal. Young Master Andres, I don't think the Parkers family is so poor to not have this much money, right? Wang Teng looked at Andres and smiled. Andres's face turned green and white. His chest heaved up and down and his knuckles cracked loudly. Anger, helplessness, humiliation. All these emotions overwhelmed his mind. His face started turning red and his eyes bloodshot. Wang Teng's smile seemed to be mocking him for overestimating himself, for digging his own grave, and for burning his fingers. The gazes around him seemed to be making fun of him, too. Wang Teng, Andres gritted his teeth. The words were squeezed out through the gaps of his teeth as if he wanted to etch his name deep in his heart. Young Master Andres, no matter how loud you shout my name, I won't lower the price for you, Wang Teng said casually. Andres was flustered. He wanted to smash the 4 trillion on Wang Teng's face, but he honestly didn't have this much money. Young Master Andres, hurry up. Everyone's time is precious. We don't have time to waste, Wang Teng added. He called Andres young Master Andres every time he spoke to him. These few words stabbed right into Andres's heart. To hell with being a young master. Your entire family is made up of young masters. Andres cursed in his mind. Wang Teng was evil. He wanted everyone to know that he was the young master of the Parkers family. You don't have enough money? Wang Teng asked curiously, as if he had noticed something. Andres felt the corners of his eyes twitching. The words were akin to sharp arrows piercing right into his heart. He tried his best to hide, but he was still exposed. What a joke. How can my family not have 4 trillion drays? Tried his best to calm down. He sat on his seat to show that he was extremely composed. Pay your debt, then. Wang Teng glanced at him. Wait. Andres ground his teeth. At this stage, he could only pay the money. Wang Teng didn't give him any chance. His strongest support came from his family, but the other party wasn't afraid of them and continued demanding the money. He had no other choice. He was helpless, too. Andres closed his eyes and connected to the virtual universe. He hurriedly contacted his family members. I, young Master Andres, need money urgently. The 2 universe stage martial warriors shook their heads. The show was coming to an end, so they had no reason to stay any longer. They continued searching for oars. The Grandmasters didn't leave, inviting Wang Teng warmly instead. Young friend, why don't you head to the Secondary Career Alliance later to complete the transaction for the Lightning Essence insect? We don't have this much money on us. No problem. I believe in your characters. Wang Teng replied firmly. You're indeed big-hearted. Grandmaster Hua Yuan laughed. He seemed to like Wang Teng and Lan continue acting. He could tell that Wang Teng was putting on a show with these Grand Masters from the Secondary Career Alliance. They were on the same side. As expected, Wang Teng was a sly fellow. He wanted to use this method to deceive the crowd. The Lightning Essence insect belonged to the Secondary Career Alliance on the surface. Wang Teng had smoothly pulled himself out of the picture. No one would think that it still belonged to him. What a good script. Wang Teng glanced at Enlan and knew that he had guessed his plan. He gave him a meaningful smile silently. Enlan? Omega? There was an unspoken mutual understanding. This young man seems well versed in oars, Sir Aeon said with interest. The Grandmasters realized his meaning. Oh, right. Was Grandmaster Wang Teng well versed in mining skills too? This was a little outrageous. They knew that Wang Teng was a triple-field Grandmaster. If he was skilled in mining, he would have grasped high mastery in 4 fields. How did he do it at such a young age? This was incredible. Was this how a heaven-defying genius was? I was lucky. Wang Teng waved his hand when he saw their expressions. You might not believe me, but I have always been lucky since I was a child. I was able to find money on the ground, so I didn't need my parents to give me pocket money. When I went fishing, I didn't need bait to catch fish. I just can't do anything with my luck. Sir Eon, the Grandmasters, and Lan, ha 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 ha. Good luck is a skill, too. Sir Eon laughed after a moment of silence. Do you mind if I borrow your luck sometimes to gamble on rocks? Of course not. I'm more than happy to help you. It's just a bit of luck. I don't mind lending it to you. Wang Teng was extremely skilled at talking nonsense. Luck was a mysterious thing, so he wouldn't make promises. Sir Eon was extremely satisfied with Wang Teng's attitude. He didn't care what valuable ores he might get with Wang Teng's luck. The important thing was, he felt respected. The Grandmaster's eyes were shimmering too, based on their relationship with Wang Teng. It shouldn't be difficult to ask him to help them choose a few ores, right? After some time, the people from the Parkers family hurried over. Andres had lost 4.2 trillion. This wasn't a small sum, so naturally, it alerted many people. 2 people came. Wang Teng recognized one of them. He was the Heaven Stage marital warrior, Sinclaman, whom he met and provoked in the noble family consultation chamber. The other person looked a little like Sinclaman. He was bald like all the other Parkers family members and was tall and muscular. This was also a Heaven Stage martial warrior. The moment they entered, they noticed the Grandmasters and the 3 Universe Stage martial warriors with strong auras. Andres had told them what happened in the virtual universe, so they knew that Wang Teng had sold the Lightning Essence insect to the Secondary Career Alliance. The Grandmasters were extremely happy and seemed to have high opinions of him. However, their pupils still narrowed when they saw this scene. Grandmasters, sirs. The 2 of them came forward to greet the Grandmasters. Both parties nodded politely. Father, Uncle Sinclaimon. Andreas greeted them obediently. His face was pale. Yes, Andreas's father and Sinclamen were in a bad mood. They glared at him with disappointment and nodded slightly. This stupid child lost 4.2 trillion. They didn't dare to play this big when they were young. Andreas's heart sank when he saw their expression. He was dead. There was no way to save him. "Oh, you called your parents." Wang Teng sniggered and teased him. Andreas's face turned black. He wanted to vomit blood. He was like a kid who got caught in a fight and went home crying to look for his father when he couldn't win. Shame started flowing into his heart. Andreas's father and Sinclamen turned and looked in Wang Teng's direction. There was a dangerous glow in their eyes. "It's you again," Sinclamen glared at Wang Teng. "Look at what you're saying. I don't really want to see your family young master Andres is the one who came to create trouble for me. Why are you blaming me?" Wang Teng shrugged. Sinclamen frowned. He wanted to speak, but he was stopped by the other man. "I'm Andres's father, Valteru," the middle-aged man introduced himself. "Are you here to pay your son's debt?" Wang Teng asked. "Y'all are still young. Isn't it inappropriate to play so big?" Valteru asked calmly. "So," Wang Teng squinted and smiled. Before the other party could reply, he continued, "Are you trying to welch on a debt? Is this what the famous Parker's family is like?" "You do have a sharp tongue," Valteru said calmly, without a change in his expression. "Brother, why are you wasting your breath on him? He must have tricked Andres. We can just ignore him," Sinclamen said. "Don't frame me if you don't have any evidence," Wang Teng said in disdain. "Andres is the one who wanted to bet with me. I didn't force him to do anything. If you can't afford to lose, don't play in the first place. Don't you find it embarrassing to run away from your debt? You." Sinclamen wanted to smack Wang Teng to death. "All right." Valteru waved his hand and said coldly, "I have given you the chance. Since you don't want it, I'll give you the money. I hope you don't burn your hands when you accept it. That's my problem." "You don't have to worry," Wang Teng replied indifferently. Valteru stopped speaking. He stared at Wang Teng intently with a sharp gaze. Wang Teng looked back without backing down. "Brother? Father?" Sinclamen and Andres called him when they realized that he wanted to pay the money. Valteru ignored them, though transferring 4 trillion to Wang Teng's account directly. "Let's go." He left with Sinclamen and Andres. "If you want to play again, remember to find me." Wang Teng waved his hands behind them. The 3 men from the Parker's family hastened their pace. Chapter 997. I'll take it as a compliment. The farce finally ended. However, there were strange expressions on the Grandmaster's faces when they saw the Parker's family leave. Wang Teng's words were infuriating. The Grandmasters shook their heads and laughed. Grandmaster Wang Teng was still a young and impulsive man, but they were once young too, and didn't find anything wrong about it. Besides, this wasn't Wang Teng's fault. The Parkers were reaping what they sowed. After obtaining the money, Wang Teng didn't tarry and left the den with the Grandmasters. He had made a fortune this time. Not only did he get a huge sum of money that even a universe stage martial warrior would be envious of, but he also managed to obtain the lightning essence, insect. Even Grandmasters would be amazed by his luck. The show must go on. Wang Teng returned to the secondary career alliance with the Grandmasters. "Grandmasters, since the matter is over, we shall leave." The 3 universe stage martial warriors bade farewell and left. Wang Teng asked, "Grandmasters, I believe it must have cost a lot to invite 3 universe stage martial warriors." "It's okay. It's just a few favors." Grandmaster Hua Yuan waved his hand. "Anyway, thank you, Grandmasters." Wang Teng expressed his gratitude. "Ha ha ha ha. If you want to thank us, hurry up and refine the 9-essence soul congealing pill. We are all waiting." Grandmaster Alfred laughed. "No problem. Are the ingredients ready?" "We have them all." Grandmaster Hua Yuan smiled. "Don't underestimate the secondary career alliance's connections and efficiency. It's better to do it now. I'll make the 9-essence soul congealing pills today. Don't you need to take a break? You must have spent a lot of energy today on rock gambling." Grandmaster Hua Yuan was worried. The work of a mining engineer required spirit. Every detail of the ore was the key. If a judgment went wrong, the amount of money lost might be extremely horrifying. Don't worry, I didn't rest during the Grand Master assessments, let alone rock gambling. Wang Teng laughed. That's true. Grand Master Hua Yuan smiled. The other Grand Masters laughed as well. Wang Teng's spiritual power was amazing. He could last so long after such intense consumption. This also meant that he had great potential that had never been seen before. The current contribution was nothing. They were investing in the future for greater returns. Besides, you Grandmasters have helped me so much. I would feel guilty if I don't do anything. Wang Teng smiled bitterly. Don't worry about it. We are all members of the Secondary Career Alliance. There's no one else we would help but you, Grandmaster Hua Yuan said. Wang Teng remembered this favor in his mind. It didn't matter if the Grandmasters helped him because of his talent or something else. It wasn't easy for anyone to go to such an extent. Ordinary friends couldn't have done that. Afterward, he went to the furnace room that was prepared by Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others. The ingredients for the 9-essence soul congealing pill had already been brought over. There were now 3 sets of ingredients, one that was left behind previously and 2 that had been recently gathered. Wang Teng didn't have to worry about not having enough 9-essence soul congealing pills to distribute. He got Anne Lan to wait outside and walked into the furnace room to refine pills. Time passed. A few hours later, dark clouds gathered and thunder clapped. Calamity lightning was here. This time Wang Teng had spent less time after going through the process once. He was accustomed to the various steps. It posed no challenge for him. He also refined all the dans in one go instead of doing it 3 times with the 3 sets of ingredients. Looks like it's a success. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others saw that and smiled uncontrollably. They also thought that Wang Teng had only made the first batch. Grandmaster Wang Teng probably had an extremely deep understanding of the 9-essence soul congealing pill. There is no failure, Grandmaster Harol exclaimed. Boom! Lightning descended from the skies as if it was trying to destroy the pills. Wang Teng couldn't leave them exposed to the lightning. He could only receive it himself. Just like the first time, he used his fists and absorbed the attribute bubbles. It was the first time An Lan saw Wang Teng resisting calamity lightning. His eyes almost popped out, and he thought that this fellow didn't really follow common sense. There were actually alchemists who used their physical bodies to overcome it. It was an eye-opening experience. 10 minutes later, Wang Teng beat the tribulation and smiled. He then returned to the Alliance as though nothing had happened. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others were a little puzzled when they saw Wang Teng walking out of the furnace room. Grandmasters, it's fortunate that I didn't disappoint you. Your 9-essence soul congealing pills are ready. They are all done? The Grandmasters couldn't believe their ears. Grandmaster Wang Teng, there are 3 sets of ingredients. Did the staff send less? Grandmaster Hua Yuan was doubtful. Not at all. There were exactly 3 sets. Wang Teng answered calmly. You used all 3 sets of ingredients? Grandmaster Harol's ears were raised as she looked extremely surprised. That's right. I used them at once. It saves time. Wang Teng nodded. Saves time. All the Grandmasters were speechless. What a good reason. The problem was that Wang Teng wasn't afraid of failure. If he failed, he would have wasted all 3 sets of ingredients. The Grandmasters all exclaimed. No one would have done that if they weren't absolutely confident in their abilities. It wasn't impossible, but it was much more difficult. After all, the number of ingredients was multiplied, and the difficulty of control would increase exponentially as well. There were alchemists who had tried that previously, but the failure rate was over 80%. Ordinary alchemists couldn't afford such losses. The ingredients for many high-class dans were precious and expensive. More importantly, some ingredients were hard to find, some even taking several years, therefore no alchemist would dare to risk it. Wang Teng actually managed to make 9-essence soul congealing pills with 3 sets of ingredients at once, and succeeded. It was no wonder that the Grand Masters were shocked when he took out 3 bottles of 9 essence soul-congealing pills. Their words got stuck in their throats. They were rendered speechless. Whatever. He succeeded. There was nothing else they could say. Grandmaster Wang Teng, you really gave us a shock. Grandmaster Hua Yuan smiled bitterly. No worries. I'm confident in making 9 essence soul-congealing pills. Wang Teng snickered. After distributing the 9 essence soul-congealing pills to all the Grandmasters present, there was still one left. He kept it for himself and bade farewell. Grandmasters, if there is nothing else, I'll go back and cultivate. They had no objections and sent him off at the door. They watched with deep emotions as Wang Teng and An Lan left. With Grandmaster Wang Teng around, Great Qian City will be more lively, Grandmaster Alfred exclaimed. I'm afraid the Parker's family wouldn't let Grandmaster Wang Teng off so easily. Grandmaster Harold was worried. That's right. This time they suffered such a big loss. They wouldn't act as if nothing had happened. But Grandmaster Wang Teng doesn't look like he's worried at all. Grandmaster Wang Teng is still young. Youth knows no fear. It's normal that he isn't afraid of the Parkers. However, his background is much worse than the Parkers' family. The Grandmasters discussed with each other, forget it. If he needs our help, old folks like us can ask for favors and help him. I'm looking forward to his future, Alfred said. Look at this 9 essence soul-congealing pill. It's superb. Grandmaster Hua Yuan looked at the Longan-sized Dan in the jade bottle in his hand. Well, I have high hopes for him. The Grandmasters glanced at one another and laughed. Wang Teng and An Lan returned to Fan Taining's house. He wasn't at home. Neither were his 2 disciples. The duo then decided to count their earnings in the living room. This time, Wang Teng had made a fortune. He made a bet with Andres twice. He won 16 billion the first time. The amount he got afterward was appalling. He got the Danji herb for 520 billion and won 4.2 trillion from Andres, totaling 4.736 trillion. A huge sum like this was something that many Cosmos stage martial warriors and even Heaven stage martial warriors would never be able to obtain in their lifetimes. Wang Teng, you can keep the 4.72 trillion for yourself. You can just split the 16 billion accordingly for me, An Lan said. What? 4.736 trillion. Are you not tempted? Wang Teng smiled. Of course. How can I not be tempted? But this sum is too huge. I can't take it, and I shouldn't take it. An Lan shook his head in pain and said, Besides, I didn't really do anything this time. You earned the money all by yourself. Getting 4.8 billion for myself is already a big profit. Fine. I wanted to give you a bit more, considering that you were willing to be my bodyguard. Wang Teng shook his head and said regretfully, Is it too late to regret now? And Lan's body froze as he said with a bitter face, Are you not afraid of offending the Parkers by being my bodyguard? Sigh, there's nothing I can do. We already signed the contract, and you're the only one who can forge the 1,000 armaments vessel. And Lan was helpless. But you really are a troublemaker. I'm not afraid of the Cao family, but the Parkers are a different story. You offended them so much today, they won't let you off. It always feels dangerous to be around you. An Lan kept rambling without stopping as he complained about Wang Teng causing trouble. Even if I didn't offend them, they wouldn't let me off. The Parkers are siding with the Cao family, and they don't want me to inherit the title of the Baron, Wang Teng said. I see. And Lan frowned and was a little helpless. Speaking of which, you're just a planetary stage martial warrior, and you dare to go against them. You're bold. You're the only one I've seen in my life. I'll take it as a compliment. Wang Teng smiled. Oh, right. Cao Jiao Jiao passed a message from Cao Hongtu. He wants me to meet him at his house tonight. Accompany me there. Seriously. It's clearly going to be a bloodbath. You should go by yourself. And Lan was speechless. Know yourself and your enemy, and you can fight 100 battles with no danger of defeat. Wang Teng smiled. I want to see what he has up his sleeves. All right, I'll accompany you. Cao Hong Tu is a heaven stage martial warrior. As long as it's a heaven stage martial warrior, I'm not afraid. Seeing that An Lan was confident, Wang Teng was reassured as well. Now, Cao Hong Tu was his biggest enemy. As for the Parkers family, they wouldn't act, at least not on the surface. Once he got the Baron title from Cao Hong Tu's hands, it would be much more difficult for the Parkers to deal with him. Wang Teng's eyes became darker as he thought about that. He then transferred An Lan's share of the money to him. It wasn't 4.8 billion, it was rounded up to 6 billion, although it was peanuts when compared to 4.7 trillion. An Lan was still happy. This made Wang Teng feel that this heaven stage martial warrior wasn't that intimidating. But it was good for him. He was easy to fool. An Lan took the money and went out. I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. An Lan glanced back and sighed before leaving in a hurry. The materials of the 1,000 armaments vessel were not all in his hands. Now that he had enough money, he could just buy them instead of searching for them at unique Treasure Street. This way, it would be faster, and he wouldn't have to take unnecessary risks. Soon it was night. Wang Teng told Fan Taining about his whereabouts and headed to the original residence of Baron Nangong with An Lan, Chapter 998. The real purpose is revealed in the end. Nangong Residence. As a baron's residence, naturally, its architectural specifications were built according to the empire's standards. Despite being low in rank, lodgings of normal martial warriors couldn't be compared to it. The building looked high-tech, like it came from a science fiction movie. At the same time, it had the aura of an ancient sculpture. It looked extraordinary at a single glance. There were more than 10 planetary stage martial warriors guarding the entrance. Standing in 2 rows, they gave off a fierce and sharp aura. Their backs were straight like spears. These were martial warriors who had killed before. They weren't ordinary planetary stage martial warriors. They were at the peak of their level. Wang Teng and An Lan walked toward the entrance. "Please stop." A planetary stage martial warrior blocked their path and ordered in a low voice. "Why is Cao Hong Tu putting on this show? Doesn't he find it embarrassing?" Wang Teng sneered as he scanned the 2 rows of martial warriors. Was he planning to frighten him with these 9th-level planetary stage martial warriors? What was he thinking? He had killed a few celestial stage martial warriors, so the 9th-level planetary stage martial warriors were nothing to him. It looked like Cao Hong Tu's foundation wasn't very strong. "This is the Baron's residence. No outsiders are allowed," the 9th-level planetary stage martial warrior said coldly. "Tell Cao Hong Tu that I, Wang Teng, am here." Wang Teng snorted. "I'll give him 10 seconds to appear. If he doesn't, let him play alone. I'm leaving." The planetary stage martial warrior's expression changed. An Lan shook his head. He scoffed at Cao Hong Tu's actions, low class. This wasn't what a heaven stage martial warrior should do. He would never do this. Besides, his opponent was the sly little fox, Wang Teng. He was asking for humiliation with this simple act. The 9th-level planetary stage martial warriors were acting on orders, so they couldn't make decisions. They didn't know what to do. Ha 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 ha! Peals of laughter were heard at this moment. The 9th-level planetary stage martial warriors heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Teng stood at the entrance and peered inside. He saw a figure appearing 10 meters ahead. This was a lofty and muscular middle-aged man. He had brown, curly hair and a stern but sinister face. There was a sharp glow in his inverted triangle eyes. It was impossible for anyone to look directly at them. The aura he exuded was powerful. There seemed to be frightening energy encased within. This was a true heaven stage martial warrior. This person was Cao Hong Tu. "I should call you junior brother, right?" Cao Hong Tu walked forward. His voice was loud. "I'm just an inheritor. I didn't formally acknowledge him as my master," Wang Teng said calmly. Cao Hong Tu's expression froze, but it only lasted for a second. He immediately gave a smile and said, "Same. Both of us inherited our master's legacy. It's not wrong to call you junior brother." "All right then, senior brother Cao," Wang Teng said. However, His expression remained indifferent. "I apologize for what happened just now. My subordinates were careless and stopped you. Please come in." Cao Hongtu didn't get angry. He raised his hand to welcome Wang Teng inside warmly. Wang Teng didn't harp on the topic. With a nod, he walked inside. "This is?" Cao Hongtu noticed the person in the gray gown following behind Wang Teng. His gaze turned sharp. "This is my bodyguard. I'm a timid person. Many people want my life now, so I feel more at ease with a bodyguard," Wang Teng said in a meaningful tone. And Lan felt frustrated. He was indeed a bodyguard, but as a heaven stage martial warrior, he had his ego. Could this brat give him some respect during the next introduction? Cao Hongtu didn't get awkward. He laughed and said, "Who dares to touch you in Great Qian City? You must be thinking too much." "I don't think so. It's better to be careful. No one knows what can happen if you push a dog into a corner. Don't you agree, senior brother, Cao?" Wang Teng chuckled silence. Even with Cao Hongtu's composure, he felt the corners of his mouth trembling. This young brat had a sharp tongue. He was scolding him indirectly. Was he calling him a dog? A heaven stage martial warrior like him was called a dog, yet he couldn't offer a refute. He felt so exasperated that he wanted to vomit blood. "Senior brother Cao, what's wrong with you? Are you all right?" Wang Teng pretended to be ignorant. "What's wrong with me? Don't you know the answer?" Cao Hongtu felt like cursing, but he maintained his calm expression on the surface. "I'm fine. That's good. I thought you were sick. When you get older, you should take good care of your health. Don't be embarrassed just because you're a heaven stage martial warrior." "This is human nature," Wang Teng said. The word got stuck in his throat. He couldn't say it out loud, and Lan had a hard time controlling his laughter. Wang Teng was so evil, he made it sound as if Cao Hongtu was really sick. Cao Hongtu hurriedly changed the topic. If he allowed Wang Teng to continue, he didn't know what he would hear. "Your bodyguard isn't simple." He glanced at Lan intently. "He's just okay. I found him at random," Wang Teng replied. And Lan. Cao Hongtu didn't know if Wang Teng was acting to fool him or if he was honestly confident. This bodyguard hid his ability well, even he couldn't see through him. This made things harder to grasp. In the universe, there were many treasures that could help one to conceal one's strength. This bodyguard might be using one of them. Was he a heaven stage or a cosmos stage martial warrior? Based on his research, he knew that Wang Teng came from a faraway planet and had no background. How could he find a heaven stage martial warrior as a bodyguard? Thus, this bodyguard was probably a cosmos stage martial warrior, Wang Teng found by offering a heavy reward. He hid his ability so that others couldn't see through him and remain fearful. Cao Hongtu felt that he had guessed the truth. He felt more confident about tackling Wang Teng. This was the effect Wang Teng wanted, hence the reason he asked Lan to hide his ability at the rock gambling den. Lan hadn't revealed his strength in front of Cao Guan and Cao Jiao. Thus, they had the upper hand. After that, Cao Hongtu started talking randomly as he brought Wang Teng to the living room. The Cao family was waiting for them there. Cao Jiao and Cao Guan were present too, along with other youngsters. They were all Cao Hongtu's descendants. When Cao Jiao and Cao Guan saw Wang Teng, their expressions changed. They had just suffered in his hands. "Come, let me introduce everyone. You have met Jiao and Cao Guan." As for the rest, Cao Hongtu introduced the other youngsters. Wang Teng's gaze paused on two people. One was a cosmos stage martial warrior called Cao Wu. The other was only at the 7th or 8th level of the cosmos stage, but he didn't seem like a good person. This young man was called Cao Ling. He looked harder to deal with than Cao Wu. Wang Teng wasn't afraid, though. After all, compared to him, these were all a generation smaller. "Yes, all my junior nephews are outstanding." He nodded in a composed manner and commented like an elder. The Cao family, there was an eerie silence. They knew that Wang Teng was taking advantage of them, but they couldn't do anything. And Lan gave Wang Teng a strange look. He stood quietly beside him with his head lowered, perfectly playing his role as a bodyguard. "Have a seat." Cao Hongtu broke the silence. The atmosphere became lively. Everyone took their seats. Wang Teng was asked to sit beside Cao Hongtu. You can have a seat too. Cao Hongtu looked at An Lan standing behind Wang Teng. No need, An Lan replied coldly in his hoarse voice. After saying these two words, he closed his eyes and remained quiet. A flash of anger appeared in Cao Hongtu's eyes after he got rejected, though he hid it well. He smiled and nodded. I won't force you. Serve the dishes. Very soon, pretty ladies walked over with the food. Some of these ladies were orcs, while others were humans. All of them were around 18 years old and beautiful. Wang Teng felt that Cao Hongtu knew how to enjoy his life. He bought so many beautiful servants to serve him. Soon, delicious food and wine were served. Cao Hongtu asked Wang Teng to have a taste. He kept finding topics during the meal. He was trying to figure out Wang Teng's background. Wang Teng answered all his queries, but he was talking nonsense most of the time with his skill in bullshitting. It was a piece of cake. I heard about what happened yesterday. Zhao Zhao and Cao Guan were in the wrong, Cao Hongtu suddenly said. It's all right, they're just immature kids, I understand. Wang Teng replied nonchalantly. They couldn't do anything to him, so he didn't care again. The Cao family, Cao Guan's face turned red. He felt his peers looking at him mockingly. Cao Zhao gritted her teeth. She wished she could tear Wang Teng into pieces. This bastard treated her like a child. This was a humiliation. I'll definitely punish them. Cao Hongtu felt his teeth hurting, but this was all he could say. Yes, you need to teach a child if he's disobedient. Otherwise, he will cause huge trouble, and it will be too late to punish him at that time. Wang Teng nodded in agreement. Cao Guan was fuming in his heart. Cough, even so, you still offended the Parkers yesterday. This won't benefit you in any way. Cao Hongtu coughed awkwardly and changed the topic. He sounded as if he was worried about Wang Teng. It's fine. I took 4 trillion from them, so I won't have to worry about my future. I can enjoy myself and stay in Great Qian City until I die. I won't be going anywhere, Wang Teng said casually. Cao Hongtu was stunned by Wang Teng's words. He didn't know how to reply for a second. He raised his wine glass and took a sip to suppress his exasperation and anger. A smile reappeared on his face. It might be all right for you, but you should think for your parents and your mother planet. The atmosphere froze immediately. The real purpose was revealed at the end. Chapter 999, Senior Brother Cao. Do you know what's the price of a heaven stage martial warrior's head? The atmosphere on the dining table froze. Everyone stared at Wang Teng. Cao Hongtu smiled at him as if he was speaking of a normal affair. Cao Guan, Cao Wu, and the others looked over too. They stared at him like a weak little sheep waiting for them to slaughter. Wang Teng squinted. He glanced around him expressionlessly and then turned to look at Cao Hongtu. The atmosphere turned stranger when their eyes met. No one spoke. I heard that you came from a faraway planet in the Olent Federation. I wonder if that's true, Cao Hongtu asked calmly. Senior brother, you're quite well informed. Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat, but he remained expressionless. You're my junior brother, after all. I have to take care of you, Cao Hongtu replied with a smile. I guess I need to thank you, Wang Teng said. Oh, right. I also heard that you have some grudges with the Olent Federation. I've already sent a letter to them to help you mediate this matter. I think my name is still quite useful. Cao Hongtu looked at Wang Teng intently as he spoke. Wang Teng's heart sank instantly. He didn't believe that Cao Hongtu would be so kind-hearted and help him. His real aim was to let the Olent Federation attack Earth on his behalf. Damn it, this old fellow was sinister. They couldn't do anything to him, but they could deal with Earth. The fortunate thing was, Wang Teng set a space-shift array before he left. If the worst thing happened, Earth would be able to shift away using this array based on the normal route. It would take 2.5 months from the Olent Federation to Earth. If Cao Hongtu wanted to send a letter to the Olent Federation, it would take 3 to 4 months to and fro. Wang Teng knew the shortest route, so he would only need a little more than a month to travel there. He could catch up with them. This wasn't the worst that could happen. Many thoughts flashed through Wang Teng's mind. He calmed down and looked at the smiling Cao Hongtu. He gave him a good man card. Senior brother Cao, you're a good person, silence. Cao Hongtu was stunned. He felt that Wang Teng was cursing him, but he had no evidence. He was also confused, wondering why Wang Teng didn't seem worried at all. Or was he just putting up a strong front? Junior brother, it's not easy for you to leave your hometown and travel so far. Do you need me to send them a message? Cao Hongtu asked as the gears of his mind turned. Wait until you find them. Wang Teng smiled gently. Cao Hongtu frowned uncontrollably. What does that mean? Did Wang Teng hide his parents beforehand? Based on his investigation of Wang Teng, this was highly possible. Cao Hongtu's face turned black. This was a little out of his expectations. My parents and family are on a faraway planet. They're not easy to locate, unlike your family whom you can see every day. You're a lucky man. Wang Teng glanced at him and said. His voice was calm and his smile was scorching. However, his gaze was indifferent, as if he was talking about a bunch of dead people. Silence ensued again. All the members of the Cao family were staring at Wang Teng. Their expressions didn't look good threat. Wang Teng was threatening their entire family. Everyone found this unbelievable. They were gloating a second ago because Cao Hongtu had found Wang Teng's weakness and could use this to control him. Yet he didn't buy it, threatening them instead. They had to admit that Wang Teng was bold, however many people didn't take it to heart. Not everyone could threaten the Cao family. To them, Wang Teng was just a planetary stage martial warrior. Even if he was a little more powerful, at the end of the day he was just at the planetary stage. How dare a planetary stage martial warrior threaten them? What a joke. If it wasn't for his identity, they could kill him easily. Contempt was evident in the Cao family's eyes. They were mocking Wang Teng for overestimating himself. Don't look at me like that. I have no other intention. Don't misunderstand me. Wang Teng ignored their ridicule. He waved his hand and smiled. Oh, right, Senior Brother Cao, you have been staying in Great Qian City for a long time, so you must be familiar with the prices here. How much does the head of a heaven stage martial warrior cost? The crowd's expression changed instantly. What a ruthless fellow. He wanted to offer a reward for Cao Hongtu's life. He had more than 4 trillion in his bank. This was enough to buy the lives of every member of the Cao family. Everyone's mood turned sour. Cao Hongtu felt his heart throbbing. He was roaring in anger in his mind. If he could, he would have slapped Wang Teng to death. This bastard was definitely talking about him. Senior brother, why's your face so black? Wang Teng exclaimed in surprise. Don't think too much. I earned a huge sum recently and have nowhere to spend it. So I want to find something exhilarating to enjoy myself. The Cao family, to hell with having too much money and nowhere to spend it. If you don't know how to spend it, we can help you. The Cao family complained helplessly in their hearts. Earning money isn't easy. You should save it. You won't be this lucky every time and earn 4 trillion. This money is enough for you to rise to the cosmos stage and even the heaven stage. Spend it wisely, Cao Hongtu said. Senior brother Cao is right. I'll spend it wisely, Wang Teng laughed and said. Ha 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 ha. Cao Hongtu laughed too. I'm just reminding you, young people like you shouldn't spend money willy-nilly. Come, junior brother, here's a toast to you. Senior brother, I should be the one offering a toast. They started raising their cups and toasting each other without mentioning what happened. The battle of words officially came to an end. More than an hour later, Wang Teng left the Cao family. Cao Hongtu personally sent him to the door. The faces of the members of the Cao family turned gloomy after he left. This meal was supposed to be a trap. Cao Hongtu was supposed to warn him with Earth and force him to give up the Baron's title. But in the end, they didn't achieve their goal and even got threatened. Instead, they were in a bad mood. Even Cao Hongtu was afraid of the 4 trillion reward for his head. Father, what do we do now? Cao Ling asked after observing Cao Hongtu's expression. Let's wait for news from the noble family consultation chamber, Cao Hongtu said coldly without any expression. The smile during the meal was gone. What about the Parkers? Cao Ling asked again. Jiao Jiao. Cao Guan, follow me to the Parkers tomorrow. Aye. Cao Guan's face turned pale. Father? Cao Jiao Jiao's face turned grim too. She had a bad premonition. Jiao Jiao, I know that Andres likes you. I'll make the decision this time and discuss this matter with Sir Valtero. Prepare yourself, Cao Hongtu, after a moment of silence. Cao Zhou Zhao's expression changed. Her face turned extremely pale under the night sky. Cao Hongtu didn't give her a chance to speak, disappearing on the spot. Sister, congratulations, Cao Ling chuckled. That's the Parkers family after you marry young Master Andres. Don't forget about your siblings. Go away. Cao Zhou Zhao's expression turned ugly. She snorted and went to her room. Cao Ling froze, his face turning green. Don't you know that Zhao Zhao is a lady with thoughts of her own? Cao Wu shook his head and said, she can't be stubborn this time. Marrying Andres is her fate. She'll understand it in the future. Cao Ling scoffed. Cao Wu sighed, but he didn't say anything. The Cao family parted in discord. No one noticed that Cao Guan was scared out of his wits. His body was trembling slightly. Well, maybe no one cared about him. After leaving the Cao family, Wang Teng and An Lan walked toward Fan Taning's house. As Wang Teng's bodyguard, An Lan would be following Wang Teng. Thus, he would also be living in Fan Taning's house. Wang Teng had already told Fan Taning about this, and he was happy to host An Lan. After all, An Lan was a heaven-stage martial warrior. This gave him a chance to make friends with him. Wang Teng, are you really going to put down a 4 trillion reward for Cao Hongtu's head? An Lan asked curiously along the way. What do you think? Cough. Actually, many people will do it for 1 trillion. Oh, someone will do it for 1 trillion? Wang Teng was surprised. He wouldn't use 4 trillion to get Cao Hongtu's head. It wasn't worth it. He wasn't stupid. But he didn't think that it would be cheap. He didn't mind spending this money if he needed to. Of course I will, An Lan said seriously. You. Wang Teng stared at him strangely. Tell me honestly, were you thinking of killing him on the dining table just now? The details don't matter. Why don't you consider this option? An Lan smiled in embarrassment and asked excitedly. Let me think about it. If things reach that stage, I'll look for you first, Wang Teng promised. He didn't reject the offer. 1 trillion for Cao Hongtu's head was a good bargain. It's decided then, and Lan's gaze turned dangerous. Settled, an eerie chuckle echoed in the night sky. Cao Hongtu didn't know that these 2 lawless fellows had already made a pact related to him so easily. They were totally looking down on him. In the Nangong residence, Cao Hongtu sneezed after he returned to his study. He frowned. What's wrong? A strange feeling flashed in his heart. He wanted to grasp it, but didn't discover anything. He shook his head and activated a mechanism. A pitch-black hole opened on the ground, where a flight of stone stairs linked straight underground. Cao Hongtu walked down the stairs and stopped in front of a metal door. He stared at it for a long time. His expression turning hideous, he looked like a mad man. You deserved to die if you had given me the inheritance. There wouldn't be so many problems. Chapter 1000. This is inhuman. The next day. Wang Teng didn't go out and farmed attributes in the virtual universe. He was about to advance to the celestial stage. And Lan finally gathered all the materials needed to forge the 1,000 armaments vessel and handed them over to Wang Teng. When can we start forging this? And Lan rubbed his hands and asked, Let's do it now. Wang Teng smiled. He didn't like delays. Since the materials were ready, he wanted to forge it as soon as possible. By doing so, An Lan could also do his best to be his bodyguard. Anyway, it wasn't a difficult thing for him. Now, An Lan was a bit surprised. He only wanted to get the 1,000 armaments vessel as soon as possible, so that he would be stronger. However, he didn't expect that Wang Teng would forge it today. The 1,000 armaments vessel had a complicated design, and forging it would prove to be a challenging task. Otherwise, the other blacksmiths wouldn't have rejected him. Wang Teng only had the blueprints for 2 short days. Had he fully comprehended it? Wang Teng didn't explain anything and prepared to head over to the Secondary Career Alliance. And Lan was full of questions, but he didn't probe when the other party didn't say anything. They took the Rune Energy flying car and headed straight to the Secondary Career Alliance. Wang Teng applied for a smithery studio, and the staff quickly arranged one for him. In less than 5 minutes, a smithery studio that was dedicated to Grandmaster blacksmiths was vacated. The staff said attentively, "Grandmaster Smithery Studio 036 is ready. The access has been sent to your account. You can use it straight away when you arrive. You can contact me if you have any other instructions." Okay. Wang Teng nodded. Alliance contribution points were required to use a smithery studio. Contribution points could be obtained by completing missions from the Secondary Career Alliance. When Fan Taining and the others recommended Wang Teng to the Alliance, they were rewarded with many contribution points. Around half of them were given to Wang Teng, which was why he wasn't lacking in contribution points for now. Wang Teng and Nanlan then headed to the smithery studio. After they left, a few lady staff started chattering. That Grandmaster is so young. Some Grandmasters are not weak in martial arts. They just look young, but their real age would be old. No, I took a peek just now. This Grandmaster is really young. Guess how old is he? The female staff who served Wang Teng asked. 50 or 60? A fox race girl guessed. Guess again. The female staff giggled. Hurry up, don't keep us hanging. How can we guess the answer? The fox race girl urged. That's right, tell us. Otherwise we will have to resort to violence. A slightly plump Tauran girl had already stretched out her arms to tickle her. No, don't. I'll say it. I'll say it. The female staff who served Wang Teng quickly begged for mercy and said mysteriously, I saw that he was 20 years old. 20? No way, are you kidding me? Did you see it wrongly? He's 200 years old and you missed a 0. My eyes aren't that bad. The female staff member pushed up her glasses. Silence. Wang Teng didn't know that the staff members were talking about him. When he and Enlan reached the smithery studio, he didn't immediately enter it. He walked around outside the smithery studio. The entire area was full of smithery studios, with many blacksmiths forging in them. There were many attribute bubbles waiting for him. Wang Teng's goal was these attribute bubbles. His smithery skill was a little short of forging the 1,000 armaments vessel. This was a good opportunity for him to improve himself. Collect. Smithery 30, smithery 50, smithery 15, smithery 60, smithery 120. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's mind and turned into knowledge and experience enhancing his blacksmith mastery. These attribute bubbles were from master blacksmiths, which was why the amount was relatively lower. Only attribute bubbles that were dropped by Grand Masters would have a higher value. This was something that Wang Teng just discovered. It was the same when he was picking up alchemy attribute bubbles. When he was just a master alchemist, the value of some attribute bubbles dropped by the master level was relatively large, but after becoming a Grand Master, the attributes dropped by the alchemists below the master level were reduced. Even so, Wang Teng's blacksmith attribute had improved a lot. Blacksmith 5580 10,000, Grandmaster. Wang Teng felt the extent of his attainments, and the corner of his mouth curled up as he nodded to himself. Enough. It was more than enough to forge the 1,000 armaments vessel. He then entered the smithery studio. Just as he was about to close the door, he turned and asked Enlan, "Do you want to come in and have a look?" Enlan was still wondering what Wang Teng was up to just now when he suddenly heard his voice. "Can I? A blacksmith's forging process is supposed to be a secret." "It's nothing. You're not a blacksmith. You wouldn't be able to process much of it anyway," Wang Teng answered casually. "Then I'll take a look." And Lan nodded quickly. Wang Teng then brought him into the smithery studio. "Take out the materials." Wang Teng stood in front of the smithing table, and Lan immediately took the materials out and placed them on the smithing table. He then backed away to one side and stared at Wang Teng. He was actually very curious about the forging process, otherwise he wouldn't have followed him in. Wang Teng didn't care either. His eyes swept across the materials in front of him, and he had an idea. The 1,000 armaments vessel had a total of 360 parts and needed 108 different materials. It was considered a lot for a Grand Master level weapon. It was naturally complicated. Wang Teng went through the blueprint in his mind. Using his spiritual power, he then sent a material known as cold essence iron into the fire. Boom! Green flames erupted, and the raging flames immediately wrapped the cold essence iron. Cold essence iron was an ice element metal and was extremely difficult to smelt. However, under the high temperature of the emerald glazed flame, it quickly turned into a pool of molten iron. And Lan's pupils shrank slightly when he saw this. Divine flame, his heart was trembling as he took a deep breath. It was difficult for him to keep calm. His eyes were fixed on Wang Teng as if he was trying to see through him. A planetary stage martial warrior actually possessed a thing like that. Who was this guy? Wang Teng no longer paid attention to him once he started forging. One by one, the materials were placed into the emerald glazed flames and melted into liquid forms. Due to the large number of materials, the refining process took up to 5 hours. To a heaven stage martial warrior like Lan, 5 hours was nothing. He even found it too fast. If it was another blacksmith, he couldn't have been able to finish refining in such a short time. Once all the materials were refined, Wang Teng started to fuse them. However, he wasn't going to fuse all the materials into one. He needed to perform 360 different fusions. He had to fuse 108 different materials according to the different ratios and compositions indicated on the blueprint. Some parts needed 2 or 3 materials, while others needed more than a dozen. The crimson constellation bronze that Lan and Wang Teng went to buy was one of the main ingredients. It needed to be fused with other materials to produce over 130 different parts and also the most vital part of the main body. This process was the first challenge in forging the 1,000 armaments vessel. And Lan had studied the blueprint of the 1,000 armaments vessel himself, and he knew that this process was extremely difficult. He couldn't help but get nervous. He stopped guessing Wang Teng's identity and focused on the fusion process. Pissed, pissed, swoosh. Harsh sounds echoed in the quiet smithery studio. Time passed little by little, and one by one the parts appeared on the smithing table. Wang Teng controlled the temperature and allowed the fused parts to cool down slowly and return to a solid state while continuing to fuse the other parts. He was multitasking, and Lan was anxious as he observed. He almost wanted to pin Wang Teng down on the ground. This fellow is too reckless. Can't he just fuse the parts one by one? Why does he have to do it all at once? What's the point of showing off your skills to a layman like me? And Lan was cursing in his heart, but he didn't dare to make a sound for fear of disturbing Wang Teng. After fusing for more than 8 hours, all the parts appeared on the smithing table, and Lan could finally heave a sigh of relief. His eyes were full of amazement as he looked at Wang Teng. He was filled with admiration. What a monster! He used such a method to reduce the fusing time from 2 days to 8 hours. It was inhuman. However, his surprise was not over yet. What Wang Teng did next caused him to widen his eyes. 9 smithing hammers flew over under Wang Teng's control and started forging the parts one by one. He had people prepare these smithing hammers for him in advance. Back then, the staff member felt strange. He didn't know why Wang Teng needed so many hammers. However, they didn't dare to ask a grandmaster too many questions. Forging the parts of the 1,000 armaments vessel was unlike forging the lightning slap. These parts were small, and 1 smithing hammer was enough for 1 part. The 9 smithing hammers were forging 9 parts in one go. The hammers hammered rhythmically while Wang Teng just sat by the side without lifting a finger. And Lan didn't know how to express his emotions anymore. There was a complicated look on his face. Although he had never seen a blacksmith forge, Wang Teng was the only one who forged the way he did. No blacksmith dared to divide their attention. That would only increase the chances of failure. Moreover, a blacksmith's spirit was very limited, and it was difficult to maintain such an intense output. In other words, this was inhuman. Time passed slowly, and several hours went by. When the billets appeared in front of him, and Lan had a dreamy feeling, it felt incredible. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.